Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought and still fighting today, made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you, turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBAs, foundation law, Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the glow for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop takes decades, study how we move. Rapper world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Hannah McCann spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. We benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your district and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your district and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guards. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, That's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place. Whoa, whoa.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your duties back, just fly home.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your duties back, just fly home.
Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing. You lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy sky was discussing it's whack.
So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your business, I can just fly home.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your business, I can just fly home.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye-bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the roots. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We FBAs. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been there all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our pain to the power. Our roots and trees. We know world. It's rhythm and grace, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you crossed. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, or fighting not to go back home. We waving arms where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't. Go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that? Do you like that? You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Stealing my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice. Love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the card. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Kruma, and I think I'm gonna be solo dolo tonight, but we'll see. But on the season 6, episode 26, part 3, part trade, continuation of part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 1, continuation, and that is infamous LAPD lapdog racist Mark Furhman is dead. Great news. Great news. Then we got, should FBAs give reverence to Africa? No. Then we got Sister Jessica Jackson out of Chicago goes off on Black Democrat misleadership for manipulating Black voters in Chicago. Then we got Democrats embarrassed as J6ers get reparations and FBA gets told to vote. Then we got reparations for J6ers sparks major backlash online. Representative James Clyburn is sad that the Republicans are drawing a map to get him out of Congress. Then we got Daniel Cameron of Kentucky reacts after losing Kentucky GOP Senate primary. Great news. Then we got the Boondocks tried to warn us, too dangerous to ever air again. Yeah, they did. They really predicted a lot of stuff that we're seeing right now. The long-standing obsession white Americans have with Black Americans. South Africa says Black Americans only claim Africa because they want to look cool. Then Colorado Democrats condemn censure Polis over Tina Peters' commutation. And then last turn, now at least we got Regan Benson at the town hall on our brother Lewis Johnson. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. Get a news from a frontline and Black First perspective. We are part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 11 seasons now, or excuse me, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced has been around for 11 seasons now. Frontline Black News has been around for 6 seasons now. And counting, and we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News, one of the first, which we started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. Is also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Salute, twins in the building. Just start finishing up the intro. Let's see, twin. Is also part of the Frontline campaign as recently, within the last 2 to 3 years. Shabaka's Black Experience has covered the Black experience from the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. Is also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure you like to share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Make sure y'all sub to that. Just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again, that link is in the description. Just click on the link. It'll take you directly straight to the page. Hit that like and subscribe button. And make sure you're subscribed to that channel because I got a feeling they're going to try to come after us again. Then we got my personal page, Jesse Paris, a.k.a. Chant Chroma. Make sure y'all sub to that as well so y'all be abreast of what's happening here in Denver politics, Denver and Aurora politics, as far as the city council and community events and Black events in Denver and Aurora. Then we got Lady Che's backup channel, Seduction Doll. Make sure y'all sub to that. Seduction Doll 5991. The link is also in the description. And then we got her main channel, the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. She should be dropping one sometime this week, hopefully tomorrow. So make sure y'all stay tuned for that. But in the meantime, make sure y'all check out her previous episodes where she went extensively in on them data centers. Hey, Sister Val, grand evening to you, or grand morning, grand rising to you. And then we got Jay Militant, our cousin, or Shabaka's YouTube channel, Shabaka's YouTube channel, Gen Up 1. Make sure y'all sub to that so Shabaka can start going live on YouTube. Then we got our cousin, our Lokester out the Bay Area, Fairfield, San Francisco to be exact. And his channel is What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. Then we got our brother Kukizi out the Mile High, Bellside, Montbello. He came up with the FBA culture reports. Make sure y'all check him out. And he's a music artist as well, dope music artist out of Denver, hip-hop artist. We got a lot of songs about cutting a check for reparations. So check him out. Then we got our brother Breeze Omega out of VA by way of Virginia, or in Virginia by way of New York. And he's an MC as well, and he drops heavy content on his YouTube channel. He just surpassed 1,000 subscribers, so salute to Breeze. And he was live earlier, I believe. Yeah, he was live earlier. So make sure y'all check him out. Then we got our brother out of Watts, California, Jordan Downs to be exact, who's now in Houston, Texas. Our brother, Church of Black Power. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. He just surpassed 3,000 subscribers. So he shows us love, so we show him love back. So make sure y'all check him out. He drops heavy content as well, like first content. Then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded, who it's been around for quite a while now, and he put Lisa Cabrera on. Shout out to him. I was chopping it up with him earlier about that Chuck the Bussy begging us for help. Of all people, he gonna beg us. Same one she was calling the N-word with the hard ER. You want us to help you now? Hell no. But check out Torian Rain Reloaded. He just reached 77,000 subscribers. Let's get him to 80,000. And he's out the DMV area. Then last turn not least, we got our brother Black Truth United, who came up with the B1 Rolodex, which I just played the ad for, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses. Hey, salute, Michael. Good meeting earlier. Then we got the link to the Rolodex itself is in the description. The link to submit your business to the Rolodex is in the description. And yours truly, Jesse Paris, that's me, is in there as well for my political work. And then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American Caucus. The petition link for that is also in the description. Then we got Sister Brooks' call to action out of New York. The link to her call to action is in the description. Make sure y'all submit those letters and email so we can get that Freedmansboro off the ground in New York State. And shout out to Sister Brooke, Brother Divine, and what's the other sister's name? I can't remember. But shout out to them and our brother Melrose as well. That's out there trying to get reparations for New York freedmen. Then we got Lady Chase YouTube, GoFundMe. Her GoFundMe link is in the description. Donate to that if you can. And then we got our brother Josh, who's a hero, who put hands and feet all over that Nabisco, Chuck the Bussy. So we're going to support him like they supported Daniel Penny and like they supported so many others that unlawfully killed us, and they try to justify it. And like we supported Carmela Anthony as well after they try to railroad the brother, the young man, for defending himself. So we are going to support our brother Josh's GoFundMe. The link to that is also in the description. Then we got our brother, and we, as I mean, Foundational Black Americans. I don't speak French, even though my last name is Paris. Support me for House of Representatives in the state of Colorado. I'm on the ballot here in the state of Colorado for House District 8, as you can see from the background. And the link to the website is in the description. Then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use. Yeah, he about to be made a new a-hole. Yeah, he about to get a new a-hole. Yep. He's showing the hell is he gonna get tossed around a cell block like a $1.50 quarter hole he is. So moving along, we got copyright disclaimer in Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that is economics, that's education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity, and that was by Mr. Nellie Fuller Jr., who told us to produce justice. So producejustice.com and while you're at it, get the United Independent Compensatory Code Concept for Victims of Racism, White Supremacy. Also on producejustice.com. And when you, a black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Neely Fuller Jr. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy, the only racism. There's not multiple racisms. There's not multiple forms of racism. There's only one racism, and that is the global system of racism, white supremacy. And it is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great master teacher, Dr. Francis Cresswell Wilson, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 as of a month ago. And shout out to our FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, out of Los Angeles, California, who paid for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all, all 9 of you, hit that like and subscribe button. So I'm going to hop right into it with another white supremacist bites the dust, and another one bites, and another one bites. Another racist white supremacist bites the dust. This time, it's infamous LA lapdog, LAPD racist Mark Furhman is dead. Great news, great news, great news. So our good brother, Professor Blacc Truth, is going to give us an update on that. This is great news. This is better than when the Gators lose.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
You got to be a borderline sociopath. You got to be violent. You have to walk away from blood and go to dinner. You got to be able to shoot people, beat people beyond recognition, and go home and hug your little kids. You don't pack those qualities.
This morning's briefing would probably be more appropriate as a crime report than anything else. Mark Furhman has died, and not surprisingly, the white media is trying to downplay and outright bury the fact that he was a violent racist and a dirty cop. I know it was 30 years ago, and a lot of you aren't aware of who this guy was or why this racist creep would be making headlines, so I'll tell you. Mark Furhman wasn't known for anything, really, completely unaccomplished and undistinguished in his entire life. The only thing he was known for, though, is that he was the lead investigator on the Nicole Brown murder case, which he tried to use as a springboard to get O.J. Simpson locked up. I think that some of you might be too young to remember what happened in 1994 when the white media suddenly decided that the single most important story on planet Earth was O.J. Simpson driving down the 405 freeway in Los Angeles in what was the world's slowest police chase, quote unquote. I remember it. The moment O.J. Simpson took over the media, but it made absolutely no logical sense why the white media was so enamored with O.J. Simpson in this case. Simpson himself hadn't played football in 15 years, and even when he was in the NFL, he was hardly a household name. By the 1990s, only boomer sports fans remembered or even cared that he had once been a football player. By 1994, he was only known for having co-starred in those Naked Gun movies. Nobody remembered that he had been in the NFL, so why the sudden total obsession with him? The reason the white media was so gung-ho about O.J. Simpson was because they had held the line for the LAPD after the Rodney King beating video came to light, and the white media support for the LAPD continued when the LA riots broke out following the manufactured acquittal of the violent white thugs who attacked Mr. King. The white media was jubilant about the acquittal, but furious about the public rage that exploded into the streets in '92. The riots went on for days. And the same police who the white media tried to make into heroes were shown to be hiding and cowering in corners somewhere. The price for refusing to punish violent white cops who assault black citizens was high. So the white media was very eager to prove that the '92 riots hadn't changed anything, that the white authorities could carry out a legal lynching of a black man, facts be damned. So they began looking around for a high-profile black man who they could make an example of. Their first attempt came in 1993, when the first false accusations against Michael Jackson were leveled. That didn't go anywhere. And then the next year came O.J. Simpson. Now, let's get the most obvious thing out of the way. No matter what the white media's propaganda campaign may have told you for the last 30 years, there never was any evidence that O.J. Simpson killed Nicole Brown or Ron Goldman. The facts are the circles that those two ran in their orbit that a number of people could have done it. But after Ron and Nicole were killed, Mark Furhman was assigned to be the lead investigator on the case, and all he cared about was putting a case on O.J. Simpson. This was about putting a high-profile black man's head on his trophy wall. And for the white media, it was about using a high-profile black man as a proxy for the black community. They failed to get Michael Jackson, but they felt like they could fabricate a case against O.J., and Mark Furhman was the guy whose job it was to frame him up. Furhman was the one who claimed to have found the bloody glove that he said belonged to O.J., even though numerous people had already been through the crime scene and didn't find the glove before he had. So, as the only individual who had any quote-unquote evidence against O.J. Simpson, basically Mark Furhman was the entire case against O.J., and that's the reason why it failed, and why the white media is still trying to rehabilitate this L 30 years later. The New York Times headline about Mark Furhman's death called him a flawed witness. For those who actually know what happened, this is a mentally deranged mind that tries to take what Furhman said and minimize it to past use of racist language. The Times' characterization of his decades of anti-black rhetoric was meant to make it sound like he only used the N-word once or twice when he was a kid or something.
And in the course of your preparation of your testimony here today, can you tell the jury how many times you've counted that he used that word?
Approximately 42.
42 times?
Yes.
Those who remember the case know that his frequent use of the N-word was actually the least of the racist things he said. That's how evil this man was. And to call him a flawed witness isn't true either. Mark Furhman's testimony wasn't merely flawed. He deliberately committed perjury under oath. Here's what happened. O.J. Simpson's entire legal defense was that the alleged evidence against him was planted by racist white cops. Johnny Cochran and others had demonstrated the broken chain of custody, the glove that didn't fit. So the evidence had been discredited, but that wouldn't mean much to an LA jury unless they could also demonstrate that the police investigating the case were vehement anti-black racist. As the lead investigator, Mark Furhman was the only person whose racism mattered, and one or two uses of the N-word wouldn't be enough proof for an acquittal. They needed more than that. Marsha Clark and Chris Darden, the token Negro assigned to the case so they could make it look like it wasn't racial, these two prosecutors insisted that the LAPD wasn't racist. So when Mark Furhman was put on the stand, Simpson's lawyers asked him if he had a history of using racial slurs against black people. Of course, being a racist white supremacist cop, Furhman predictably denied this.
And you say on your oath that you have not addressed any black person as a nigger or spoken about black people as niggers in the past 10 years, Detective Furhman.
That's what I'm saying, sir.
But then OJ's lawyers produced audio tapes of Furhman talking with a so-called screenwriter who had also been a girlfriend of his. These recordings would later come to be known as the Furhman tapes. In these recordings, Furhman freely talked about a lot of dirt that he and others in the LAPD had been doing for decades. And he also repeatedly stated his utter hatred of black people, not because black people had done anything to him, but merely because they were black and they existed. He used the N-word casually. In fact, that was the word he used instead of black or even African American. He used that word at least 41 times in those recordings alone.
And in the course of your preparation of your testimony here today, can you tell the jury how many times you've counted that he used that word?
Approximately 42.
42 times?
Yes.
He was also recorded saying that he targeted black people driving expensive cars without probable cause because, as he put it, you're God if you're a cop. He said that if he saw a black man with a white woman driving in a car, he'd pull them over. And when his screenwriter girlfriend asked him what if they didn't do anything, Furhman said he'd find something. He talked about how he and his fellow thugs in blue would routinely assault black citizens just because, and he repeatedly claimed that he himself had done so. At his old police station in a black neighborhood, Furhman said he would choke and beat suspects to extract confessions and arrest citizens who gave him any lip.
Anything out of a nigger's mouth for the first 5 or 6 sentences is a f***ing lie.
Yeah, 77. Leave that old station, man. It's got the smell of niggers that have been beaten and killed in there for years.
Anything out of a pig mouth down. How about that?
And then he said, if I had my way, all the niggers would be gathered together and burned. So the N-word was the least of Mark Furhman's racist utterances. O.J. Simpson's lawyers played these recordings for the court.
Your Honor, the final two offers relate to the attitude
of the witness. They are excerpts from a tape that was made on July 28th, 1994, after this case was initiated and after Officer Furhman had testified as a witness at the preliminary hearing.
You're a bill. I'm the key witness in the biggest case of the century, and if I go down, they lose the case. Gloves over.
And then they called Mark Furhman back to the stand for a follow-up cross-examination. This time, the big-mouth LAPD cop who was so sure of himself was reduced to a meek little punk.
Detective Furhman, was the testimony that you gave in this case completely truthful?
I wish to assert my Fifth Amendment privilege.
Have you ever falsified a police report?
I wish to assert my Fifth Amendment privilege.
Is it your intention to assert your Fifth Amendment privilege with respect to all questions that I ask you?
Yes.
I only have one other question.
What was that, Mr.
Detective Furhman, did you plant or manufacture any evidence in this case?
I assert my Fifth Amendment privilege.
Furhman pleaded the Fifth to every single question. Suddenly, he didn't want to talk at all. He had done so much dirt over the decades that now he knew that if he answered any question at all, that would open the door for them to ask him about all the other crimes he had been committing. Now remember, he was the lead investigator. It was his case. Without his testimony, the prosecution didn't have a case against Simpson. Furhman said it himself.
And if I go down, they lose the case. Yeah, I'm the key witness in the biggest case of the century, and if I go down, they lose the case. Gloves over.
Simpson's entire legal defense was that he was being framed by racist white cops. And they proved that the lead investigator on the case was a racist white cop. And when they asked if he planted evidence, he refused to answer. He pleaded the Fifth. They met their burden of proof. And yet the prosecutors and the white media were only upset that O.J. Simpson's lawyers had proven Furhman was a racist and a liar. They didn't care about the multiple crimes that he had admitted to on tape. What Furhman did was perjury, plain and simple. He didn't forget what he had said. He just lied on the stand and hoped that O.J.'s lawyers wouldn't find the evidence, because lying is what he had done his entire life. A year after Furhman failed to frame O.J. Simpson, Furhman would himself be charged with perjury.
The court finds the defendant guilty based on his plea of no contest.
And pled no contest to perjury.
But the same dirty prosecutors who tried to use him to frame O.J. gave him a sweetheart plea deal, so he only got 3 years probation and a $200 fine. The LAPD, of course, went on a lie tour where they falsely claimed that, well, we've looked at the accusations against Furhman. We looked at all of the stuff that he said on those tapes, and, well, as far as we're concerned, these were just a bunch of exaggerations and empty bravado.
This is the confidential personnel version of that report. It reveals more of Furhman's disturbing recordings. In the end, the task force confirmed 12 of 29 events described by Furhman, but concluded he embellished a lot, that just about everything he told McKinney was bigger, bloodier, and more violent than the actual events.
Yeah, the public may be disgusted with him, but as far as we're concerned, we say that it's not actually literal. He didn't actually do this stuff. He was just sitting here talking trash. So neither the LAPD nor the prosecutor's office would go after him, and 3 years later, his perjury charge would be expunged. So a violent racist lies on the stand, tries to frame an innocent man, lies through his buck teeth in open court, and all he gets is a $200 fine. And just to prove that the LAPD had been lying when they claimed that Mark Furhman hadn't actually done any of the violence that he admitted to on tape, the same year that Furhman was lying to the court about OJ, he was also the subject of a civil suit. In 1987, Mark Furhman and his fellow white cops shot and attempted to kill a black teenager named Joseph Britton. Now, according to the LAPD at the time, their reports claimed that Mr. Britton had been wielding a knife when the police pursued him, but at the time that they shot him, there was no knife around. And yet, after they had shot this young man, a knife mysteriously appeared right beside his body as a means to try to justify what was an attempted murder. Now, fortunately, Mr. Britton didn't die, but he sued the city, and in 1995, Los Angeles settled with them for an undisclosed amount. Mark Furhman was one of the cops who shot Britton and then planted a knife at the scene, which is exactly what he did to O.J. Simpson when he planted that glove 7 years later. This is who Mark Furhman was. This is what he did. Now that you know the details, does this sound like mere past use of racist language to you? Now that you know what his testimony was, does it sound like he was merely a flawed witness? And yet, this is how the New York Times, the so-called paper of record, tried to characterize this racist, genocidal, lying attempted murderer. He wasn't a flawed witness. He was a pathological racist liar. He didn't just say some racist stuff once or twice when he was a kid. He was a satanic anti-black racist who had attempted to kill multiple black civilians and then plant evidence to hide his crimes. You know, a few days ago, we talked about controlling black people's image, specifically about how Michael Jackson and Dr. King did it. And we also talked about how the website Politico whined and complained that the King estate was using their control of Dr. King's copyrighted speeches in an effort to curate his image. The word that Politico used in their hit piece was hagiography. For those of you who don't know, hagiography means the biography of a saint or a venerated person. Now, neither Dr. King nor any of his family ever claimed that he was a saint. A devout Christian, true, but not a saint. However, he is highly revered, so he meets the venerated threshold. But the problem for the white media is he's black. And the white media knows what he was really about, so they've always wanted to openly trash him, but they can't do it without his words. Go back and watch my video about it. But the white media, the New York Times in this case, is doing what Politico falsely accused the King estate of doing. The New York Times obituary about him is nothing but a clumsy hagiography. They don't have anything good to say about him, so they just try to deny or downplay all the evil, vile, racist stuff he did. Now, what also needs to be remembered is that as racist and perverted and degenerate as Mark Furhman was, he was hardly unique. He was literally the average LAPD cop. The only difference is he's the only white cop who the public got to see an independent legal team use its resources to honestly question him and expose him. Sickening as Mark Furhman was, there's nothing unique about his racism or his lies or his vile incompetence. He was actually an average, ordinary cop in LA. And yet the white media tried to act like he was some one-off, some horrible fluke. Another reason Mark Furhman is a sore spot for the white media is because incompetent morons like Marsha Clark and her alleged bedbutt Chris Darden were also exposed as being so stunningly stupid that they might as well have tried out for the LAPD. The same prosecutors who failed to convict Rodney King's assailants want the public to trust them. They were just so sure that the white media's absolute control of the airwaves and print would be more than enough to railroad Simpson into prison and to give the white powers that be another W. See, LA is the TV and movie capital of the world. So ever since the days of Dragnet, cops and prosecutors have had propaganda pumped out to the public telling the world that they're the good guys. And they actually thought the public believed it. The O.J. Simpson trial revealed the truth. Johnny Cochran did to the white authorities what they always do to the black victims of racist white violence. He put them on trial. It wasn't the O.J. trial anymore. It was the racist white LAPD cops trial. They never had anyone do that to them before. They made the O.J. trial into the trial of the century. That was the way that the white media framed it, the trial of the century. As I already explained to you, O.J. Simpson was hardly this enormous name. He was hardly some sort of household name, some sort of legendary figure that the fulcrum of history would turn upon. And never mind that it had been the Lindbergh baby kidnapping trial from the 1930s that had been originally called the trial of the century. This was the white media recycling their old headlines because they needed it for the media lynching of a high-profile black man. That's what they wanted it to be. So no amount of exaggeration or absurd sensationalizing would be too much. They wanted to show the world that white power always gets what it wants, that the O.J. Simpson trial would merely be a comforting and predictable win for them. But instead it became a total embarrassment. It became a world-class humiliation, which they still haven't recovered from. The O.J. Simpson trial is where the term the race card came from. The perverted know-nothing shyster Jeffrey Jerkum Tubin, who got caught masturbating on a Zoom call, he was the guy who came up with that phrase in response to the O.J. Simpson verdict. Now, notice how nobody ever points out the literal mountain of cases where white prosecutors have railroaded innocent black people and done it completely and thoroughly on the open basis of race, or where politicians and other public figures have used open, blatant anti-black race baiting to tell white people to get on code against black citizens. Ronald Reagan called black women welfare queens, and of course all the other satanic stereotyping of black citizens by the white authorities. But notice how the Jeffrey Toobins of the world and the rest of the white media, they never call that the race card. That's never playing the race card. You attack black people, lie about black people, demonize black people. You go ahead and try to rally people against black people, and that's never pulling the race card. That's the white media telling you that the people who use racism openly and who ignore their own laws just so they can target black people, well, that's not the race card. Black people calling out racism, well, that's somehow inauthentic. That's somehow dishonest. The O.J. Simpson trial infuriated the white media to the point that every year afterward, they were constantly referring to it. White TV shows, movies, novels, so-called news programs, politicians, white America was traumatized, not by the verdict, but by the loss of total control. And that's where their rage came from. But as I've taught you, most manifestations of anger are rooted in fear. So the tantrums and the fury from the white media was meant to mask their utter and complete terror. And what were they so mind-bendingly scared of? White supremacy means supreme. And supreme means that there's nothing that can challenge you. You dominate 24/7, 100% of the time. Well, they lost big on this one. And if it can happen once, it can happen twice. And if it can happen twice, it can become the norm. That's what scared them. Also, before I forget, the entire reason that Furhman's racism was recorded for posterity was because a so-called screenwriter named Kathleen Bell had begun doing a series of recorded interviews with him starting in 1985. She claimed that the interviews were actually research she was doing for a movie script that she was planning to write. But she forgot to mention that she and Furhman had had a fling. This screenwriter had this information and she sat on it for 9 years. This is why the TV shows and movies are so openly anti-black. Because the people writing this stuff like to pal around with mouth-frothing anti-black racists, because that's who they are too. And of course, because the white media still can't get over the L that they took. Just a couple of years ago, they put out yet another high-profile propaganda piece called The People versus O.J. Simpson. I'm sure that many of you have probably seen it. Just remember, the reason the Furhman tapes even exist is because one of these Hollywood screenwriters decided to record it. This was a woman who admitted to having a romantic fling with this racist puke, and neither his racism nor his sexism nor his admitted criminality and law-breaking bothered her one bit. This is the white media across the board, not just the ones in the so-called news. The people who make the so-called entertainment you watch are some of the most virulent racists out there, and they use their position to put anti-black images and anti-black narratives in front of the public. Just remember that the next time you see some rerun of The People versus OJ or any other dramatization of a true crime story involving a black person. And speaking of white fiction, Mark Furhman himself attempted to rewrite his own racist past, putting out a so-called book about the Nicole Brown Ron Goldman murder. Fox News, of course, gave him a second career as a so-called criminal justice expert on their airwaves, predictably. The New York Times tried to call his books true crime books, but they're saying this about a man who was proven to have knowingly perjured himself on the stand and who framed an innocent man among other racial crimes that he admitted to. Mark Furhman couldn't speak the truth if Dr. King himself wrote it out for him. This is what the O.J. Simpson trial revealed. And this is the Mark Furhman who the New York Times is pathetically trying to lionize. They took his decades of vile anti-black violent racism and tried to minimize it to nothing more than past use of racist language. When Mark Furhman was broken in front of the world by a black attorney, that was an insult to white supremacy that they could never forget and shouldn't be allowed to forget. It was a glorious example of the enforcement arm of white supremacy being publicly broken. But the fact that Mark Furhman got to live out the remainder of his life outside of a cage, that is what I would call the crime of the century. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Marzine, Rozbraz, Darren Nooks, James Brown, and Derek. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, so like I said, another white supremacist bites the dust. Great news, great news. Everything the good professor laid out was factual and very truthful. I don't even think Shabaka could have said it any better. Furhman is trash. The whole LAPD is trash. To hell with them. To hell with Mark Furhman. May he rest in piss and shit. And yeah, I remember this. I was a kid when this went down, but I remember all of this stuff because I remember all the adults in the neighborhood and in the area kept talking about it. In the O.J. Simpson trial, they called it the trial of the century. I remember all of that. So yeah, this is great news. He got to 74, too many, if you ask me. But he's gone. But that ideology still exists, Black family. They want to think when these must pass away that ideology passes away with them. No, there's still rampant white extremists and white supremacists in these police forces. So we can never forget that. All right, so moving along. Should FBAs give reverence to Africa? Hell to the no. That's right, twin. So Tariq gonna give us an update on that.
Yo, Shao, what's your name here?
Yes, it's Xiao. I practice martial arts, so yeah, it's Xiao.
Okay, what's up, Shao?
Tariq?
How you doing, beloved?
Hey, I followed you from actually,
Twitter? From Twitter?
From Twitter, yes, from X, yeah. Oh, you probably remember my voice, but
Let me
yeah.
see what you look like. Hop on. Let's see what you look like.
No, it's 4 in the morning here. It's 4:11 in the morning.
All right, you got your bonnet on? You got your bonnet on?
No, I don't have a bonnet. I have naturally curly long hair, so
Well, let's see what your hair look like. Yeah, let's see what the hair look like.
maybe not.
You got a cute voice. Your voice is cute, so a lot of times girls, your voice is cute, but the back is
You
big.
better stop.
I'm trying to see.
Oh my gosh.
Are you one of them big back girls with a cute voice?
No, I am cute. I'm cute up and down.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
All right. Like you got a cute voice, but something wrong with you, like one of your titties. You got a dead titty or something.
No. I'm just crazy sometimes. I can get like, you know how pretty girls get like sometimes.
I got one.
Yeah, that's my flaw.
What city you in, by the way?
What city?
Yeah, what city you in?
Duval.
Oh, got a shout out to Florida. So what's on your mind, dear?
Okay, sweetie. So I want to ask you, how are you feeling about Black folk coming against FBA and Indigenous people, like the whole platform, and them not accepting us, saying who we are now? You know, you get so much pushback from Africans, of course, but from home folk. So I was wondering what you think about that.
Yes, a lot of the people who push back when we start talking about our lineage, and then we get pushback from people who are supposed to be from the lineage, 9 times out of 10, those are some Democrat shills. Because it makes no sense to be against your own lineage. So there's another agenda that these people have. I'm seeing that on a lot of these spaces when you have these people like, yeah, my family go back to slavery. This delineation is stupid. That's because these people are put out here to have us act like generic Africans so that we can be this big ass voting block for the DNC. That's what this is really about, ladies and gentlemen. All of these bad faith talking points and all these people lying and low-key trolling, they want us to stop delineating because we're getting the DNC on the hot seat about tangibles. They want us to go back to sleep, act like a big minority coalition where we sit here and provide the votes for all of these other groups to eat off us and we get nothing out of it. And we're just not doing that no more. And a lot of these people are Democrat shills and Democrat operatives. Some of them are punks. They want some little rainbow rights. A lot of them are married to tethers. It's a lot of weird stuff going on with these people. They're getting little dark money from the DNC. most of this is DNC shillery. They start talking about FBAs and MAGA. They both all that bad faith bullshit. We got to understand what it is and not get into bad faith arguments with them. Yeah, that makes sense, dear.
Yes, it does. I love TikTok Shop.
I love TikTok Shop. Yes, indeed. You get on camera next time. All right, you gonna get on camera?
Yes, sir. I will do that.
All right, thank you, beloved. All right. Yeah, a lot of these folks are Democrat shields like a mug. Man, I love TikTok Shop. Man, she does have a very cute voice. Her voice is real cute. I don't know what you look like. Okay, I don't like girls with cute voices and your face is strong. You know, that causes confusion. You know?
Yeah.
You ever seen that?
We
used to back in the party line days. Y'all remember back in the 90s when they used to have the party line, especially out here in LA? They would have party lines. That was the internet before the internet. Everybody get on the phone and be chopping it up, and then folks give each other their private number, then you hook up. Man, I got beyond catfished a couple of times. I got big backed fished. I done got big backed fished a few times with them damn cute voices. Man, hell no. Voice be cute and dainty, and the bitch show up looking like Jason Voorhees from Friday the 13th. Just look like a big damn slasher. Just big and dangerous. Like, god damn. The fuck out of here with this voice, tricking niggas. The hell. So yeah, I'm like, when I hear them voices, what you look like? Women, have y'all ever been fooled by a nigga voice? He got a real smooth voice. Have y'all been, ladies, have y'all been nigga fish before when you talking to a dude, he got like a deep voice? Yeah, when we get together, we're going to go on a nice date, and I want to take you out this Thursday. I got a nice little restaurant that I want you to meet me at. His voice is all deep and smooth. And then he show up looking like Gary Coleman. Like, wait, nigga, hold on. Hey, this voice don't match. Hey, hey, how you doing? Can you get me out this booster seat real quick so I can come give you a hug? Where my hug? Have y'all had that, ladies? Have y'all had that, ladies? I love TikTok Shop. Man. Some of y'all fellas know what it is. Y'all been tricked by them cute voice chicks, and they showed up and the face is a little strong. And some of y'all still hit. Y'all like, shit. God, some of y'all still hit. Some of the brothers are still hit low key. Like, damn, well, that face don't match that voice at all. But shit, she here though. Shit, she's here. So yeah, I might as well. Didn't nobody see her walk in here, so I guess the coast is clear. So I can do a little ugly smash. Yeah, no. Man. Can I get one more? Say mama didn't raise no quitter. All right, then you start find some things that's salvageable from her. Like, damn, her nails are done. I mean, that's her back big, but she got a nice anklet on. That anklet is cute. I mean, if I just stare at that anklet when I'm smashing, I guess it won't be so bad. Y'all try to find little shit to focus on. Well, her perfume smelled good. Okay. Yeah. Man, maybe if I just dim these lights a little taste, it wouldn't be so bad. Man, yeah, that's how y'all ladies, y'all be like, well, he got nice shoes. He dressed nice. Man. Let me see. Man. All right, can I get one more? Can we get one more? Let's get let me see. I'm gonna look in the queue. And Miss Lovely Yenna, you're gonna have to get on camera next time, Lovely Yenna. You gotta get on camera, Lovely Yenna. Let me see. Who is this person? Jim Cotty. Let's get Jim Cotty. That's an interesting name. Jim Cotty, hop on in. I'm just getting regular people. Jim Cotty, what's up, brother? Yo, Jim. All right. Yo, Jim Cotty. All right, he ain't saying nothing. All right, we're gonna get Jim Cotty out of here. Let's get our hold on. I don't know what kind of noise that is. Mura. Yo, Mura.
Yes, brother, how are you?
I am good, Mura. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm really enjoying your life. For real.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I've heard about your name all over the place, man. Even on the sky, bro. You are all over in space.
Oh yeah.
All over, man.
Oh yeah. I'm a hot topic. I'm all over the place. What part of you from Nigeria, brother?
No, I'm not from Nigeria. I'm from West Africa. But if I'm from West Africa, I don't like to name the country because that country is put up on me. So it's particularly the Senegambia region.
Oh yeah, yes. Yeah, I can kind of hear a Senegal accent. Sound like Wolof.
No. I don't speak Wolof. I'm a Fula.
Okay, there you go. Okay, because you sound like the people that you sound like they sounded like over in Senegal.
Well, yeah.
Okay. So what's on your mind, brother?
Well, no, I'm actually so this is my second time seeing you live because I've heard about your name all over. So, but I'm very glad to see you live, right?
Yes.
So to witness from my eyes because seeing is believing, right? So it's better to see for yourself. So really, I'm glad I understood you better than what I understand about you before.
Right. So a lot of folks be lying. So you know.
Yeah. And you make your fight is worth it. Really, I'm not against your fight, and really, I stand with you. If you need me ever, I know you don't need me really because I don't have nothing. I'm very boring still.
No, it's all good. No. Okay. But it's all great. It's all great. But thank you. Yeah, a lot of folks when y'all actually listen, y'all realize that you've been lied to by ops and tethers and shills. Yeah, people see how cool I am. That's why my spaces be so popping. Yeah. That's why my spaces be popping like this all the time. Yeah. We have it cracking over here. All right. We have it all the way cracking. All right. I keep saying one more. It's very interesting people. I keep saying one more. I like chopping it up with the family. Let's get Oba. Oba, so FBA. Oba, what's up, Oba? Let's say two more. Let's want to get two more. Yeah, he said if I need him, holler at him. Yeah, I might need that brother for something. I might, and I respect the olive branch. I respect that. And if he needs something from me, I got him. Yeah, we don't. Delineation doesn't mean you dislike people. Delineation is just you are acknowledging your unique ethnic group and people respecting it the same way we respect theirs. That's it. Yeah, when people delineate from us all the time, when they win something, they make sure to let everybody know they're Jamaican, Puerto Rican, Haitian, Nigerian. That's delineating. Okay. We do the same thing. When we accomplish certain things, we acknowledge our foundational Black American lineage. The problem is people don't respect us delineating because people feel like they're entitled to the historic relevance of our lineage because a lot of people have been living off of that. See, that's where the problem comes in. It's not mutual respect. Who is Musa? So it has to be mutual respect. And right now, we're making respect mandatory. Yeah? we're making respect mandatory. It's not optional. All right. It is not optional. Musa, what's up, Musa? Hop on, Musa. Musa is very active in the chat room. Musa, hop on, sir. Let's talk about it, Musa. Hop on, Mr. Musa. All right, waiting on Musa. What's up, Musa?
Hey, yo, what's the word?
I am good, Musa. Now, you're very active in the chat room. What are you saying in the chat?
Basically, I just be listening in, you know what I'm saying? I don't really be debating and whatnot, unless I have something to say, you know.
Right.
So just observing a lot of the FBA spaces, all I see is a lot of attacking and bullying and really just discriminating, you know what I'm saying? I think we really owe Africa a lot of our respect, you know what I'm saying? We should pay reverence to them because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be having our phones right now. A lot of the minerals that are in our phones and our devices come from Congo. And, you know, the children out there that mine for these minerals, they die so we can have access to the internet. So everything y'all doing, y'all really owe Africa for it because, you know what I'm saying, we ain't creating no phones.
Then how come they ain't got iPhones over there then?
You said what?
How come they don't have iPhones in the Congo like that then?
I mean, they ain't got the technology, you know what I'm saying? They ain't figured it out, I guess.
All right. So yeah, we can't give them thanks if they're not even using the minerals to create the technology for themselves.
Yeah, but we're extracting the resources and exploiting the labor.
Those resources have been there for millions of years before the humans were even there, sir.
Yeah, and they belong to the people of Africa, and we're using them in our phones and telling them that they don't believe that they don't.
What are they
belong to
doing?
Africa
What were they doing
or
with
in
cobalt?
America?
What were they doing with cobalt before the iPhones?
I mean, I have to look it up, but
no, it's called nothing. They were not doing anything with cobalt. It was absolutely useless to them.
So they wasn't doing anything with it.
Musa, where's your family from, Musa?
I just did my genealogy and stuff. I got ancestry that goes back to Virginia, Albemarle, Virginia. Some of the where the original Native Indians were.
You had to do a DNA test to get that?
I did ancestry.
Okay. So your family goes back to Virginia.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Where is your grandmother born? Where was she born? The
My
fact that you
mom's
gotta
mom was
think
born in
about it is-
Pennsylvania.
that's weird. You got to think about where your granny was born, sir.
No, my mom's mom was born in Pennsylvania.
And your dad?
My dad is Mexican.
Oh, so your dad is Mexican.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. So most likely there's some other immigrants on your mom's side too.
Right.
Right. So you come from an immigrant background. You sound like you come from a non-FBA background.
No, we have strong native DNA. Like we mixed after I think I say like three generations of them being in Virginia, and then they moved to Pennsylvania, and then they met two other people that weren't native, you know what I'm saying, like two black free slaves, you know what I'm saying, and then you know they got married and stuff. So that's kind of what happened.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like I'm a product of the admixture.
Yeah, it sounds like you don't come from the lineage, sir, because you sound very unsure. You would know all this stuff. Who raised you?
My mom.
Right. Your mom didn't tell you all this? You don't sound too sure.
I had to do my research. Like there were stories in my family, but you know, she didn't get all the information. So one day I kind of dug into my ancestry, you know what I'm saying? Then I started asking questions.
And you sound like a young guy. What, you 20, you're 27? How old are you? 27?
I'm 32.
32. You never had a family reunion, have you?
Yeah, we had family reunions. But,
Where?
You know, it's not every year, you know what I'm saying? We don't. It's not.
Where did y'all have them? Where did y'all have them?
In Kokomo. I'm from Kokomo. I was born in Kokomo, Indiana.
So you had a family reunion in Kokomo, Indiana.
Yeah.
And okay, I'm done now. Your mom was from Pennsylvania?
No, my mom was born in Kokomo, but
Okay.
her mom was born in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
But they all came from Virginia. So, you know what I'm saying? That's where they originated from.
Oh, okay.
Not from the slave ships. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't like everybody that I looked up was either free slaves or Native Indians.
Okay. Okay. Your mom, what's her racial classification?
Black.
Okay. Did she come from an indigenous tribe?
The Monacan Indians, the Monacan tribe. So she's 25% Native Indian.
Okay. So yeah, it's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of stuff going on with the family. So now you seem like you might be confused about our lineage, foundational Black American lineage.
I mean, yeah, about what it is, you know what I'm saying? But I always classify myself as a Black American. But, you know, the lineage or whatever y'all are doing, I feel like it's more of a cult.
A cult?
I've been a part of a cult.
How's a lineage a cult?
Because of what y'all do, y'all, for one, y'all out people who don't agree with you, and then you discredit information that doesn't go with your narrative of history. Also, you discriminate against people that don't look like you.
So all Africans are cults, right? Based on that logic, because Africans do that.
No, they don't.
The hell they don't. Who you think didn't pick people up in cabs and taxis back in the day? Those were Africans doing that.
But they're not just openly racist or attacking Black Americans. They just, I mean, they're here in America, you know, assimilating. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the time when they come here, you know, they're looking for you know, better lives. You know what I'm saying?
Then why do so many of them use words for us like akatas?
Like what?
Like akata. Why do they have so many pejorative terms for us?
I mean, those are some of them dirty Africans that ain't about nothing. But you know, if they come here in America, they should respect our culture.
So it's just a few of them.
Yeah, all skin folk ain't kinfolk. You know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't us.
Okay, so you're saying that we shouldn't call all Africans a cult just because some of them say some shit you don't like.
Right.
But
they
you
don't identify themselves as a monolith.
But you say our lineage of 49 million people, we're a cult of 49 million people because somebody said something you didn't like on TikTok?
The spaces that y'all hold, and y'all basically
our lineage is beyond our spaces online, sir.
So where's the FBA headquarters at?
In your imagination, because it's not a group.
So y'all are a cult. Y'all only exist online.
How so? And there's 49 million of us.
There isn't. Y'all call Black Americans FBA.
Yeah, the international media has acknowledged our lineage, sir.
Right, but everybody hasn't acknowledged FBA.
Enough people have, sir.
I don't.
You're a nobody. You're a tether.
No, you're a nobody. You're a government agent. And we got your number.
Sir. That's you projecting, sir.
No, we know about who you are.
No, you don't. You're a lying, fleeing tether. You're not of the lineage because you sat here lying about all this shit about Virginia and Pennsylvania. We knew you were lying. I just wanted you to come all out and show how you are a lying tether. You were lying all along. We just wanted you to get your whole lie out. Now you crashing out with nothing but lies, sir. All that cult shit. We knew you were a lying, fleeing tether. That's why we delineate, sir. See how that works?
Exactly, Joanna. That's why we got to delineate from the.
Oh, he left. Okay, he left. Okay. I didn't get him out of here. Yeah.
The front line Black news.
Yeah. All that shit about Virginia and Indiana. Y'all knew he was lying. I'm like, let me let him keep talking so he can reveal himself. Because all that was cap. All of it. All of it.
Was cap.
That's why y'all were like, none of that shit makes sense. None of it made sense.
It didn't make no sense.
He was making that shit up as he went along. Couldn't y'all tell? He was making it up as he went along.
Yep.
He was just saying random cities.
Mm-hmm.
The minute I knew he was lying when he said, "Well, I did some ancestry." When the minute you say that, tether alert. Here we go.
Tether alert.
When he said that, I already knew everything was going to be a lie. Where I did some ancestry, and it shows that my people come from Virginia. We ain't got to do ancestry to do that. We got grandmothers and uncles and grandfathers. Just ask our parents.
And that was heritage.
We already know that. That right there lets you know you're dealing with a tether.
Right.
Okay? Listen, tether, you can't redefine our lineage. It's locked in now.
Right.
I can tell you a tether because you 7 years too late.
Mm-hmm.
You still trying to discredit our lineage. It's too late. It's institutionalized now.
Right.
It's acknowledged by government agencies. It's acknowledged by universities. It's acknowledged by schools. It's acknowledged by international media.
Mm-hmm.
It's acknowledged by state documents. It's acknowledged. Yeah, it's too late to redefine. Ain't nobody listening to you. I don't recognize it. You are a nobody tether, sir.
Right.
The hell you think you are? You trying to pull, I'm a tether and I say so? No, it don't work like that, sir. You can't redefine who we are.
That's exactly what it was trying to do.
Millions of people acknowledge their foundational Black American lineage. And it's a door that cannot be shut. It's up. It's a bell that cannot be unrung. You see? That's why you tethers are frustrating yourselves. You think you're going to try to redefine our lineage into some kind of group? You're too late. You can't do that. That's why you're frustrating yourself. And that's why the delineation movement is growing bigger. That's what's tearing these tethers up. It's huge. And they're like, what can we do to stop it? Nothing. You can't do nothing but respect it. You sound crazy. Listen, tethers, the more you lie, the more people delineate. That's the trick right there. That's what's messing y'all up. The more you try to lie about our lineage and try to redefine us, that shows disrespect for the lineage, which makes people want to delineate even more. You understand that? It's a spirit going on here. The delineation is a spiritual movement. It's spiritual. The ancestors want us to delineate and recognize who they are. This fool sat up here talking about we need to thank African for digging up cobalt. When you hear arguments like that, you're dealing with a tether-ass idiot. You know how idiotic that argument is and asinine that is? That's so damn ridiculous. You understand? We got to thank them for iPhones. Well, how come they ain't got iPhones over there? Well, they ain't got the technology. Then shut up then. Good Lord. Then shut up. You sound ridiculous. And we're not trying to minimize what's happening to the people, but we don't owe nobody nothing. Yeah, he left. He bounced up out of here. Yeah, sir, you can tell you're a tether. You saying old shit that been played out years ago. What you saying is old. You can tell a tether. You still using talking points from 2019. You sitting over there wearing a Bocal sweater and some apple bottom jeans. Just outdated as hell. Yeah. They all dressing all outdated, saying outdated shit. He's over there dressed like the Saint Lunatics. Just outdated as hell. Man. Let me see. Good grief. All right. But yeah, Tethers, y'all stop that trying to freestyle your way into the genealogy. Y'all sound crazy. We know you ain't. The way y'all be sounding, I guess y'all think if y'all practice enough and start saying certain cities, y'all can get away. First of all, y'all start saying your family's from certain places and you don't have the accent. That's a giveaway too. We know where people are from. We know accents. Yeah, the dude didn't have no Pennsylvania accent. He ain't got no Virginia accent. He kept moving the needle. Come on, dude. Come on. Man. All right. Y'all sound crazy. All right. Let me see. What's up, Sweets?
Right.
The lovely Sweets down there.
Obvious.
All right. Let me see. Yeah, y'all don't act like us either. Yeah, he's talking about he's half Mexican and all this shit. Okay. All right. I keep saying I'm gonna get a couple of people in here. One more person. All right. Let me see. The Dreams on the Planet. I'm gonna try to get some more folks in here. Dreams on the Planet. What's up, Dreams?
Down there.
Dreams on the Planet. And you notice another thing with these. What the hell? Ma'am. Dreams. Are you having a dream now? Good grief. Ma'am. Yo, Dreams, wake up, ma'am. You sound like you got sleep apnea. Hello. You need a CPAP? Hello, ma'am.
Pass.
You sound like she's having a medical emergency.
Touch the 20.
Roll over on your side. Shit.
All right, bud.
Dreams, you okay? Ma'am. Man, you sleep like you having a seizure. Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, you sound like you snorkeling at Lake Arrowhead, ma'am.
Like a damn
Good Lord.
dragon lions.
This woman is sleeping crazy. Have y'all slept with women like this before who snore like this?
Yes.
My lady be snoring like this after she eat. Lord, God damn, man, your back sound big. Sound like she ate a trough of crab legs before she went to sleep. Damn, she sleep with the crab leg bib still on.
Dude.
Ma'am, somebody need to roll her over. Poor thing. Oh, God. Bless her heart. Lord, Lord, Lord.
Dude.
Man. She sleep like a big nigga who got 3 jobs. Damn.
Okay, thank you, Jolene.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, she sleep like an Amazon worker. Okay. Bless her heart. All right, let me get out of here. Y'all gonna have me on here forever with y'all. People sleep, y'all sleep and shit. Come on, everybody, it's time everybody go to sleep. Okay, let's go. Everybody go to sleep. Is she back? Hold on. Is she trying to get back up here? Dreams. Yo, Dreams. Yo, Dreams. Yo, Dreams. Okay. I don't know what's going on with that thing.
Got you.
Lord, bless her heart. She's gonna be all right. Sound like she's sleeping so loud she might be in danger. All right. Man. All right. Okay. Shout out to everybody in here. I hate to leave when we got so many people in here. I hate to leave everybody, but shit. Yeah, I'm about to be sounding like her ass in a minute. I gotta get me some sleep. Listen, everybody go to rootworkstyle.com. Get that Rootwork deodorant, rootworkstyle.com. Everybody go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com to get tickets to join me at the Hidden History Museum next Saturday, ladies and gentlemen. All right, I'm up out of here. Papi Akute, Lola Vuvi to the family. Peace.
I'm no longer mercy. I'm no longer mercy. I'm no longer must stay. I no longer must stay, 'cause I got my real work on. I'm no longer must stay, 'cause I got my real work on. No longer must stay, 'cause I got my real work on. I'm no longer must stay.
So to answer the question, no, we should not give reverence to Africa. They need to pay us our goddamn reparations checks. That's all I know. And stop hijacking our culture that they claim that we don't have. All right, so moving along, we got Sister Jessica Jackson goes off on Black Democrat misleadership for manipulating Black voters in Chicago. So our sister Demetria K is going to give us an update on that.
Seemed like it took a long time for it to go live. I was sitting here like, can they see me? So anyway, how you doing? I am Demetria K, and I hope that you are having a great day. Thank you for joining me here on the African Diaspora News channel, where you can find me Tuesday through Thursday, 11 a.m. Central Time. Again, Tuesday through Thursday, 11 a.m. Central Time. Of course, you can find me on my own channel on the Demetria K Show on Facebook and YouTube from Sunday through Tuesday, 5 p.m. Central Time, Sunday through Tuesday, 5 p.m. Central Time. Today, we're going to be talking about Sister Jessica Jackson, my girl, that I cannot wait to see this Saturday at the Ohio Black Expo and C-Bus. Jessica Jackson goes off on Black Democrat misleadership for manipulating Black voters in Chicago and really all over the nation, right? So I'm going to show y'all a video that's actually gone viral. Actually, the meeting at City Hall took place last week, but it's now starting, to make the rounds. And I'll tell you one thing, it is dynamic. Normally, I'll speed up some of my videos a little bit, but I didn't speed it up this time because I think everybody needs to hear each and every word that she said. And so, of course, we'll get into all of that. Hello to everybody that's joined me. But I want to say this. I don't think I gave it a good enough conversation yesterday. Of course, we know yesterday was Malcolm X's 101 birthday. He was born May 19th, 1925. So he would have been 101 yesterday. So, of course, you normally see people go around, their quotologists, right? They're quoting this, that Malcolm said, or that Malcolm said. But they're not walking Malcolm. They're talking Malcolm, right? And I always say that, and I'm not really want to post about Malcolm because I'm like, I'm going to try to live my life the way Malcolm told us to do it, right? So I want to put this quote up before we jump into it. If you're not ready to die for it, put the word freedom out of your vocabulary. Now, I chose this quote especially for today because what you're about to see Sister Jessica Jackson do is not one of somebody who is weak. As I said yesterday on my show, a lot of people try to turn the legacy of Malcolm X into a punk, right? Yeah, a lot of y'all, not y'all, again, them over there, have made Malcolm really soft. And as I always say, just because now you can walk in the Target and buy a t-shirt with his face on it, that don't mean that he, his legacy has been watered down. Malcolm was still about that life, right? So he is like, for a lot of y'all, not y'all, them over there, if you are not willing to put it on the line for freedom, then don't talk about it. Because a lot of people talking about freedom, we shall overcome and all this other stuff, but you ain't going to do a damn thing to achieve it, right? So I'm going to start this quote off when we talk about Jessica Jackson, because I have seen this video that I'm about to show you on some of these blogs, and you got a lot of just, as the thumbnail says, some of y'all are really sick in the head, right? A lot of commentary, she don't know what she talking about, all this other stuff, and I'm going to show you a little bit of that. But first, let's watch the video of Sister Jessica Jackson from Chicago Flips Red. Give them people the business once again.
The reality is this. Black people's voting is not in danger, and you know it's not. And you know it's not. I'm 63 years old. I've been voting since I was 18. I have never had a problem voting. Now, that may apply to my mother and father. It applies to my grandparents. Surely it does. And in fact, because it does, every single person in this room, including that Jewish lady that just got up and talked, need to really be thanking us. Really need to be thanking us for getting y'all the right to vote, for getting y'all the right to be here, instead of sitting up here manipulating the Voting Rights Act like something's getting ready to happen to our right to vote, when you know that's not true. So now you all gonna drag Black people in here, definitely some senior citizens, and gonna have them come up here and talk about how they scared to vote, how this messed up their right to vote, women need to vote, all that junk, when you know it's not true. Just like you sit up here and make like Black people can't get IDs, us requiring IDs to vote, it's gonna stop Black people from voting. Why Black people ain't got IDs? See, you all get more and more ridiculous. But you can't, in this room full of these Black people, talk about that federal case that just got filed Monday that's talking about how you all are stealing property at Cook County sales. Where the Black people in here? Raise your hand that if they told you to come in here to talk about how your property got stolen. Where you at? Huh? Because we got commissioners in here that know for a fact it's happening. Catskill, you know it's happening. Lori, you know it's happening. Michael Scott, you know it's happening. Lamont Williams, come on, you give up cases for the county. You know it's happening. Donna Miller, you know what's happening. Well, come on, y'all Black people that they done sent here with these 501c3s, that they got y'all in here talking for them. Why y'all ain't in here talking about how they stealing our property?
1 minute.
Where y'all at? Come on, because y'all getting ready to come up here to this mic and lie for the cameras to say that Black people's voting is done by this Louisiana thing and Donald Trump and the Trump administration, when Donald Trump is in front of the Supreme Court right now, fighting for the 14th Amendment, saying that Black people, that amendment was for Black people.
30 seconds.
Not for birthrights, not for people to anchor themselves over here illegally. And they got y'all Black people in here getting ready to talk against him. I mean, y'all real sick up in the head. You sick in the head and more sicker in your spirit. This is insane.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, that was Miss Jessica Jackson of Chicago Flips Red. Now, of course, in case you guys rather don't know what Chicago Flips Red is, it is an organization, a grassroots organization that came about during the Biden administration, especially under the misleadership of Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson, when they were practicing benign neglect of Black Chicagoans, when they allowed a whole lot of illegal immigrants to move into Chicago, predominantly in the Black neighborhoods, doing any and everything for them, even opening up schools that they told the Black residents, well, we can't really open that right now, because they were hoping for like a boys and girls center, right, after school type of thing. And they were told no, but then when illegal immigrants needed shelter, they opened it up. Even landlords were kicking people out so that they can get more money, for illegal immigrants and things like that. Of course, they are mad about the property taxes that has been raised predominantly on Black residents there, sometimes to the tune of 133% of their property taxes being raised. But of course, Chicago City Council say, oh, it's not because of illegal immigration. It's because the commercial buildings, they're not doing as well. So we kind of got to offset it, right? To the tune of 133% on some of these residents, okay? And then, of course, she talked about the property theft in a sense, to where it has been ruled unconstitutional and in a sense illegal for the state of Illinois to allow certain people disproportionately in Black neighborhoods to lose their properties due to, like, let's say, tax debt. Now, in some of those cases, the tax debt could be something really, really small. But the state of Illinois was like, we don't care. We're going to take the whole house and we ain't giving you nothing. So that was ruled illegal, okay? Also, they allowed some landlords and different people to come in there and manipulate some of the property sales to the detriment of Black Chicagoans. So that's kind of what she was talking about. And that's, in a sense, why Chicago flipped red became a thing. So they're saying we're going to flip Chicago to Republican from Democrat because the Democrats keep playing in the faces of Black folks. Okay, just want to put that out there. Now, she talked about manipulation, and this is kind of where I want to go with this video. Manipulation, for those of us that do not know what that means, it is the control, or to control rather, influence or manage something skillfully or deviously, right? So that means devious means to lie, finagle, technology, and all those other things. Right now, of course, we know that the Democratic Party has been manipulating the minds, the votes, and everything else you can think of the Black community for over 60 years, okay? Let me remove that. Now, I can also hear in my head, and maybe somebody in the comment section haven't looked yet, by saying, what about the Republicans? Well, we don't vote for the Republicans like we do the Democrats, do we? No, we do not. Just kind of want to get that out of the way. So what does manipulation look like? I saw this photo not too long ago, and I rolled my eyes. I rolled my eyes so hard I can damn near read the back of my mind when I saw this. This is manipulation. As you see there at the top, now it looks like it could be maybe an AI photo, but nevertheless, that is Martin Luther King Jr. And this is what I saw on the internet, 1964. He is being, commandeered, if you will, by the law. And, I don't need to explain to y'all who Martin Luther King Jr. was. He was a crusader, a rider for Black folks. He had the have a dream speech, but then some say he ain't here because he woke up from what is described as a nightmare and said, I fear that I have led my people into a burning house, and I am going to Washington and I'm going to get our check, right? Our reparations. So some people say after that, and it wasn't that long after that, that he had gone up to glory. Now you see there, that is Justin Pearson, and forgive me, I don't know the other guy, but they're also being gaffled up by the Popo. Now that took place a couple of weeks ago in Tennessee, the state house where they learned, they being the Black Misleadership there, that their district would be redistricted, right? So in a sense, ungerrymandered or gerrymandered, depending on how you look at it, that you cannot say, well, because it's a Black district, you get to rope it off. So the Republicans, which they are up to some foolishness, let's just keep it a buck, they said, okay, great, we're going to redistrict it, and now it's wide open. You as a Black representative, you don't get a district all to yourself. So to me, that is manipulation. What else is manipulation? Manipulation is telling Black folks, vote blue no matter who. What does that even mean, right? Vote blue no matter who. Oh, you just got to show up and vote blue just because we can't let the Republicans. Voting for everybody else. When you vote blue no matter who, we know the Democrats go help everybody else but Black people, whether it's LGBTQ, whether it's white women, whether it's the Latinos, the Asians, any and everybody else but Black folks benefit from voting from the Democrats. Now voting for oppression, that's manipulation. Well, take one for the team. I know it hasn't been all right for Black folks, but listen, when we get them in there, because that's what Al Sharpton said, we got to get them in there and then we hold them accountable. Nah. Because see, as I said about Malcolm X, and a lot of people trying to make him a punk, now you're making us a punk, right? Well, just get them in there and then you try, because you think that you must think we soft. Well, okay. But then kind of we've been doing that, okay? And then manipulation by listening to Democratic shills. Y'all know who they are. And they tell you, vote blue no matter who. Just do it. Now, speaking of which, going back to the video that I saw on Neighborhood Talk, it's a blog, it's a gossip site, which I was surprised to kind of see this video of Sister Jessica Jackson there. There's a lot of people who showed up to have something to say about what Miss Jackson said. And here is some of it. So, of course, y'all know Jamel Hill, she's a triple OG Democrat shield, and her comment was really long, and I wasn't about to be wasting everybody's time reading, but this is what she said in part. Respectfully, she fundamentally misunderstands and misrepresents the problem. In Chicago, this is not an issue. In the Deep South, it's a different story. So what is it? The redistricting, right? She's saying that, Jessica doesn't have to worry about that. We're going to get into that in just a few. Comedian Lonnie Love. I'm not going to read all that, but she basically is, piggybacking on what Jamel Hill is saying, blah, 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 wah, right? And then this person here says, you are from Chicago, not the South. And maybe you don't understand the dynamics of gerrymandering and what it means, right? And this person here is very disrespectful. Auntie, no disrespect, but girl, shut them up, okay? Now, this is what Jessica Jackson, she probably hasn't seen it, but under this blog, this is what they were saying to her. Basically, you don't know what you're talking about, right? And mad because she calling her a Trump supporter and all these other things, negating everything that she said, okay? So again, saying that she doesn't live in the South and there is no way she can even know what they're talking about. Well, I just told you all the things that they're talking about in Chicago. South Side, does that count? The South Side of Chicago doesn't count. Okay. So again, they have been dealing with a Black mayor, Black misleadership, Brandon Johnson, who has fought against ICE, who has fought against Trump, saying, hey, we want to send in the National Guards. Now, I don't necessarily agree with the National Guards, but we know that Chicago has a lot of crime. But you got Mayor Brandon Johnson and Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois. Oh, crime is better. It's improving. As I use the example, if crime was, the rate was 90, I'm just saying, for an example, if it was 90% and is now 85%, do we celebrate that? It's technology, right? Well, it is down, but from what I understand, crime is still a thing in Chicago. Now you got these teen takeovers, and we're going to talk about that tomorrow, so y'all show up for that. Teen takeovers and all these other things that's going on, but, crime is better. But while, Mayor Brandon Johnson is telling them it's not a problem, he's fighting against ICE. Well, we're going to do everything we can. And, Trump, you said to my face. Again, he's defending illegal immigration that has cost Chicago over $1 billion. Over $1 billion for illegal immigration while telling Black Chicagoans no, or suck it up, too bad, or thumbing their nose as they go to these city hall meetings and try to express their grievances. They're mocked. And sometimes, at one point in time, Jessica Jackson and the rest of Chicago Flips Red, they were barred from some of these meetings, which is illegal, right? So stuff like that is going on. But in those comment sections, she is being told, you don't know what you're talking about, and you don't live in the South. And when I see these comments, I think, and then they wonder why Black folks are leaving the Democrat Party, because it's a big, giant kick in the tailbone to you if you say anything different, right? Now I'm here to tell Jessica Jackson, don't you worry, you're not alone. I got your back. And as I said about Malcolm, about fighting, I'm ready to stand up for somebody like Jessica Jackson because she's not wrong. But she'll be told that she is wrong, for fighting for what is hers, fighting for a community that she has grown up in her whole life, sans when she moved to, Los Angeles, right? But for the most part, she's been there her whole life. And she's told that if you don't go along to get along, then you're the problem. And as she said, Black people can still vote. Are they taking away the districts? And I'm going to put up this because, a lot of people say she don't know what it means to gerrymander. Come on now. Don't be insulting. You know that she does, but for people who don't, this is what it means. Gerrymandering is the practice of intentionally manipulating the boundaries of an electoral district to give one political party, incumbent, or group an unfair advantage over another. Now, can we all agree that up until recently, especially in the South, that districts have been gerrymandered, right? Roped off for Black districts. Yes, that is a fact, okay? Now, it allows politicians to choose their voters rather than letting voters choose their representative, okay? So my thing is, shouldn't voters be able to choose who they want to represent them instead of saying, well, I'm the representative of this district, I'm gonna be there since 1991, right? Let's say I know Maxine Waters in Los Angeles, not the South, South Central, but not the South, but like somebody like James Clyburn. I'm here. I'm representing y'all, whether you like it or not. This is my district, okay? And it's like, no, the voters should have a choice, whether it's you, whether it's somebody else from a different party or whatever it is. And so, of course, we've seen a lot of people run around talking about it's so unfair. They're disenfranchising Black people, Black voters, and they can't choose. You can choose who you want to vote for. But what the thing is, though, a lot of this Black representation, now they got to work a little bit harder for their job. Before, they've been resting on pretty, right? I'm here, vote blue no matter who. I'm reclaiming my time. I got some fish for you. Want some fish? Because I know I'm a shoe in. I'm going to get in there, no problem, right? So now they got to line it up. Now they got to duel it out, you know, and duke it out rather to win it. And you should do that, right? But I got another video coming out next week. And I'm like, you ever notice that the Democratic Party never says what they're going to do for the Black community? They're always asking the Black community to do for them. I think that's a problem. Okay, so back to this gerrymandering thing, right? So sometimes when districts and things are finagled
like 4 hours
for a certain group of people, you get things like this.
We have folks living in this country who've been here 20 years. They've started a family. They pay their taxes. Many of them are homeowners, but they don't have a say over the policies that affect their children and their families on any given day. The motion only asks to seek to explore whether we want to head in that direction. I think the details of who's going to be involved, how we're going to do it, all that needs to get sussed out.
So many of y'all who have been watching me, like I said, I'm a start the Democratic Misleadership Greatest Hits, and that was Hugo Soto Garcia, who is a city council member there in Los Angeles. And what he was talking about was giving illegal immigrants the right to vote, because he, in a sense, is saying, oh, they're a large part of this community. They pay taxes and all this other things, and they should have a say. So is that not a form of gerrymandering where you allow a bunch of illegal immigrants? He talking about they've been here for 20 years. Why have they been here for 20 years illegal? See, nobody want to ever stop on that and explore that. That's, to me, gerrymandering, where you're bringing in a bunch of people who are here illegally and now saying, well, we got to give them a say-so. You have changed the whole demographics of an area. We know, especially in places like Los Angeles, South Central, Compton, and a whole host of other places, right? It was predominantly Black. It's not that anymore. It's predominantly Hispanic.
But I was asking for you.
And he is there talking about, well, now that they're here, we need to give them the right to vote.
That time.
You can't go nobody else's country illegally and have the right to vote. Time I want to say so. Like, let's deal with the fact that you're here illegally, breaking the law. And
right, yeah, we've been on that time. I'm glad everybody else is catching up, though. Hey, wow, Williams, appreciate you tapping in. Yeah, we've been on that for a minute. We ain't new to this. We true to this. I ain't voted Democrat in 13 years. So, yeah, we've been on this. Hey, Sister Val's in here, too, yep. I'm glad everybody else is starting to catch up, but yeah, I ain't been on no vote blue no matter who nonsense since like 2012. That's the last time I voted blue no matter who. You heard what she said about Los Angeles, California, yep. About those Black neighborhoods. All of a sudden, yeah, well, California was named after a Black woman. But yeah, a lot of Black people did move to California during the Great Migration time. Yeah, you are from LA. That's true. What's up? Yep, she's speaking facts.
As I said, in some places in the United States, felons still have a hard time voting, and in some cases cannot vote unless they do A, B, C, and D, and all this other stuff. Remember, hear me again. Felons have to do all these things sometimes, and, you know, sometimes they can't vote, but people who came here illegally, they're talking about they should have the right to vote. And in some cases, in some places, they can, whether it's voting on the school board or whatever it is, they should have a right to vote at all. But yet, they're telling Sister Jessica Jackson, you don't know what that means, but they shut mouth when it comes to people like him saying that illegal immigrants should have the right to vote. See, this is stuff that gets me mad.
Right.
Gets me mad that they want to try to run down on Jessica Jackson and make sure she be quiet and she don't. But you won't say nothing about the Democrats.
Right.
That have practiced benign neglect of the Black community. That means we know there's an issue in the Black community. We know they need help.
Yep.
But we ain't gonna give it to them.
Nope.
Maybe it'll just solve itself. All while helping people like illegal immigrants, and they run around talking about DEI. DEI is in danger. DEI don't got nothing to do with us. The white woman is the biggest benefactor of DEI, and they being the Democratic misleadership, run around telling the DEI lie, manipulating Black voters into thinking, well, they're taking it all from you. But as the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan said, if they could take it from you, was it ever really yours? The answer is no. If it's mine 100%, you can't take it from me. And if you do, it's theft. And we're going to go see the man over you putting your hands on something that did not belong to you.
Right.
But see, they never want to have that conversation. That's manipulation to keep Black folks with the carrot.
Yep.
On the stream.
That's exactly what it is.
If you don't show up to continue to vote for Black misleadership, you might go on the plantation.
Soldiers say that
They might revoke the 13th Amendment, which is to abolish slavery. But it never really kind of went anywhere if you think about it in imprisonment terms.
That's right.
There's a lot of us in those prisons, over sentenced, innocent, and a whole host of other things.
Coincidence, they really.
And I don't see no Democrats crashing out about that.
Burn California down.
But you see them crashing out about illegal immigration, and they want you as a Black voter to go along with it. They want you to start talking the ICE lingo, abolish ICE, and all. And I see some of y'all like Sister Jessica Jackson said, some of y'all sick in the head.
Right. Exactly.
Y'all running around talking about abolish ICE while you know somebody, Ray and Pookie, or somebody up the street about to catch a bad one by the police, who is the triple OG enemy of Black folks. But y'all don't talk about getting rid of the police no more, but you run around and abolish ICE. The NAACP, which we know was never for us.
Never.
They talk about abolish ICE. That's really been their talking points, for a very long time now, since Trump got into office. The Congressional Black Caucus, they don't talk about Black folks. They talking about us now, but then they'll marry in, well, the Black vote is in danger, but, ICE or brown. It's like, how?
Right.
Stop. Just stop.
Stop it. Get some help.
So again, you mad at Jessica Jackson because she won't bite her tongue.
Yep.
She don't scratch when she don't itch. Her heart don't pump no Kool-Aid, and y'all mad at her. Y'all want her to continue being quiet as she watches Mayor Brandon Johnson kick Black Chicagoans in the tailbone while showing up and showing all his teeth, if he got them all, to the illegal immigrants. And you want her to be quiet about that? Well, right before I came on here, I saw a video of Michelle Obama.
Oh, Lord.
And this is what she said. And I said, you know what? That came right on time, because I wonder if all your Jamel Hills and all these people that's mad at Sister Jessica Jackson, are they going to be mad at Michelle Obama? Here it is.
People in the face and tell them you have no right to be angry or to do something that maybe is against your own interest. That's human nature. Many of the people who voted for my husband twice, twice. And I know that that's how they feel. It's like, this isn't about anything other than we need something different.
They voted for Donald Trump. Yeah. That's a lot of people.
So you can't just pigeonhole them and say you just don't care and you're racist or whatever you're thinking. This is an act of, I don't know what else to do. I just wish we had more leaders that were figuring out how to do more for the middle class, for the working folks, because those are the folks who are drowning in this economy. It's not me anymore, but I know those folks, and they're good people, and they don't have a way out, and that makes for bad choices.
So that was the former First Lady Michelle Obama on Talk Easy with Fred Fergoso or something like that, a podcast. I want to give them credit. I saw it on TMZ. But yeah, there she was basically saying, well, we can't really demonize all MAGA supporters because some of them have a legitimate beef, right? A lot of them are probably middle class and, you know, it's hard for them to survive and all those things. And I'm like, Shelly O, are you serious? Do you know that the 92% might not like that? Do you know that Jamel Hill and, you know, they might be mad at you? But when I went into the comment section, a lot of them was like, well, thank you. Well, she does have a point. So I'm like, y'all got selective outrage, you know? And of course, we've kind of seen, not that George Bush is MAGA, but we saw Michelle Obama, you know, and exchanging peppermints and things like that with George Bush, and not nan 92% to 78%. Nobody mad at Michelle, okay? Because I thought we didn't like the Republicans, when we know what George Bush did not do for Black folks in Katrina, right? New Orleans or Louisiana, where Katrina hit, right? He practiced benign neglect for 5 days as Black people were swimming in alligator soup, you know, and a whole host of things. He was just
nothing but
flew over
real
quick. Look, he said, oh yeah, that looks like the Negroes are taking a bath. Right? Okay. Called them refugees. And Michelle is all right, but nobody mad at her. But you mad at Jessica Jackson because she like, and Michelle is from Chicago. So I'm kind of wondering too, Michelle, you don't see Chicago flip red because you got a mea culpa, if you will, for MAGA now. MAGA, oh, well, they're not all bad. Some of them really feel like, you know, they have a legitimate beef. So Chicago flips red don't have a legitimate beef? Michelle, you don't hear Jessica Jackson, Danny C, Zoe, Mr. Blake Moore. You don't hear them talking about all the things that are going on in their community. You don't have a podcast to say anything about them? Or do you like buddying up with white folks?
Like
Michelle, I'm asking respectfully. I'm curious. And then I want to see if she gets backlash. She won't. They're going to explain that away. She has a point. Does she? She might. I don't think that all people in MAGA are horrible. I believe her on what she's saying. It makes common sense. But I'd love to see Michelle and Barack stick up for Chicago flips red, but they're not going to do that because it doesn't go along with the talking points, right? And Obama, of all people, since he is still considered to be the deporter in chief, you would think he would say, you know what? Sister Jessica and Danny and all of them, they got a good point. It should not be illegal immigrants roaming around here getting everything they asked for. They need to go back because he said almost the same exact thing that Trump said, and not nan Black folk, it's, you know, besides the people who's, you know, not sick in the head, are mad at Obama for saying any of that. And he said it a lot. Selective outrage is what it is. So I'm here to say, Sister Jessica Jackson, I got your back.
Yeah.
Do not be afraid of these people. They're not going to bust a grape. They are on assignment from the man to take down anybody that could think freely for themselves, that is not afraid to fight for freedom for Black folks. They ain't gonna do nothing but bump their thumbs in the comment section. You keep riding and I'm gonna ride with you.
Right.
Now, I might not be feet to the street yet, but I'm gonna be here to make sure that I disseminate the message of what is going on, not only in Chicago, but all over, with Black Americans who are catching a bad one due to the misleadership of the Democratic Party.
Right.
And I, like Sister Jessica Jackson,
Obama.
do not care that they don't like it. Because there's a lot of things that I don't like that Black folks are going through here in this country, and nobody seems to care about that. But the good news is there are things that we could do in the meantime. Y'all say it with me. Up, you mighty nation, accomplish what you will, do for self, and practice group economics. Now, I'm going to get into that a little bit more in Ohio. So if you will please join me there at the Ohio Black Expo, Columbus to be exact, this Saturday at 3 p.m., along with the African Diaspora News Channel with Brother Phil, Sister Vicky. In order to do that, you have to get your tickets at OhioBlackExpo.com, OhioBlackExpo.com. And I'm going to give that more of a conversation. We're going to be taking questions from y'all. We're going to be asking y'all some questions too. So come with your thinking cap on, right? And then lastly, please support our app, African Diaspora News Channel app that you can get from your Google, your Apple Play Store. and download it because it is supporting Black-owned media that is not owned by them people. Like a lot of these Black media outlets, they got other people in the background on the boards. They finagling the money and this, that, and the other. They don't believe me. Go look. I ain't going to put them out there, but here is Black-owned. Okay. And we can't keep talking about up your mighty nation, accomplish what you will, do for self, practice group economics, where it is said that we own less than 3% of the media and we do not support our own Black media, because God forbid something happens to these platforms. You need to know where to find us, because we need to continue getting the message out that Black Americans, we are amongst the greatest, if not the greatest people to ever do it. And there is and has always been a push to keep us down. And we here on this channel are not going to be quiet about it. So God forbid we are silenced here, and I hope that we never are. You need to know where to find us. African Diaspora News Channel app at your Google or your Apple Play Store. Thank you so much. Okay. Starting from the bottom, because I just cannot start from the top. I will not get to the comments. So you want me to see your comment, put it in there again. Let's start here.
All right, I'm gonna stop it there. Shout out to Sister Demetria K, and definitely shout out to our sister Jessica Jackson. Shame on you, Democratic Shields, trying to come after our sister, our elder. She's just speaking nothing but the truth. It's not our fault or her fault. Y'all can't handle that. The Democrats ain't done us no good. They sitting up here doing for any and everybody but us, but yet they want us to go out and vote blue no matter who. No, them days are long over. All the shame, blaming, and explaining, all the brow beating, and your ancestors died for you to have the right to vote and all that nonsense. No, our ancestors died for us to have liberation and freedom. They thought that voting would be a pathway toward that. But as we can see, 60 years later, voting blue no matter who has gotten us nowhere. So we're not doing it no more. And before you say like that one troll, we had a troll in the comment section, y'all. Oh, James Edwards, I'm gonna put you on blast, you suspected white supremacist. He said, y'all don't vote, so how is that gonna work? Mofo, we didn't say we didn't vote. We said if we were going to vote, we were gonna demand something tangible for our vote. Get that through your thick skull. I've been voting since I was 18 years old. What are you talking about? But this is the type of stuff that we face, Black family. And I expect more of it as we continue to blow up, but it's all good. I just have to get that out. So yeah, shout out to Sister Jessica Jackson. We stand with Sister Jessica Jackson. Chicago Flips Red. And Sister Danny C is running for mayor as well of Chicago. So moving along, we got the Democrats are embarrassed as J6ers get reparations, and FBA gets told to vote. Perfect segue to the next topic. So I bet Water God TV is going to give us an update on that.
Sometimes when we have some Black women on the panel and we got some white liberal women who are for reparations, I got to help a sister out. What about you? Reparations? Well, you're Ugandan, so I mean, do you get? I don't think she's not like what they called FBA
cracker. This is that place stupid. Goddamn well what we talking about. Foundational Black Americans. It's like y'all run around talking about y'all heritage Americans. You know what the hell FBA is. We've been a political lexicon for at least 5 years. And ABC did a whole news segment on it. So you know who the hell we are. So this is crackers that play dumb. And it's like Nelly Fuller said, Jr. said, Caucasoids, race soldiers, they play dumb. And Negroes play dumb right along with them.
BAs?
Yeah, you have.
And that damn Tether don't speak for us. That was coming to Tether's asking them what they think about reparations. Of course, they're not eligible. Of course, they're gonna say no. They're not eligible. It's not their claim. It's our claim. And that's why only us can speak for us.
Drop a dime on this.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Gotta stop.
I don't like that shit.
For sure, bro.
I don't like that shit.
In this video, we're going over how Trump is pushing through $1.7 billion for the J6ers, right? And we looking at the Democratic Party like, how is he able to just get through? And you telling us reparations, we got to go through all of these hoops and everything to get reparations. But, you know, we got people that's charging the White House and they are going to get reparations for that. All right. In this video, I'm going to show y'all how some Caucasian people and some tethers spoke on our reparations. And I'm also going to show y'all on, you know, how some FBAs, how we feel about it. But it's crazy how people are speaking on our situation. Y'all going to hear it in these clips, man. I appreciate everybody who's been supporting the channel, always holding me down. The Shabazz, you know, who've been holding me down for so long. Fresh always. There's definitely been holding it down. And a lot of new subscribers and my members. Make sure y'all join the membership because it helps me out, help me push content like this out on the channel, man. It's much appreciated. So check out this clip, y'all, that they talking about how Black people don't deserve reparations just because they feel like, wait, here's some money.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play this clip. I want to know what y'all think and put in the comment section what y'all think about Trump and the J6 getting that 1.7 billion, and beware in the comment section. I got Democrat shields is heavy in my comment section, spamming, saying all kind of stuff. I don't know what, like, it's other, you know, I'm a small YouTuber. Why are y'all on my channel like this? Y'all find some of the big guys to pick on. Go pick on Trump and his guys. I'm standing completely out of politics, just standing for the people. But without further ado, make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, push on the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that. Let's get it.
You two, a little political question here for the two queens. What do you guys think about reparations? Should there be reparations for Black people? You guys are Black, right? Just checking.
I'm Somali. Yeah.
What was it? Wait, do that again. What was that like a war chant?
It's yolalating.
Oh, okay. Sabrina Carpenter got in
I
trouble
know.
for that.
I was literally just thinking about her right now.
What about you? Reparations. Well, you're Ugandan, so I mean, do you get? I don't think she's not like what they called FBAs.
Yeah, you have.
And this is crazy that you asking questions of people that's not from the country,
right?
And you asking, you know, to hear their answers. I want y'all to hear this, and it's like. It sounds so great. Check it.
Like prove your back.
You guys know what that is? An FBA, Foundational Black American.
Foundational Black American.
So like you can trace your roots to Africans who came.
No, it's not to nothing African, bro.
No.
Just leave it at American, bro. Take African out. Y'all gotta stop with that, bro. Disrespect, man. We're gonna start using that like the N-word soon.
To the
I'm
US
so happy I never had to do that.
back in the day. Reparations, yes or no?
I believe that like what type of reparations? Like what is
Oh, bozo bimbo. Like what is you talking about? What reparations? They just gave out 1.7 billion to Trump, let his boys who ran up in the White House, okay, for all of the problems and sorrows that they went through. What the hell is y'all acting stupid now when you acting like you don't know about how people receive reparations for when they were wrongdoing?
Teep kick, yeah. What? Oh, just you're Black, here you go. Here's some money.
Yeah, it ain't you're Black, here you go. See how they try to twist the narrative? No, it's injustices that were done.
Right.
They just think we just want money and it's just giving us money.
There's money for because
the
for having
historical
slaves.
injustices.
I think that that's like saying, should white people today be punished for slavery in America? You know, I think that's kind of very.
What?
What in the hell is this?
Then what I be saying, y'all, they go ask the the unqualified people. I was gonna call out crazy. We ain't got time for that. They get the most unqualified people and they ask these questions.
Very similar. You can't give someone reparations for something. But at the same time, society does the way that society is catered to people of privilege, which is not measured by race. I do think, however, it mostly contains non-white.
Do any of the white women here, should we do reparations? What do you think? No?
No, I agree with her. It's not our time. It's not our.
It's not.
Yeah. That's that.
Sorry, I was trying to get you guys some cash right now. I was gonna.
Always take it.
Sometimes you're not black.
Yeah, I agree.
You don't get reparations. I was gonna see sometimes because sometimes when we have some black women on the panel and we got some white liberal women who are for reparations, I gotta help a sister out.
We're about to find shit.
I gotta help.
Yeah.
No, because it's like if you're a white woman and you believe in reparations.
And this is what happens. We shouldn't even be sitting down to the table. It just seems like it's more of a racist show. But this is where we're going to get people like Tethers to come in and be their little token Negro.
Yeah.
To speak the language that they want them to speak. They do this with people that's immigrant. Yeah. They don't do this with us. I mean, it is some off code going on and that, but the best people they do this to is immigrants.
Go get your wallet. Give them some money. Anyways, all right.
Okay.
I'll get canceled for that
I
one.
wouldn't be mad if you guys give me some reparations.
She wants.
Just saying.
We got Shaq.
Just saying.
Oh hell no.
Yeah, they off code, especially the black women there. They just sound like idiots. Bozo.
The Justice Department has this new fund that was announced today, $1.7 billion. Yeah. Why should taxpayers pay for the January?
Well, but this is reimbursing people that were horribly treated. It's anti-weaponization. They've been weaponized, and they worked on it. I know the Justice Department has really been working on it very hard. There's been numerous other occasions over the years where things like this have been done, but these were people that were weaponized and really treated brutally by a system that was so corrupt, with corrupt people running it, and they're getting reimbursed for their legal fees and the other things that they had to suffer.
Black Americans have never received federal reparations for slavery, not for Jim Crow, not for stolen labor, not for redlining, not for Black Wall Street being burned to the ground, nothing. But do you know who did get paid? Enslavers. Under the D.C. Compensated Emancipation Act, slave owners were paid up to $300 per enslaved person for the loss of their human property. The people who were enslaved got nothing. Then Black people built anyway. They built communities like Greenwood, Black Wall Street, and America let white mobs destroy it. Now fast forward. Trump's administration has created a nearly $1.776 billion fund that could allow Trump allies and January 6th insurrectionists to apply for payouts and apologies. So let me get this straight. Black people can survive centuries of government-backed oppression and be told reparations are unrealistic. But insurrectionists may get taxpayer-funded compensation? Y'all really got us fucked up. America always finds money when it wants to. Just never for the people it actually owes.
This morning, sources say the president is one step closer to creating a new $1.7 billion fund of taxpayer money to pay his allies. ABC News learning the president is expected to settle a $10 billion lawsuit he brought against his own government as early as today. Sources say as part of the deal, the president would draw the suit in exchange for a commission to pay Trump allies who claim they were mistreated by the Biden administration. One group that could benefit from that, the rioters who stormed the Capitol on January 6th. The president sued the IRS earlier this year, claiming damages from the leak of his tax returns in 2019. He has also sued his own Justice Department for $230 million for investigations he faced during the Biden administration. An American president has never sued his own administration, something the president acknowledged last fall.
It's interesting because I'm the one that makes the decision, right? And, that decision would have to go across my desk.
Sources say the president would have control over who runs the commission and the authority to remove members without cause, and that the commission would not be required to disclose to the American people how it runs or its decision-making process. Most Republicans staying silent, but some moderates shocked.
I don't even know how that's allowable to happen.
Democrats calling it an abuse of power.
It's outright corruption. What we're seeing here is outright corruption.
Only Congress has the power to appropriate money, and Congress never voted on creating this $1.7 billion political slush fund at the Department of Justice, and Congress would never pass that.
Where they at?
So sources caution that the details of this plan are not finalized until publicly announced. In a statement, the president's legal team says that the president continues to hold those who wrong America accountable. The Justice Department.
Dang, 1.7 billion, y'all. So that's crazy. He sued MAGA. J Money, what's good, fam? Well, he sued MAGA. Yeah, man, he hit him for 230 million. He paying off his people. Trump like Teflon Don in the courtroom right now. Where all the people talking about that tax. All right, y'all, so there we go, man. Y'all see what's going on with Trump. Y'all know we go live Thursday. I'm gonna start going live a little earlier too on some days. Trying to get my schedule cleaned up. I appreciate everybody who been holding it down for me. Been going through some technical difficulties. Y'all been holding it down. But we're going to be going live a little earlier, but we are going live tomorrow night. I'm trying to get the schedule down, so I will be telling y'all the schedule probably Thursday or Friday of how we going to be going live. And yeah, man, we're still going to be pushing reparations. No check, no vote. Man, y'all check out for the Democrats is in the comment section saying they want to pull my channel down. Feel like I ain't talking right for the people. I don't know what's going on. Calling me an idiot on my channel. It's like, I've never known people that go listen to somebody that they feel that was so honest. But, neither here nor there. I appreciate all the support. Everybody who's been rocking with me. Y'all check me live tomorrow so we can get back at it. Y'all know how we do. Peace and love.
A community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax bases for your own people. You should at least control four basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
All right, so the Democrats look stupid as hell right now. So we're gonna go over the backlash, or the reaction rather. What's this on the backlash? What the hell? Hold on. So Lisa's gonna give us an update on. Wait a minute, that's not the right video. What the hell is this? What the hell is this week?
Do not buy 12 tribes on earth.
This is going to give us an update on the reparations for the J6ers. Sparks major backlash online. Shout out to Lisa.
Do not buy 12 tribes on earth hair growth oil and hair magic elixir unless you want super healthy, gorgeous hair that grows. They have a whole line of amazing hair growth products, including hair growth leave-in conditioner spray, hair growth shampoo, hair growth spray, and hair growth butter. I'm starting to sense a theme here. They include quality natural ingredients. They smell amazing, and you can see the results for yourself. So if you're looking for healthy hair growth for your natural or relaxed hair, try 12 Tribes on Earth today.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. I'm sure by now you have heard about Donald Trump wanting to give the criminals from January 6th reparations. And there's a lot of people that feel a certain way about that. You know how y'all sit around talking about you don't want your taxpayer money going towards reparations for Black people? Well, I don't want my taxpayer money going to reparations for J6ers that are criminals and don't deserve it. They didn't go through nothing that we didn't go through 10 times worse. And why are the Democrats so silent on this one? Y'all tried to con us with HR 40. You knew that shit was a bunch of nothing. Why didn't you store billions of dollars for our reparations? Y'all don't do shit. I don't even know why you're in office. You don't do nothing. So anyway, Donald Trump comes with real tangibles, and they come with some bullshit called HR 40. And where did that get us? And you know what? We need to shut these mofos down. Every time they tell us they couldn't get nothing pushed through for us, we need to put an end to that BS. And the next one that reared their ugly old head up out of the sand to tell us they can't do nothing, that's the person we need to get out of office for real. Because when it comes down to Donald Trump, he gonna make sure that money gets pushed through. Now, it might be some stumbling blocks, and I'm going to show you one of them where the police officers are trying to block Donald Trump from getting that money and giving it to the January 6ers, because many of these cops that are speaking out got beat up that day. Remember, a couple of cops got beat up. And we know Sick Nick, he was one of the officers that got unalive. And a Latino coroner tried to claim it was natural causes. You know, and that Latino coroner, medical examiner, he needs to go to jail because he lied. He needs to go to jail for falsifying the cause of unaliving of a police officer. So anyway, y'all, Donald Trump put this fund aside just so he can give it to the insurrectionists that broke the law and vandalized the Capitol and smeared their poop and pee all over the place like a bunch of damn cave animals. And they are supposed to be rewarded for that. That's what they want, to be rewarded. Well, these cops have come forward, the ones that were impacted that day, and they're suing Donald Trump. Now, if anything, I would object, but if you gave it to the cops that were harmed that day, I could understand that a little more, but not the people that broke the law. They don't deserve one dime. And y'all, somebody did a calculation and said if Donald Trump is to get this money and give it out, they would literally get $1 million a piece. You notice Donald Trump ain't complaining about these folks getting reparations. And where are the Democrats? Every time we talk about reparations, y'all can't wait to come to the mics to scream, we ain't getting it. Remember what Jim Clyburn did? He started cussing at people. Where are you to cuss about this, James Clyburn? Where's Gavin Newsom? When you sabotaged the California Black residents from getting reparations, you ran on Fox News. How come you didn't run on Fox News to oppose this? You ain't shit, Gavin Newsom. And neither are the Democrats. Y'all don't do nothing for us. You don't do a damn thing. If somebody put a mic up in your face right now, you just go babbling off about some damn immigrants. You would never speak about us. And when you do it in a sneaky way. The Black community and people of color. See, that's what they'll stand there and do. I don't give a damn about what's acceptable in this society. We are a hell of a lot more entitled to reparations than some damn law-breaking January 6ers.
Water gush.
You can't even justify it. Donald Trump can justify it based on racism.
You got Fresh in the building. Salute to Fresh. Water guy just shouted you out. So I was like, where's Fresh at? And right after I said that, here you are. So salute to Fresh always.
That's all. This is all about racism. But if you get in front of Donald Trump right now and say reparations for slavery, he would have a meltdown in front of the mic. So there's no doubt about it. The objections are all about race, from the Democratic Party, the Republican parties, and Donald Trump himself. When they brought up reparations back in his first term, he said, I don't see it happening. That's what he said. I don't see it happening. But you see this happening. But look at it this way, y'all. Chalk it up this way. It's a criminal giving money to other criminals. That's all this is at the end of the day. Donald Trump is a criminal, and he's trying to make sure other criminals get money.
Basically, Lisa.
So this article came out, y'all, in the New York Times today. All right. So this came out in the New York Times. So when the word got out that Donald Trump is trying to, give this funding out that he put aside for January 6ers, and you're going to see a lot of people asking Donald Trump, well, how are you giving money to people that attack cops? But let me explain how.
Yeah.
See, if cops are attacked by us, okay, and a lot of times if we are doing it, we're literally defending ourselves because these cops have attacked us so often for centuries.
Right, Lisa.
When we do decide to raise our hand, it's to defend ourselves.
That's right.
These J6ers, they threw the first punch at the cops. So this is how I see it. To Donald Trump, if you attack a cop and you look like us, they should throw the book at you. Mm-hmm. If you attack a cop and you look like Donald Trump, he's willing to look the other way. See, he talks all that law and order. I want y'all to know that talk is exclusively for the Black community. That's not for his people. So when he's talking about, oh, he's the president of law and order, I don't know how anybody with 34 convictions is a law and order president. That sounds like a load of bullshit. But what he's really saying, law and order, that's for us. That's exclusively for us, not for his people. His people can attack cops and unalive a cop, and he wants to put money in their hands. So let's get this whole thing in the right perspective. Let's get it in the right perspective. When it comes down to reparations, it's all about race. It's all about race. As long as you are a so-called Black man and woman in this society, it's okay to give you money. if you look like us and you're a descendant of slave, then it's not okay to give us money. It's all about race. I promise you, if those insurrectionists were us and we went up there and stormed the Capitol, he wouldn't be talking about giving us 1 red cent. In fact, him and all of the media and the politicians would be dragging us to this day. Them N-words went up there to the Capitol and peed and poop all over the place. Look at what these N-words did. They would be dragging the hell out of it even to this day.
Yep, the America away.
But because this was a white crowd, Donald Trump, when he gives them money, y'all, he's seeing them as heroes. You may not agree with me, but that's how I see it. He sees them, what they did on that day, he sees that as heroic. And he wants to reward them for that. But us going to the streets, according to Project 2025, if we step out on the streets, he wants to reward us with martial law. Yes, it's all about race. It's all about race. So, 2 officers.
That's all he wanted to do.
Who tried to defend the Capitol. They are suing. And they argue, you know, what Donald Trump is doing would benefit rioters who committed violence to support the president. The lawsuit argues the administration exceeded its authority to create the fund without Congress authorization.
Exactly.
All right.
Oh,
so he's doing this without Congress. That's what he's doing. All right. So if you want to know, the officers, here are 2 of the officers. And they're objecting to what Donald Trump is trying to do. So instead of giving money to the officers who said they were trying to defend the Capitol, Donald Trump is giving it to the ones that hit them, threw objects at them, beat on them, used bear spray on them, and all kinds of stuff that they brought up there. So, y'all, I want to know why the Democrats are so silent on this. I want to know why y'all are so silent. And whenever we say anything about reparations, how come y'all always got something to say about that? But the January 6ers getting it, nobody heard a peep. Where are you, James Clyburn? Weren't you cussing at your little fish fry at someone that brought up, I think it was Marcel Dixon, that brought up reparations? Weren't you trying to pretty much tell him to shut up talking about reparations? We ain't getting no reparations. Yeah, we're not getting it because people like you that are in office are sorry as hell. That's why we're not getting it. So it just goes to show you, y'all, nobody is going to fight for reparations unless it's us. It's not going to be anybody in political office. It's not going to be the president. It's not going to be your governor. All right? It's not going to be any of that. We're going to have to do it ourselves. Plain and simple. But we know, and I know the Most High is going to get everything from these people, everything that they took. I know that. I'm fully aware. But I'm just saying that the people that have gotten our votes are not going to lift a finger to help us. They will not create any policies on our behalf. They're not going to give us any kind of crime bill, although we are the most attacked people out here. They're not going to give us a crime bill. They're not going to give us reparations. They don't care about our situation. When things happen, Congress, and especially the Congressional Black Caucus, anything that happened to us out on these streets, they stay silent. They don't have nothing to say. Where's Akeem Jeffries? How come you're not speaking out on this? Where's your old squarehead ass? Why aren't you saying anything? Sitting up there looking like fucking SpongeBob and never have nothing to say. But when it comes time to vote, all of a sudden y'all got eyes that can see us. And all of these churches out here, you need to stop hosting these politicians. It is very clear from this act alone where they want to give reparations to insurrectionists, but not the community that comes to your church. That alone should inspire every single pastor in the Black community to keep these politicians out, especially if this is in the forefront and they're not speaking up. But you know what the sad part is? Y'all won't keep them out. You know why they keep letting those politicians in the church? Because these pastors are getting money. They're getting paid. That's why. They're going to always open their doors to a bunch of politicians that want to come around once every 4 years and then spend their political career doing absolutely nothing for us. And that's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. So let me go ahead and share my screen and we'll look at these videos on this subject matter. And y'all, since the Democratic Party don't want to do for us, we should not be doing for them. Plain and simple. Giving us HR 40 for years and coming back with no results is unacceptable. Unacceptable. And Donald Trump is getting this done, and he's only been in office a little past a year. And he already got money put aside to give to people that committed crimes. And the Democrats, some of these folks have been sitting in office for decades, and they don't have not one red penny put aside to give to us. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
Do you believe that people who committed violence against Capitol Hill police officers on January 6th should be eligible for compensation from this DOJ fund? And are you or your family members going to be seeking compensation from that fund?
It'll all be dependent on a committee. A committee's being set up of very talented people, very highly respected people. I think it's a committee of 5. And again, I didn't do this deal. It was told to me yesterday. They said they're doing something. I do believe there has to be compensation for people that were destroyed. You have families absolutely destroyed, and it's all going to be determined by a committee of 4 or 5 people that are respected and very brilliant at what they do. Yeah.
You previously told me that anyone who assaulted a police officer on January 6th should go to prison. So why not rule out giving them taxpayer-funded money?
Well, Caitlin, what I said is we're going to look at everything case by case. Because, Caitlin, there are people who I don't know their individual circumstances, and I don't rule things out categorically when I know nothing about a person's individual circumstances. Let's say a person is accused, let's say hypothetically, a person is accused of doing something that they never actually did, that they got a kangaroo court, that they had a judge who mistreated them. I think that we should look at those things case by case. We're not making commitments to give.
That sounds like a damn excuse. Okay, so I guess next they're going to come up to the mic and say the cops beat themselves up, and the one that got unalived, he unalived himself during the insurrection. I guess they did this all to themselves. So this is just a BS answer. This man is so incompetent, it's not even funny. Donald Trump is not fit to be a president, and J.D. Vance damn sure ain't fit to be no VP. These people are so incompetent, but y'all got the nerve to sit around talking about some DEI. You're the biggest DEIs on the planet.
Give anybody money. We're just making commitments to look at things case by case.
The Justice Department has this new fund that was announced today, $1.7 billion.
Yeah.
Why should taxpayers pay for the January 6th?
Well, it's been very well received. I have to tell you, I know very little about it. I wasn't involved in the whole creation of it and the negotiation. But this is reimbursing people that were horribly treated. It's anti-weaponization. They've been weaponized. They've been, in some cases, imprisoned wrongly. They paid legal fees that they didn't have. They've gone bankrupt. Their lives have been destroyed. And they turned out to be right. I mean, it was a terrible period of time in the history of our country. And they worked on it. I know the Justice Department, it's really been working on it very hard. There's been numerous other occasions over the years where things like this have been done, but these were people that were weaponized and really treated brutally by a system that was so corrupt, with corrupt people running it, and they're getting reimbursed for their legal fees and the other things that they had to suffer.
Donald Trump was impeached for inciting an insurrection, and now he wants to pay the insurrectionists who went to work for him.
This is reimbursing people that were horribly treated. It's anti-weaponization. They've been weaponized. They've been, in some cases, imprisoned wrongly.
Okay, so during chattel slavery, our forefathers weren't horribly treated. During Reconstruction, where 200 towns got burnt down by white mobs, they weren't horribly treated. Jim Crow, 100 years of Jim Crow, we weren't horribly treated. The crack epidemic, we weren't horribly treated. Okay? And your cops still come to the street and execute us. We weren't horribly treated. Man, get out of here. Them folks, they went there at their own accord. They didn't have to go up to that Capitol. They could have took their ass home. So when you have a choice, there is no way I'm going to go with they were horribly treated. We got in a situation where y'all wrote laws against us. You had policies against us. You carried out things against us in the streets. Look, we are the most accused of stealing in stores even to this day. And in most instances, we haven't stolen a thing. So horribly treated. No, honey, nobody have been treated worse up in here than us. So Donald Trump, you ain't making the case at all.
They paid legal fees that they didn't have. They've gone bankrupt. Their lives have been destroyed. And they turned out to be right.
So y'all be real loud when Black people say we.
How many of our lives have been destroyed by this government? The exonerations alone, where our men are accused of crimes they never commit and they're in jail for 2, 3, 4, 5 decades, you didn't destroy their life? I mean, really, Donald Trump? You couldn't come up with one thing that these folks can't, what happened to them on that day was self-inflicted. It was self-inflicted. You couldn't come up with one thing that they went through that we did not go through, and it was far worse. We didn't ask for these things to happen to us. But those folks could have took their asses home. Nobody was taking a choice away from them. They could have went home and dealt with the fact that you lost the presidential race. That's what they could have done. They did not have to stay up at the Capitol and commit crimes. They broke into offices. They went into places they should not have been. They vandalized the place. They left a trail of poop and pee all over the place. They didn't have to do that. When they saw it was going to be a problem, they could have turned their ass around and left. So I don't want to hear about how horrible it was for them when they had the choice to leave. But they chose to stay and commit crimes. Somebody like that don't deserve reparations. I don't care what they got. That what they had on their criminal records deserve to be there for what they did that day. We got people sitting in prison right now that did not commit one single crime, or they've been misidentified. A whole different person committed the crime, but they're sitting in jail. But you're going to tell me what these folks went through on one damn day is so horrible they need to be compensated. If y'all don't get the fuck out of my damn face with that crap, it's all about race. It's all about race.
Deserve reparations for building this country, but y'all ain't saying nothing about how Trump wants to spend $2 billion giving money to January 6th traitors. The degree to how much the United States just hates Black people is truly astounding.
This is a MAGA victimization fund that is sanctioned by Donald Trump. How dare he? How dare he? You look into the face and you justify this to the families of the police officers who were beaten, who were almost killed, to the people who were killed, to the people whose careers are ruined. I don't know about you, Scott, but I spent time with those officers and their families, and their lives have been ruined. And unlike you, tonight you're saying this, but Todd Blanche could not say that today during his Senate hearing. Neither could J.D. Vance say and guarantee to the American people that any of those violent bastards who did that to those people who tried to overthrow our election on January 6th would not get a dime from this. American tax dollars should not go to this. This is dishonorable. It's grotesque. And anyone who tries to hide behind some kind of patriotism behind this should be ashamed of themselves. Look in the eyes of the families of the people who suffered on January 6th. You know who the victim is here? Them and our democracy. And shame on anyone who tries to justify this. And it's our dollars that they're robbing to do this. It's grotesque.
When I tell you this is some bullshit, this is some bullshit. This is some bullshit. This is some bullshit. This is some bull.
And to all the Black people who voted for Trump and are screaming and shouting reparations, guess what? He just took out $1,776,000,000 for the insurrectionists. You know, those guys on January 6th that beat up police officers and damaged the Capitol? Yes, he took out money to compensate them. 1776? Confederate flag dog whistle, isn't it?
Secret Service Sam here, and the Trump administration is giving out $1,776,000,000. You see how they did it? 1776. They always have to do that. A slush fund. They are giving reparations to the J6ers, the people who stormed the Capitol, an insurrection. They're giving them reparations before Black Americans get reparations? What? What? Are you not hearing this? And guess what? I mean, he originally was suing for $10 billion, but I'm going to settle with Todd Blanche, his own lawyer. This has got to be one of the most corrupt things that has ever happened in the history of our country. For those of you who don't understand, January 6th, MAGA stormed the Capitol. Now, here's my question. I thought it was the FBI and Antifa. So you're rewarding Antifa and the FBI all this money? Our money. We work hard. Your tax-paying dollars are going to pay off the QAnon shaman. Enrique Tarrio, the head of the Proud Boys, will now get some of this slush fund money. And guess what? The DOJ is not going to reveal any of these names, so you won't even know. Rudy Giuliani, what did he do but dress up in drag with Donald Trump and let him sniff his mini mountains? What are we doing? Wake up, America. reparations for white racist J6ers before Black Americans. They don't deserve it. They stormed our Capitol. They desecrated our Capitol. They put their feet up on the desk of democracy, and you guys let him reward this? Nobody thinks this is wrong? This is insanity. This would be like when they blew up Black Wall Street, if they awarded the white supremacists for it. Like, good job. This is like when they marched in Charlottesville. They will not replace us with their little Home Depot tiki torches. And you said, here, guys, let's reimburse you for the damages. A lot of horrible things have happened to these. Good. That's what happens when you storm the Capitol. You go to jail. But no, he pardoned everybody. And half of those people who have been pardoned are right back in prison where they belong. This is crazy. What do you guys think? Secret Service Sam out, Samson for president of the world.
I want to be very clear that if a candidate is running for the presidential election in 2028 and they do not mention a reparations package for Black Americans, they will not get my vote. And I did not stutter. The Justice Department just announced a nearly $1.8 billion fund. For what, might you ask? Well, I'll tell you. It is a fund to compensate Trump supporters who believe that they were terrorized by the previous administration. The fund will compensate Trump's allies who believe they have been unjustly investigated and prosecuted. It will allow people who believe they were targeted for prosecution for political purposes, including by the Biden administration, to apply for payouts. And if you were wondering, yes, that includes January 6ers. They will receive reparations for their racism. They will receive reparations for their terrorism, all while folks are still trying to convince people that the Democratic Party is doing anything for the benefit of the Black voter or the Black community as a whole. And while people continuously say, well, Republican voters, they don't care. They're going to put their people in place. I'd say they're getting something quite substantial in return. It is a reminder that the United Nations just declared that the transatlantic slave trade was the most grievous occurrence in history, which water is wet, but enough is enough. And if anyone that is running for president in 2028 does not have a reparations package for Black Americans, they will not get my vote. Point blank, end the period.
So Donald Trump's Department of Justice has just set up a $1.7 billion slush fund to make whole the individuals that were prosecuted under the Biden administration for what they did on January 6th. $1.7 billion of American taxpayer money to support those who tried to overthrow our government. The very people who tried to take out the former Vice President of the United States and the former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, on Donald Trump's orders. I want you guys to fully understand what is happening here. That our president is pimping this country out and selling us to the highest bidder and giving money to many of whom that he pardoned when he got in office last year have gone back to jail for essaying kids. But they don't talk about that on the news. And we got the nerve to be outside with these No King protests, going to City Hall, asking for permission to protest against this corrupt-ass government. Enough. If you really want to see change, it's going to take complete disruption of the whole system. No more requesting to protest. Go out and protest. Shut the streets down. Because this president is out of control.
So let me get this shit straight. For generations, Black Americans asked the federal government for reparations over slavery, segregation, lynching, stolen wealth, redlining, Jim Crow, the Tulsa Race Massacre, discriminatory GI bills, mass incarceration, actual government harm. And Washington kept saying, too expensive, too divisive. Congress will never approve it. The Trump administration wants to use almost $2 billion to compensate January 6th rioters who stormed the fucking Capitol. Baby, the math is mathing a little too fucking hard right now. So apparently the government does know how to move fast when it wants to. They want to use a federal account taxpayers already fund. The same type of mechanism Representative Al Green wanted to use for Tulsa race massacre survivors. That means the issue of payment was never an issue. It was an issue of political will. And let's be honest about what this looks like to Black people. This government spent decades dragging its fucking feet on anti-lynching laws, voting rights protections, and reparations for descendants of slavery, but allegedly got the speed of fucking DoorDash when it came to people tied to an attack on democracy itself. That's why folks are angry, because government compensation tells you whose pain America respects and whose pain America debates until the victims die. And if this administration can use executive power to repair January 6th defendants, then nobody better ever say reparations for Black people is fucking hard.
Exactly. And y'all, don't let these white people ever again say to us, I don't want to give my tax dollar to no slave reparations. Always remind, but you want to give your money to criminals on January 6th. Your argument is now officially dead. You ain't going to go nowhere with that one ever again. If you ain't upset that these criminals that stormed the Capitol is going to get compensated, then you better not say a goddamn word. When we raise the issue of reparations, you no longer have a leg to stand on now. Your kickstand leg is now officially amputated. So, y'all, this place is a trip. MC to the X Project, thank you so much for the 27-month membership. They said everything they did to us was legal because there are laws on the books that made it right. So they said they owe us nothing because they did nothing wrong. That scripture fulfilled for real. Thank you. And you ain't never lie. Thank you so much. Yeah, well, according to the laws, if we're going to go by the laws, then we should go by the laws when it comes down to the January 6ers. According to law, they committed a crime when they stormed the Capitol. They committed a crime when they vandalized the place and kicked in office doors of politicians and took laptops and anything they wanted out of the office. According to those same laws, they should be in jail. But it's funny, when y'all do something that's against the law, you got a white president that's willing to get you out of the whole thing. And you got somebody that's willing to compensate you. So all I got to say is there is no justifiable reason to compensate anybody from January 6th. And if you do compensate them, then you have no justifiable reason for not compensating us. Period. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and this is all the more reason when you pray to the Most High, pray against this place for real. Lift up your voice like a trumpet. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. When we come back, we're going to talk about the father of AI. Yes, it's a Black scientist. And it's David Harold Blackwell. In fact, there is a chip that they use in AI named after him, Blackwell. So we will get into talking about that at 3:45. So I will see you all then. Have a wonderful afternoon. Shalom, family.
Well, your boy James Clyburn thought he was safe in South Carolina. He believed them good white folks that they were going to leave his district alone. Well, they changed course. And now they came with a special session, and now their plan is to get rid of Clyburn's district. Clyburn is potentially facing not even having a district and not being in Congress anymore. Let's go ahead and check out what Clyburn has to say about that.
Congressman, Governor McMaster was asked why he changed course on redistricting. He said he supports redrawing the lines to help create a, quote, functioning Congress that can pass laws without a 1 or 2 vote margin. Your response to the governor?
Well, I was disappointed in that. I was led, like everybody else, was led to believe that the governor would respect what the Supreme Court did 2 years ago, because they looked at this district and declared that the district was, in fact, constitutional, that it had been legally drawn and it adhered to constitutional principles. And the governor indicated that throughout this whole process. And so when the Senate decided that it would not make redistricting a part of its sine die resolution, I, like everybody else, well, maybe not everybody, but most other people thought that the governor would adhere to that. But within 24 hours, he changed his tune, and I guess we all have the right to change our minds. Disappointed, but not surprised.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it may not be no more fish fries out there in South Carolina with Clyburn, because the Republicans are about to get him up out that seat. Now, Clyburn been in that seat, well, as you say, in the early 90s. What has he really done for black folks in South Carolina? Because if he really did a lot for black folks in South Carolina, they'd be raising hell, they'd be protesting, they'd be doing everything out there to hopefully fight for him. But he haven't done nothing. See, these Congressional Black Caucus members for a long time have been occupying seats, but haven't used those seats as a seat of power to benefit Black America. Now, do you see, it's a lot of Congressional Black Caucus members who is possibly not going to be in Congress next year. Do you see an overwhelming majority of Black America going out, protesting, fighting for them? Do you really see that? You see it in small pockets, but you don't see it being massive. Why? Because, see, let me tell you something, Congressional Black Caucus. The reason why Black America isn't coming out in mass for you is because you have been Team Democrat and not Team Black. Let me repeat that again. You've been Team Democrat and not Team Black. You wanted to listen to the Democrat Party and not listen to Black people that's in your community. You come to us for votes to get you in. You tell us about Black representation. You tell us, oh, you went to the HBCU, oh, you in a fraternity or sorority, all these different accolades that you say why you should be representing Black people in Congress. But you have not brought no tangibles. Crazy as Trump is, he brings tangibles to his base. That's why they still listen to him. That's why they ride for him, even though he's tanking the country, but they still gonna ride for him because they say, hey, well, at least he brings a tangible. And that's what Trump does. He brings tangibles to his people. You Congressional Black Caucus members have had years. Clyburn has had years. Clyburn been in Congress longer than people have been alive. Okay? And if he had consistently brought tangibles every year he went to Congress, every 2 years, the election, trust me, it'd be different for him. If he was one of the riders, I'll be defending Clyburn. And I know many others will be defending Clyburn. See Black politicians, Black representation. You also need to see the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party not coming to save any of you. And you serve them. You push the LGBT agenda. You push the immigration agenda. You pushed it all. And you never pushed a Black agenda. And now you need Black people to come out there and ride with you. And now we won't, because you never put us first. If you'd have put us first, then we could ride. But this is a lesson to you Black politicians. If you get into office, prioritize Black people. Let me tell you something. You were in districts where you were safe because it was nothing but Black folk. So that meant all you had to do was do right by Black people. A lot of you were in districts that wasn't diverse. Some of you in districts, you had 80, 90% black people in them, and you still didn't prioritize FBA. So y'all losing these seats, nobody tripping on it. Nobody tripping. And realistically, they being petty taking Clyburn's seat because that's the only seat black folks had. And they making sure to take that away. No, I'm pretty sure the governor at first didn't want to do it, but he got that call from Trump. That's what that was about. And I'll tell you what that's about. Trump, everybody Trump say, hey, I endorse this person, vote for him, they get in. That governor and that state government, like, yeah, I don't want to cross Trump. I don't want that problem. So let me go ahead on and do what he say. That's what that was about. I'm telling you, that's what it's about. I think the governor didn't want to do it, but he's like, no, let me go ahead on and do what Trump say because I want to stay in office, or if I run for something in the future, I don't want Trump on my head. That's exactly what that's about. Trump controlled that Republican Party, literally. He get people out, he get people in. That's the way that works. So Clyburn, like I said, I don't know. I mean, you just have one more fish fry for have one more fish fry, I guess. And hey, Trump, Lord. Clyburn, I guess you had a good run. I mean, shoot, man, you had to retire someday. So look at it like this, Clyburn. God works in mysterious ways. Maybe God's allowing that to happen to you so you can retire, so you can go enjoy your family, so you can go do other things, travel, man, go fishing every morning. Don't even worry about politics anymore. Enjoy all that good money you got from Congress, sir. It's time for you to retire. And I think this is a blessing to you, actually, that they do this map. It'll be a blessing to you, I believe. Clyburn, you're 80 plus years old, brother. It's time to go enjoy your grandkids. Enjoy life. Go to Vegas, go party. I don't know, do something. But it's time for you to step aside and just enjoy your life and you just be in Congress, do it, no more, and that's it. And listen, you out of Congress, I wouldn't even worry about interviews. I wouldn't worry about anything no more. I wouldn't even care. I'm like, man, I'm out. I did my time. It is what it is. Listen, all things come to an end, Clyburn. And it's the thing, Clyburn. I think it's sad when some of y'all are literally passing away in those seats. That don't make sense to me. That don't make sense at all. Like the crazy part is Sheila Jackson Lee, for instance. She was trying to run for mayor of Houston. She lost that, and she was still trying to go back and run for Congress again, even though Sheila Jackson Lee, had cancer at the time, and she still was trying to get back in that seat. I'm like, if anybody needs to chill out, it would have been her at the time. But it's like they get in these seats and they want to pass away in them. Like, man, it's a time. Listen, even with me, it's gonna come a time like, hey, y'all, I'm done, and I want to enjoy the fruits of my labor. I want to just chill on the beach, have a beachfront property or something. You know what I'm saying? Chilling, not worried about no politics, not worried about nothing. I'm not saying I wouldn't do other things, but it's a time I'm gonna eventually walk away from the political commentary. Eventually, not now, but eventually, because it just hey, I may just focus more on music or if I do any kind of politics, it'll be LaSherica and them can do it. You know what I'm saying? Eventually that day may happen. Not to say I wouldn't keep all my other stuff going, but it just wouldn't be me doing it. That's all. It had to be somebody else. So everybody got their day. I mean, like, shoot, Jordan couldn't play forever. Kobe couldn't play forever. I mean, pick any sports person. Hey, everybody got to retire out the game. So Clyburn, I guess, for you, I guess you had a good run. I didn't say you have a good run for the community. But it is what it is. But the other black people is in the Congressional Black Caucus in the North. See, they safe. They straight Democrat states. Now, Clyburn, I guess, I mean, if you really want to go run for Congress that bad, I guess you can move to a Democrat state. I guess that'll be the only thing for you Congressional Black Caucus members who really want to get in Congress so bad. I think that'd be your only option, I guess, is just to move. And they got a lot of Democrat states in the country. So maybe you can do that. We don't know. But yes, Clyburn, we don't, I just think retirement would be great for you, brother. I think, because I know it's time. It's time. And, let some younger people get in there. Let some younger people fight. It's time. You done enough. You know what I'm saying? You will still want to have your fish fry every year. You can continue doing that if you want. Why not? Do it. A community event, if you would like. But the Republicans are getting Clyburn out the paint. He thought he was safe. Boy, I tell you.
What's up, world? Let me tell you about this beard growth oil I got from 12 tribes on Earth. 8 ounces of oily goodness with a nozzle that prevents sprays and spills, and soft ingredients that make it perfect addition to anyone's morning routine. From coconut to castor, all these oils are hand chosen. After using this herbal blend, the biggest thing I noticed is how soft, how strong my hair was, and how good I feel. Pick up your bottle today and make your beard the star of the show.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all. Hope you're doing well. Man, it's been a long time since I spoke about Daniel Cameron. I had a lot of fun putting him up with those raccoons. That was actually a lot of fun. And he ran for Senate. Now, many of you know that Mitch McConnell is leaving at the end of this year. And his seat is now open for election. So Daniel Cameron ran to get Mitch McConnell's seat. And there was another white man that was running right along with him. His name was Andy Barr. Andy Barr is white. And, Daniel Cameron, Donald Trump had favorable things to say about him in the past. And many of us never got over the fact that Daniel Cameron did nothing to get Breonna Taylor justice. And that really was his demise right there in the community. And he just can't seem to bounce back. Now, if you remember, just a few years ago, he ran for governor. He lost to Andy Beshear. This time, Donald Trump backed Andy Barr. He did not back Daniel Cameron. And I think he was actually embarrassed by that. Donald Trump had them all up at the Oval Office and everything, because I think he was at one point considering him to be Attorney General, but he did not pick Daniel Cameron. But so I think he felt that Donald Trump would back him because he's backed him before in the past. Even when he ran for governor, Donald Trump, endorsed him. But no, I think this actually shocked him. Donald Trump went with the white guy, and the white guy is the one that won, Andy Barr. So you're going to see this. You're going to see how he reacted. Oh, yeah. Oh, hell yeah, it's karma. Yeah. And, even in the videos that I'm going to show you, you're going to still hear him trying to pat himself on the back for backing the police and stuff. And let me tell you something. Republicans, Democrats, if you are melanated and you back the police, that is of no value. That is of no value, for real. Because at the end of the day, they're not going to back you up. They're not. And even if they do, it's just for political reasons, and that's it. But as you can see now that Daniel Cameron is really, he's really just a regular citizen now. You know, he's just a regular citizen. People ain't backing him up like they used to. They're not backing him up. I mean, you lost the race. Where were the police for you, Daniel Cameron? Where were the police to help you win? At the end of the day, you are in Kentucky. There ain't no way they want some interracial couple running for Senate and representing them for the Senate. I'm just being real. Just like I knew they did not want an interracial couple in the governor's mansion in Kentucky. They didn't want that. They didn't want to see that all the time. You and your white wife, they didn't want to see that. It's Kentucky, or the other name for it, Clan-tucky. We know Clan-tucky was not ready for that. So, y'all, let me go ahead and share my screen so you can hear what he said and what other people said. Okay. Yep. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
I mean, it's honestly one of the interesting places that they tried to attack me, because I've been endorsed by over 100 law enforcement officials. I mean, people know my track record when it comes to standing firm for them, standing in support of law and order. I tell people all the time, Senator Schickel's heard me say this, you know, my law enforcement position can be summed up in a Waylon Jennings song that starts off with, "I'm for law and order," the way that it should be. And I think that
And with Daniel Cameron, you're full of shit, because if you are for law and order, then you should have done something for Breonna Taylor. See, that would have been the right thing to do, but you didn't. You let that woman get no justice all this time, and her family was begging and pleading for you to do something about the cops that just unalived her for no reason. If anybody should be here, it should be Breonna Taylor. There was no justifiable reason for taking her out like that. But if you were about law and order, man, you should have done something about Breonna Taylor. And the fact that you didn't, you're just full of shit, and you are babbling up a bunch of nonsense.
I think all of us know the importance of having someone that's going to stand with law enforcement when it's difficult. And the fact of the matter is that, you know, there were other folks that are in this race right now that when I was taking a courageous stand for law enforcement, were calling them racist. That's exactly right. You can literally look at social media posts by the other major candidate in this race who referred to racism being the reason that what happened in that apartment that night. So I feel very confident in my position and why law enforcement is supporting me. Yeah.
I wonder how Daniel Cameron, who's a candidate who's trying to get Mitch McConnell's seat for, U.S. Senator in Kentucky.
Another Trump-backed nominee, Andy Barr, has won the Kentucky Senate primary race in Kentucky. President Trump endorsed Andy Barr, and he urged Nate Morris to drop out. Andy Barr is a 7-time congressman. He will be a heavy general election favorite against the Democratic nominee. Kentucky has not elected a Democrat to the Senate since it gave Wendell Ford his 4th and final term in 1992. Democrats want you to believe that the president doesn't have pull anymore, that his party is falling apart. But with these Trump-backed nominees winning, we see that that's total bullshit. As I stated earlier, you can disagree with the president. You are going to disagree with some things that he says and does. But when you try to stop his agenda from moving forward, that's a problem. And you will certainly pay for it in these elections. Y'all have a wonderful night now. God bless you.
Republicans, including Andy Barr himself, ask you to drop out and support him in the race?
Andy Barr spent 10 months on the campaign trail and Lincoln dinners. You all probably captured some of this as well, saying that he thought competition was good for the Republican Party. I agree with it. Competition is good. If anyone should have to drop out of this race, it's certainly not me. I'm leading in the polls. There's been only one poll that has shown that Andy Barr is ahead in this race. Every other poll has shown that I am in the lead. I know there are countless internal polls that people have cited to and pointed to that have shown that I'm in the lead. So there's no dropping out. There's only victory for Team Cameron on May 19th.
Yes.
Woo! Absolutely.
A week ago, we were right outside of this room here, and I asked you if you had ever disagreed with anything President Trump has ever said or done. I have to ask you again.
I disagree. I disagree with this decision on Andy Barr.
Is that the only thing?
Have you had any conversations with President Trump either before he endorsed Andy Barr or afterwards?
Well, we've talked to his team obviously a lot, and I've got good relationships over at the White House. And what I've said is that when I'm the next senator from this Commonwealth, I'm going to work with the administration to ensure that the issues and the things that are important to Kentuckians that the administration knows about. And I'm going to continue that dialogue. And but my focus between now and May 19th is ensuring that we get as many people turned out to the polls so that we ensure that we will come that primary day.
If you win this election, what message does that send to the president?
Look, I feel very confident that because of the relationship we've built with the voters, we're going to win on May 19th. And I'll let the analysts in Washington and other places make a determination about what it means. But in my judgment, what it means is that Kentuckians get to make their decision about who they vote for.
Yes.
They're not going to be swayed. They're not going to be swayed or deterred or have a decision made by them or for them by people that don't live here. And I'm confident that the majority of Kentuckians are going to side with us.
Have you spoken with Thomas Massey about being on the other end of the Trump endorsement?
I've not. And look, what I am convinced of in my race is that there are a lot of folks that are upset with the process that was undertaken that got us to this spot. And there are people that are coming over from other camps, namely Mr. Morris's camp, that are now supporting us. I mean, you can look at the traffic on social media. You can see that there's been a shift in this race. And again,
those are people who are then not following Trump's kind of directional pointing with the endorsement. How influential do you think Trump's endorsement actually is on voters?
Well, all I know is this, is that regardless of what that endorsement looks like, I'm confident that we have built strong loyalty and relationship with the Kentucky voter. And it's because
candidates were Mark, we're so just learning that Andy Barr has won the Republican nomination for the U.S. Senate in Kentucky. That is official. It was a blowout against the challenger, Mr. Cameron. So, the question here, I think, Andy, for Mark, of course, for a lot of us is...
The call I got was from my campaign manager. He said, well, Nate Morse has dropped out. I said, oh, okay. And then he said, and he's endorsed Andy Barr, and President Trump has endorsed Andy Barr. And I said, well, that seems like an interesting sort of turn of events. And
In Kentucky, NBC News can project that Andy Barr will be the Republican nominee for Senate in Kentucky. That's over Daniel Cameron.
Barr, of course, endorsed by President Trump, and we are still seeing vote coming in, but our decision desk feeling confident to project Andy Barr the winner.
Baby, you was shucking and jabbing and shucking, and that man still picked the white man over you. Yes, I'm in Kentucky business today, y'all, and if you don't know who I'm talking about, I'm talking about Captain Forehead. Put a boot in the comments, and you know why. But anyways, for those of y'all that forgot who he was the Attorney General who decided he would not go after those officers that unalived Breonna Taylor. And then turned around and tried to run for governor. Baby, the city stood up and said, not today. And when I say city, I'm talking about my kinfolk, because we got the numbers. Don't play with us.
The side he continuously has told us right around, he will always back these people who are killing us. And that's unacceptable. This is why he doesn't deserve to be in that position. We're not making this up. He showed us that he doesn't deserve to be in that position. Right. And we cannot allow him to get there.
He lost both seats. But anyway, there is a history behind Daniel, right? Daniel is a protege of Mitch McConnell, the Crypt Keeper. He been grooming him since he was a young man. Daniel was responsible for writing his speeches and stuff like that. And in return of selling his soul to the Crypt Keeper he was to marry that white woman, and then he would put him into power. Don't forget the little biracial children, be a little extra. But he learned on May the 5th that no matter what, you're still Black. And they're going to always pick a white man over you. They can throw all their money at the both of y'all. And guess what? Kentucky gonna vote for a Black man. It's gonna be Charles Booker.
So y'all, how you doing, Tareen? So y'all, yes. Look like old Danny gonna have to go back to the drawing board. So he got rejected when he ran for governor, and now he got rejected when he ran for the Senate. You know, there was another video he put out, but I could not stomach it. It's him talking about his Christianity and how he believed in Christ. I was like, well, then if you believe in all of that, then you should have believed in getting justice for Breonna Taylor, man. That's what you should have believed in. So, yeah, look like Danny is still stuck being a citizen. You know, he's not in political office anymore. You know, he's not the Attorney General in Kentucky. So he is back to being a regular citizen, and it looks like he just can't accept that. He keeps running for office and keep losing. And that's good for you, Dan. That is good for you. I'm loving it. Yeah, he should be, but he's not. Yeah, he should be a shameful person, but he's not. We know he's not. Yeah, and the Most High is really punishing him when it come down to them kids. I seen a picture of both the children they got, him and his wife, and they both look like her. They don't look like, boy, Daniel, those kids got her face, both of them. And I said, yeah, see, you can't even get a break on that, Danny. You know, look, even your offspring, the Most High is denying them to even look like you. They look like your wife. Both of them. Serves your butt right. No, not in Kentucky. I mean, really, he was lucky to get Attorney General in Kentucky. And, you know, I don't believe he's going to win because of what he did to Breonna Taylor. I don't care what office he runs for, even in the future, he's not going to win. That is my prediction for Daniel Cameron. He probably will try to make attempts to run for things again. He's never going to win. He's never, ever going to win. Tom Slick, thank you so much for the super, is that a super? Yeah, super chat. He needs to be embarrassed, and good for his ass. Yeah. Well, judgment is definitely hitting him because he can't win. Every time he runs for office now, he can't win. And you would think he would have a good chance because he was Attorney General. He had a familiar name. You know, I'm sure most people in Kentucky knows who he is, but they're sure not voting for him. That's for sure. They're like, oh, not so fast, Daniel Raccoon. Not so fast. All right, y'all. So I got another live coming up. The next one is going to be Donald Trump saying he got money put aside for the J6ers to give them reparations. And y'all, they did the calculations on the money that he got put aside, already got the money put aside. All right. Each insurrectionist from January 6th, y'all, I want y'all to think about this because we've been fighting for well over a century for reparations. They will get $1 million a piece. Did you hear me? If Donald Trump is able to give this money out, which he got put aside and everything, he got this money already put aside. Each one will get $1 million a piece for breaking the law. Remember, he pardoned them as soon as you don't pardon somebody unless they already got a criminal record. All right. So when he got in office, he pardoned these criminals. And now he's getting ready to give them $1 million a piece for $1.8 billion he got put aside. And you wait until you hear what I got to say. And you Democrats, y'all ain't shit. Donald Trump already got the money put aside for reparations. And y'all, instead of doing the same thing for us, you gonna give us some shitty ass HR 40. You give us HR 40 and they're getting set up for actual reparations. All of you motherfuckers need to resign as far as I'm concerned. You're not a good representation for us at all. HR 40. So anyway, y'all, I will see you at 1:45. Shalom, family.
The Boondocks may be well known for its comedy and chaos, but it was also one of the most honest portrayals of Black wealth ever created for television. Right from the start, the Boondocks treated wealth as both a dream and a trap. Each character represented a different relationship to money, all of them reflecting the psychology of a people taught to measure their worth through image and reputation. But what made it even more powerful was how coded it all was. As the show's creator and writer, Aaron Magruder knew that telling the truth about race and money on national television would invite censorship, so he disguised his lessons inside comedy. In this video, we'll be breaking down how those lessons about Black wealth were hidden in plain sight, how each character's story became a blueprint of economic struggle, and why those coded messages still matter today. Before we begin, make sure to subscribe to Black Wealth Uncut, where we break down the shows that told the truth about our culture before the world was ready to hear it. Now, let's get started. To understand how the Boondocks spoke about Black wealth, you have to start with Riley Freeman, the youngest member of the family, but also the clearest reflection of a generation molded by image. Riley's world revolved around the appearance of success. He wanted to look rich, sound rich, and be treated like he mattered. In his mind, money wasn't a tool, it was identity. That mindset is where Magruder started breaking down the illusion that drives so much of modern Black ambition, the belief that visibility equals value. In Season 3, Episode 7, The Fundraiser, Riley turns a simple school project into a miniature empire. The episode begins with Riley refusing to sell chocolate for the school's official fundraiser. The prizes are cheap and the work seems pointless until he sees Granddad hand over cash to Jasmine Dubois for her own sales. That small moment sparks something in him. He starts to think that the real game isn't the fundraiser, but the hustle behind it. So he builds his own version. But this time, all the profit goes to him. Riley's fake fundraiser quickly grows into a full-blown business, with classmates selling chocolate under his made-up brand, Young Reezy's Fundraising. He manages territories, bribes adults, and lives out his fantasy of being a young boss, all while keeping the profits for himself. The joke works because it mirrors how real systems reward image over integrity, how profit can feel like power even when it's borrowed. Magruder uses the chaos to show how children absorb capitalist values before they understand them, as they chase control instead of creation. When Riley's empire collapses under its own greed, the message becomes clear. He didn't fail for lack of ambition, but because he learned the wrong definition of success. Riley's fascination with wealth can also be seen in Season 3, Episode 2, Bitches to Rags, as he watches his idol, Thugnificent, lose everything. Thugnificent, a once famous rapper who embodied the height of hip-hop success, goes from living in a mansion with luxury cars and an entourage to facing foreclosure, unpaid debts, and fading relevance. Riley refuses to accept it, believing fame and money should last forever if someone looks the part. His loyalty to Thugnificent turns into denial as he clings to the fantasy that image can outlive reality. Magruder builds the episode as a mirror of the music industry, showing how artists are celebrated when they rise and forgotten when the money stops. The spectacle of Thugnificent's fall is exaggerated for humor, but it carries a sharp truth. Wealth without a meaningful foundation often collapses. Through Riley's eyes, the show captures the confusion of a generation that was taught to chase reputation instead of personal growth and development. His drive is real. His creativity is real. But the rules he follows are borrowed from a system that profits when he fails. The humor makes it easy to miss. But Riley's story is the show's first lesson. When you learn to hustle before you learn to build, you may win the game, but never own the board. That same lesson echoes in the life of his grandfather, where Riley represents youthful ambition shaped by media. Granddad reflects an older generation molded by survival. He's the man who has supposedly made it out, yet still feels the weight of proving that he belongs. Granddad represents an older generation raised on the promise that money could buy dignity. He moves his family to the suburbs of Woodcrest to escape poverty and chaos, hoping that proximity to comfort will translate into peace. On the surface, he achieves what many before him couldn't: home ownership, safety, and status. But the Boondocks exposes the cost of that dream. Granddad's life revolves around maintaining appearances, not security. He worries about how others see him, about fitting in, about proving he belongs in a neighborhood that was never built. With him in mind, Magruder uses him to explore how success under pressure becomes performance. His first appearance in The Garden Party, the show's debut episode, sets that tone perfectly. After moving his family to the white suburb of Woodcrest, Granddad spends the entire episode trying to fit in with people who quietly see him as a guest in their world. When the local tycoon, Ed Wunkler, invites the Freemans to an upscale party, Granddad sees it as his chance to prove that he belongs. But the event quickly becomes a symbol of assimilation, the kind of silent performance that many are forced to give just to be accepted. At the garden party, Granddad's fear of embarrassment overwhelms him. He constantly worries that Huey or Riley might act out and ruin his reputation. Decades of being told that Black success depends on white approval have shaped his every instinct. Magruder uses humor to mask the tension, but the implications are serious. Granddad has escaped poverty, but not judgment. His comfort comes at the cost of constant self-policing. That need for validation later explodes in Season 1, Episode 4, Granddad's Fight, where his obsession with pride and reputation turns into self-destruction. After Colonel Stinkmeaner insults him in public, Granddad's fear of humiliation pushes him into a physical fight. The scene is ridiculous, but it exposes how pride can become a trap. The crowd cheers, Riley even takes bets, and the chaos escalates until Stinkmeaner ends up dying. In that moment, the episode stops being funny and starts revealing the price of always needing to prove yourself. Granddad's story shows how financial progress without emotional freedom becomes another kind of bondage, where respect is bought, not earned, and social approval replaces authenticity and identity. Now, where Granddad searches for respect and Riley chases status, Huey Furhman stands apart. This boy sees through the illusions that control them both. He understands that real power doesn't come from image or approval, but from awareness. Magruder uses Huey as the show's moral anchor, the one character who recognizes that the pursuit of wealth without purpose only feeds the system it's meant to escape. Episodes like The Hunger Strike and Let's Nab Oprah reveal how Huey sees capitalism as a machine that feeds on distraction. In Season 2, Episode 14, The Hunger Strike, he goes to war with BET, calling it an industry that profits by selling dysfunction back to its own audience. Outraged by what he sees as the deliberate exploitation of Black culture, he declares a hunger strike against the network. His demands are bold. He wants BET shut down, a public apology to be issued, and its executives to resign in disgrace. Magruder turns this into a direct parody of corporate hypocrisy, opening the episode with a satirical scene inside BET's headquarters, where the fictional president, Deborah Leavell, holds a meeting about how to destroy Black people. It's absurd and hilarious on the surface, but underneath, it's one of the most cutting critiques of media ever aired on television. Huey's protest gains attention when he's joined by Rollo Goodlove, a charismatic preacher and activist voiced by CeeLo Green. At first, Rollo seems to embody the leadership Huey needs: passionate, articulate, and capable of rallying crowds. Together, they organize boycotts and public rallies, turning Huey's quiet stand into a national movement. But as the campaign grows, so does the corruption within it. Rollo starts enjoying the fame more than the cause. His speeches get flashier, his methods more theatrical, and his motives less sincere. Magruder uses Rollo as a commentary on how easily righteous movements are co-opted once money and exposure enter the picture. Eventually, BET manipulates the situation by offering Rollo his own show, undermining the entire protest. Huey watches as the fight against the system becomes another product of it. Defeated, he ends his hunger strike, realizing that awareness alone can't dismantle institutions built on entertainment and profit. The episode ends quietly, with Huey standing as the lone figure who refused to sell out. Magruder hides this social commentary inside comedy, but Huey's frustration reflects a real cultural dilemma: how to stay conscious in a world that rewards ignorance. That same frustration carries into Let's Nab Oprah, Season 1, Episode 11, where Huey once again finds himself standing alone against the ignorance that surrounds him. The episode centers on Riley teaming up with Ed Wunkler III and Gin Rummy in an absurd plot to kidnap Oprah Winfrey for ransom. The plan is reckless from the start, built on confusion, ego, and the illusion of quick wealth. Huey discovers what they're up to and immediately tries to stop it, warning his brother that chasing chaos for attention will never lead anywhere. But his warnings fall on deaf ears. Ed and Rummy blunder their way through the crime, even kidnapping the wrong person before trying again, and nearly starting a war with Oprah's elite bodyguard, Bushido Brown. Magruder fills the episode with ridiculous action, but the message runs deeper than the slapstick. Huey's battle to prevent the disaster mirrors his struggle throughout the series, trying to protect his community from its own confusion. The kidnapping plot becomes a metaphor for self-sabotage, a childish attempt at power that collapses under its own ignorance. Huey's calm and focused contrast sharply with the chaos around him, showing how difficult it is to defend truth in a culture that glorifies shallow things. By the end, nothing changes. The kidnappers fail, order is restored, and Huey's efforts go unacknowledged. But that's the point. Magruder uses the episode to show that awareness often feels thankless in a society that celebrates the absurd. In a world that confuses spectacle for progress, his quiet resistance becomes the only form of wealth that cannot be taken: clarity. But if Huey represents clarity and rebellion, Uncle Ruckus stands as his opposite, the living symbol of self-hatred turned into profit. Through him, Magruder exposes one of the harshest truths about Black wealth: that a system built on exploitation will always find ways to reward the people who help maintain it. Ruckus is a Black man who despises his own identity, claiming he suffers from revitiligo, a fictional condition that made his skin dark. He praises whiteness, mocks Black progress, and measures worth through proximity to power. In the Boondocks, he is a reminder that even self-hate can be monetized if it serves the right audience. Corporations and media platforms benefit from figures like him because they preserve the economic hierarchy without open violence. Magruder's sharpest commentary on this appears in the Uncle Ruckus reality show, Season 2, Episode 15. BT gives Ruckus his own series, packaging his anti-Black beliefs as comedy and turning his delusion into a marketable brand. The network executives cheer him on because he's profitable. At that point, what should be satire begins to resemble reality, where ignorance becomes a business strategy. Ruckus thrives because he feeds a cycle that turns cultural degradation into entertainment, ensuring that genuine conversations about empowerment never reach the mainstream. Beneath the humor, Magruder reveals the link between identity and economics. Uncle Ruckus is what happens when oppression convinces a man that loyalty to his oppressor is the only way to survive. His devotion is financial strategy, twisted into belief. Betty's decision to elevate him mirrors how industries have long profited from caricatures of Blackness while silencing authentic voices. Through Ruckus, the Boondocks uncovers a painful truth about wealth in America. Power doesn't just come from owning resources, it also comes from controlling the stories that people are paid to believe. Each character in the Boondocks represents a different face of Black wealth and the struggles that come with it. Riley sees wealth as image, a performance shaped by what the world rewards. Granddad treats it as validation, a sign that he's escaped the pain of poverty even when he hasn't escaped its mindset. Huey sees wealth as knowledge, understanding that the real fight isn't for money but for awareness. And Uncle Ruckus turns wealth into submission, trading dignity for acceptance in a system that pays him to hate himself. Together, they form Magruder's map of how Black wealth is pursued, distorted, and exploited in America. The Boondocks used humor to speak about money, ownership, and control in ways no other show dared to. It revealed how economic freedom means little when cultural freedom is still leased out to those in power. The message behind the show remains timeless. Black wealth means so much more than income or luxury. It's the power to define one's own worth without permission. And until that ownership exists, success will keep being borrowed, and the profits of progress will keep flowing to the very system that exploits it. If you found value in this breakdown, don't forget to like the video, share it, and subscribe for more stories exploring Black culture and representation in media. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.
Before I really get into this deep dive, it's amazing that something as, I guess you can say, as broad as a topic such as why can't a certain demographic or a certain group of people just leave us alone? You're probably saying to yourself, Torian, I can't believe you're actually doing a deep dive on this, because I mean, it should be blatantly obvious, and it should. It's something that we have been contending with and dealing with for such a very long time. But at the end of the day, I still want to see if I can get to the root of this. And trust me, there is a root to this, just like there's a root to all the deep dives that I have done up until this point and will continue to do for as long as I continue to do them. So I say to myself, let me go ahead and try to see what I can gather from this. And would you believe that I actually came up with wanting to do this deep dive back in December? Like, that's when I decided to want to talk about it. And look at all the stuff that has happened between December to now. Like, that's crazy. So here we are with the next deep dive of the obsession, or the long-standing obsession, that some white Americans have when it comes to Black Americans. So the question is, why can't white America leave Black Americans alone? Why is our existence always a debate? Why is our behavior constantly under surveillance? Why does our pain become entertainment, our joy becomes suspicion, and our success become a threat? This isn't about individual white people having opinions. This is about a pattern, a historical, psychological, economic, and cultural obsession that refuses to die. Because no matter how much Black Americans assimilate, overperform, comply, protest peacefully, protest loudly, vote, don't vote, integrate, segregate, explain, or stay silent, the fixation remains. And here's the part white America hates hearing. This obsession is not about Black dysfunction. It's about white insecurity. So today we're going to break down why the obsession exists, how it's maintained, and why it refuses to be let go. You cannot understand white obsession with Black Americans without starting at the most uncomfortable truth. And that is, white America was built on owning Black bodies. Ownership creates fixation. When a group of people is treated as property for centuries, control doesn't just disappear when the law changes. Slavery didn't just extract labor, it extracted identity. Blackness was defined, cataloged, regulated, punished, sexualized, and surveyed. From the very beginning, white society learned to see Black people not as individuals, but as a problem to be managed. Even after emancipation, that mentality didn't go anywhere. It just changed uniforms. Slave patrols became police departments, plantation records became criminal databases, and whips became sentencing disparities. The obsession survived because it was useful. A society that defines itself as superior needs an inferior group to justify that belief. When slavery ended, white America didn't suddenly wake up enlightened. It instead asked the new question: how do we control them without the chains? And that's when obsession evolved into policy. Jim Crow laws weren't just about separation, they were about constant monitoring, where Black people could live, where they could work, where they could walk, and where they could even look. Every boundary was a reminder that we're still watching you. Even now, that obsession lives in zoning laws, school funding, over-policing, and surveillance technologies disproportionately aimed at Black communities. White America doesn't just want distance, it wants authority, and authority requires attention. And here's the psychological angle of this obsession: the myth that Black people are inherently dangerous. This lie had to exist to justify slavery. It had to be maintained to justify segregation, and it has to survive to justify mass incarceration. Black Americans are framed as violent even when unarmed, aggressive even when calm, and suspicious even when successful. And white America consumes these narratives daily, not because they're accurate, but because they reassure. If Black people are the threat, then white systems can never be the problem. Thus, obsession thrives on fear. Here's where the obsession gets especially twisted. White America claims to fear Black people, yet cannot stop consuming Black culture, our music, our slang, our fashion, our humor, even down to our pain. And I think that's probably the most diabolical part, is that one right there. Blackness is dangerous when attached to Black bodies, but profitable when stripped and resold. This isn't admiration, it is extraction. The same society that over-polices Black neighborhoods monetizes Black aesthetics. That contradiction isn't accidental. It's the obsession trying to eat without acknowledging its hunger. White America doesn't just fixate on Black failure. It panics at Black success because Black achievement dismantles the lie that the system is fair. That's why successful Black people are accused of being diversity hires, being too loud, being ungrateful, and being anti-white. Obsession intensifies when the hierarchy feels threatened. Equality feels like loss to those accustomed to dominance. Another layer of obsession is emotional control. White America is deeply uncomfortable with Black anger, even when it's justified. Black pain must be calm, polite, palatable, and educational. Anything else above that is labeled as dangerous. This obsession isn't about peace, it's about submission. The media doesn't just reflect white obsession, it amplifies it. Black Americans are overrepresented in crime coverage and underrepresented in humanity. Every headline reinforces the narrative. Watch them, fear them, study them, and control them. Obsession becomes normalized when it is profitable. So why can't white America leave Black Americans alone? Because letting go would require acknowledging historical crimes, surrendering unearned advantages, and rebuilding identity without supremacy. And that's terrifying for them. Obsession is easier than accountability. Let's be honest here. Black Americans are not obsessed with white Americans. We're just trying to live. The fixation flows literally only one way. And until white America confronts the root of its obsession, fear, guilt, entitlement, and identity, and anything else that I can't think of at the moment, it will keep projecting it onto us. So here's the answer to the question. Why white America can't leave Black Americans alone? And the answer is because it never learned how to. Control became culture, surveillance became tradition, and obsession became normal. But here's the truth that they don't want to face or admit. Black Americans don't need white approval, supervision, or validation. We need space. We need justice. We need them to cut the check. And we need accountability. And until that happens, the question will always remain, louder every generation. Why can't you just simply leave us the hell alone?
Hula parade situation has made me start seeing that Black Americans should not be allowed to identify as African Americans if they're not willing to put in the work to uphold African dignity, African traditions, and African culture. Because honestly speaking, a lot of Black Americans actually don't care about Africa, right? Black Americans only associate with Africa when it's trending, right? When it's in fashion. That's what they do. They use Africa as a costume to make themselves look cool. They don't.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, man. Oh, my God. Nigga. No, this nigga didn't say that. Family, he said Black Americans, we use the term Africa as a costume to make ourselves look cool. What hyena ass has this nigga been sniffing? Boy, nigga, I'm gonna have to donate some money. These niggas out in South Africa are delusional. When has a Black American, now let's take us out of it. When have Africans ever been seen as the global face of coolness? Family, when have Africans ever been seen as the global face of coolness for us to try Africa in front of our name to be cool? Nigga, we just low-key found out about you niggas in detail a couple decades ago. When you got the internet, y'all didn't have no global representation. Who was your global representation? Who? For us to, there, we got to put Africa in front of our name. We didn't grow up watching African shows, African sitcom. We didn't grow up dreaming about Africa. We knew about Africa. We respected Africa. Yeah, man, salute to the African brothers and sisters. But we didn't grow up on your culture. We didn't grow up listening to African music in the streets of Atlanta and Harlem and in Inglewood. No. Hell is this motherfucker talking about? Use African to try to be cool? Use African to try to be cool. Lord have mercy. Boy, some of these Africans are delusional, family. Just straight up and down delusional. Let's continue.
They don't care about putting in the work, right? They use Africa as a statement. That's exactly how the Zulu parade came about. You know, a couple of Black Americans thought, you know what, we're gonna use the whole Zulu tribe as a statement. You know, not caring about the cultural representation of the
Nigga, what? Let's address this whole Zulu fiasco that's going on down in New Orleans and South African Zulus and family. There's a club called the Zulu, I believe it's called the Zulu Aid and Social Club in New Orleans. That's been around 100 years, by the way. This is not a new club. Been around 100 years. And the club, they're a part, they have a parade every year. And every year they dress up basically in blackface. And the club originated in the early 1900s. And what they were doing was, it was a big comedy play. It was a bit kind of like a minstrel show play that white Americans drew down there. And they kind of made fun of Shaka Zulu and the Zulu people, and they dressed up in blackface like they did a lot during the time. So Black people, Black Americans caught wind of it. And they said, hey, you know what I'm saying? Hey, they're doing this. We're going to dress up in blackface. We're going to make fun of white people thinking they're making fun of us. We're going to take the sting out of it. Kind of like we did with the word nigga. You know, they called us nigga so much. Well, we'll just call each other nigga then. Yeah, I'm the realest nigga. Yeah, I'm that nigga. I'm this, that. Okay, I'm going to take the power out of it. So you're dressing up in blackface, making fun of Zulu people. Okay, I'm going to do it, and I'm going to take the sting out of it because that was really a shot at us. Okay, that was really a shot at us because we were seen as African people. So we're going to make fun of Africans. Okay, so they started doing this in the way they did it. They said, hey, man, we're going to do it in this way. It's satire. White people are not going to understand it, and they're going to leave our club alone. We're going to create a social aid and club around it. And since then, they have done a lot of great work in the community, family. Okay, a lot of civil rights legislation. They funded and sent a lot of kids to college down there, X, Y, and Z. And they still do the parade to this day, and they still dress up in the blackface. So it was meant as satire, family. That's what it was meant as. Okay? This whole thing, and they were kind of in a certain defense, defending the Zulu people. Like, hey, you're trying to make fun of them, but we're going to take you making fun of them. We're going to use it to garner attention, and we're going to use it to empower members of the Black community. We're going to use it to fund and send our kids to certain schools and certain institutions, provide certain jobs in the community. We're going to take that pain and suffering, and we're going to turn it into a thing of empowerment. And that's why it's been around 100 years. They're not the first. This new age TikTok is not the first people to come for the Zulu Aid and Social Club. Okay, a lot of people have come for them over the years. Okay, but they've been around because they've done a lot of good work in the community. So whether you agree, oh man, they should take the blackface off, that's another story for another day. But let's tell the whole story. Okay, let's tell the full context of the story. You dig? But let's continue.
Zulu people, they just wanted to, you know, make a nice little cool event for themselves. That's why I also feel like the introduction of the term African American that was introduced in 1988 by Jesse Jackson, it created more problems than solutions, right? Because Jesse,
I actually agree with that. I agree with that.
Jackson, obviously, he wanted, you know, Black people in America to have some sense of belonging to culture. You know how they have, you know, Irish American, Italian American. They also thought, let's also have, you know, African American. But the problem is, as I said, you know, these Black Americans, they just don't care about culture.
What is up with the diaspora, non-FBAs, and their fascination with trying to tell us we don't have culture? This man said Jesse Jackson in '88, which I do agree with him, was a mistake, introducing the term African Americans because it has been used to hinder us and equate us to African immigrants. So I do agree with that part. Maybe he wasn't saying it in that way, but that's the way I disagree with it. That term African American. But what is up with these folks in telling us we have no culture? He said, we introduced African in front of American to tie us to some type of culture. Nigga, we've been the culture. We've been the culture. Let's be clear. We've been the culture. Y'all don't have no global renowned culture. Zulu culture is not no renowned culture where you got little white kids in damn London trying to be Zulu. Man, listen, we have family, foundational Black Americans. Our culture transcends race. It transcends race, family. We got Asians out there in damn Japan and in China with grills in their mouth breakdancing. Okay? Our culture is beyond even our race. Our culture is so influential, it's just considered American culture. Do y'all realize that, family? A lot of these things that they talk about as just being American culture was started by foundational Black Americans. And this is long before 1988. Before 1988, family, I mean, when we're talking about culture, culture is your customs, your traditions, your beliefs, your achievements, okay, that are given to us or that are come from a specific group. That's what culture is, a group having culture. Before 1988, family, I mean, we had jazz. That's global. They have South African jazz. I mean, we had hip hop before 1988. That is the #1 export of America. I mean, shit. We had blues. We had ragtime. We have R&B. And I'm just on the music, family. I'm just going through the music. We had funk. You dig? We had thousands upon thousands of inventions. Okay? Thousands upon thousands of inventions. From the stoplight to the gas mask, to the light bulb, to the home security system, to the refrigerated truck. I mean, we could go on and on and on. Culture, nigga. We are the culture. We were the global face of Blackness.
Democratic Governor Jared Polis is being punished by his own party. Thanks for joining us. I'm Kim Christensen.
And I'm Kyle Clark. Within the half hour, the Colorado Democratic Party's Central Committee overwhelmingly voted to formally condemn and censure the governor for granting clemency to Tina Peters. In fact, 90% of the Democratic Party's State Central Committee, which has hundreds of members, voted to reprimand Jared Polis. The measure condemns Polis and says that he has harmed efforts to defend democratic institutions and election integrity. The party is banning Polis from speaking at or being honored at upcoming party events. This measure came together after hundreds of party leaders and organizers signed a petition calling for quick action against Polis, who gave clemency to Tina Peters, President Trump's ally, who broke into Mesa County's voting systems in an unsuccessful search for election rigging.
Governor Polis gave in to America's biggest bully, and giving in to bullies never works, plain and simple. I have a 9-year-old son, and he knows that.
I come here from Mesa County, and this was
I'm really proud to be a Democrat right now if this is how we're going to react when someone in power in our party behaves the way he just did. I'm here for it.
Governor Polis is likely to wear this censure from his party as a badge of honor as he tries to burnish his credentials as a political maverick. His decision to free Peters has been thunderously condemned by Democrats as well as some Republicans on the Western Slope who say Tina Peters humiliated their community. The Trump administration has already suggested that Peters may now get a taxpayer-funded payout as well.
The housing, try to get them into
what Governor Polis has done. What Governor Polis has done by granting clemency to one of the country's most recognizable election deniers sent the message that I think a lot of people, myself included, find really discouraging.
Colorado Democrats voting to censure Governor Polis for granting clemency to Tina Peters. Now, this clemency order bars Governor Polis from speaking at future party events or participating in party functions for an unspecified period of time. 70-year-old Peters, the former Mesa County clerk, was sentenced to 9 years in prison in 2024 for her role in an election security breach. But Governor Polis cut that time in half, and she will be released on parole next month. Denver 7's Tyler Melito was there for the vote tonight and breaks down why nearly 90% of Democrats there say this is necessary.
Ago, I knew this was going to happen. He hinted towards it months ago. Actually, I think it might have been over a year ago now when it really started to take public eye.
Clemency for Tina Peters stings for people like Ian Coggins.
I think it's frustrating to have to watch it happen in slow motion and not be able to do anything to stop it.
Coggins started a formal controversy complaint to the Colorado Democratic Party over Governor Polis's clemency decision for Peters, a document that had more than 700 signatures as of Wednesday night.
We're going to take institutional action to try and ensure it doesn't happen again.
One of those who signed is Leah Dean.
Actions are tied to what Governor Polis has done, which is undermine the trust in our elections. And I think that should have real consequences.
During Wednesday night's meeting of the Colorado Democratic Party State Central Committee, party leaders briefly spoke about the governor.
The State Central Committee finds that Governor Jared Polis's decision to grant clemency to Tina Peters materially harmed the Colorado Democratic Party's institutional credibility and efforts to defend democratic institutions and election integrity.
And the party voted to censure the governor, a formal statement of disapproval, barring him from participating in events on behalf of the Democratic Party.
Is that this passes with 89.8% at yes votes.
Polis had his defenders too.
As a criminal defense attorney, I believe that Tina Peters was way too harshly sentenced. I believe he should have made the sentences run at the same time, concurrent as they call it. And so I believe that the governor made a brave decision, unpopular as it is.
In response to the complaint and Wednesday's meeting, the governor's office released a statement which said in part, quote, "One of the great things about the Democratic Party is that we are a big tent and there is a space to debate and disagree. No clemency decision should be granted only on whether it will be popular. The governor is often attacked on clemency decisions, but is a deep believer in mercy. No matter what, the governor will continue to fight to make life better for every Coloradan." Reporting in Denver, Tyler Melito, Denver 7.
And going in depth here, Vice President J.D. Vance believes Peters should be eligible to receive taxpayer-funded settlement money. Now, Vance says Peters could be a prime candidate for the president's nearly $2 billion anti-weaponization fund. It could be used to pay out those who claim they were victims of unwarranted prosecutions or investigations.
This innocent grandmother was going to spend 10 years in prison, completely disproportionate to any misdemeanor trespassing that I've ever seen. Was that fair? No. Is it reasonable for her to get some compensation for the fact that she was treated unfairly? I think the answer is yes.
Now, it's unclear why the vice president believes Peters could be eligible for that settlement money. The anti-weaponization fund is designed to compensate those who believe they were mistreated by prior administration's Justice Department. Peters was found guilty of state charges, not federal charges. Denver 7 will keep on this case every step of the way. You can catch up on our previous coverage right now on Denver 7.
So can we sue all the presidential election, all the presidents going all the way back to 1776 that have wronged and mistreated us? Question mark. This gave us an alley-oop to get reparations by some. So yeah, them Democrats is heated here in the state of Colorado over this, and this is Polis' response to what they're doing.
At this hour, Colorado Democrats are deciding whether to punish Governor Jared Polis.
They're angry at his decision to let former Mesa County Clerk Tina Peters out of prison early. The party's Central Committee is holding a virtual meeting right now to consider whether to censure the governor.
A censure would suspend the governor as an honored guest, featured speaker, or participant of any future Colorado Democratic Party sponsored events.
Your political reporter, Sean Boyd, talked to the governor just hours before that scheduled vote and joins us with our top story tonight at 6.
And Sean, hundreds of Democrats signed a petition in support of censure. What was the governor's reaction to that?
He told me that letter is politically motivated, and the reaction would have been different if Tina Peters was a Democrat. He says he looked at the evidence, heard from thousands of people, and made his decision based on what he thought was right, regardless of passions, pressures, or politics.
My goal is to make the right decisions with the information I have, and that's exactly what I did in this case.
Governor Polis knew there would be backlash from his commutation of Tina Peters' sentence, but he says a letter by Democrats calling for him to be censured is purely political.
I think the fact that this has seemingly become so partisan shows the problem with this case, frankly. No case should ever be viewed through a partisan lens. Each case is about an individual, the crime they committed.
Polis says he looked at other cases of corruption by public officials in Colorado, and none of the sentences, he says, came close to Peters.
Nearly every case, we saw probation, we saw 6 months.
Peters' sentence, he says, was based too much on what she said, not what she did. The appellate court raised the same concern.
Clearly, her free speech, however much we disagree with it, was used as a factor in that sentencing.
Mesa County District Attorney Dan Rubenstein disagrees.
This was not just a one act. This was a months-long pattern of deception to try to violate every security protocol we had as the person we entrusted specifically for that.
Rubenstein says Peters could have received 20 years, and he notes even Polis's own clemency board recommended against commutation.
I approach all these issues with great humility in a very objective way, looking at the data. Of course, I actually heard from thousands of people on this case.
That's not humility. That's arrogance to believe that your judgment should substitute those others because you think they're wrong and you think you're smarter than them.
The Democrats calling for censure say Polis's conduct is inconsistent with the party's mission, which includes leading the battle for democracy. Polis insists he's doing just that.
It's caught up in the zeitgeist of the partisan divide, which is a horrific thing that rips my heart apart, this divide that's facing our country and the state. And I really hope that that doesn't impugn each individual sense of justice, whether they're Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative. We need to make sure that you're punished based on the crime, regardless of your beliefs.
I asked the district attorney, Rubenstein, whether he would have protested a 4.5-year sentence had the judge given it. He said he wouldn't have, because the judge presided over years of litigation, and the case is from Mesa County and understands the impact this case has had. The governor told me he didn't talk to Peters or the judge before making his decision, but he noted Peters' clemency request included an apology and accountability for what she did. Rubenstein wonders how long that remorse will last, however, because she has until Friday, her attorneys do, to file an appeal before the state Supreme Court. So we'll see.
And of course, we will bring you that censure decision as soon as it happens. Our newsroom is watching that meeting live right now, so we'll, of course, keep you posted on that. Sean, thank you.
So they voted 90% to censor.
Governor Polis.
So this is what he said. Just in case y'all missed it the first time I played it, I'm gonna play it again. I got them all, got them donkeys, tails all in a bunch.
Thank you as always for your time. Understand that you have reached a decision on clemency for Tina Peters. Can you walk us through your decision and how you came to it?
Yeah. First of all, Kyle, today we are announcing 9 commutations and 35 pardons. And just to be clear on the difference, a pardon strikes from the record something someone did. They're usually people who did stuff 20, 30 years ago. They want to get a sensitive job or go hunting with family, and they want it stricken from the record. We do that. Those usually are not covered as much. And to be clear, I publicly ruled out and have always said I would never consider a pardon for Tina Peters. So she is not in the list of the 35 people pardoned. There are 9 people with commutations. 3 of them were people who committed murder. 1 of them is a felony murder. These are folks who did bad things, and they each have their own intricacies. Usually it's about a disparate sentence. In one case, somebody committed a crime when he was 19. The other person he committed it with was 18 and got 7 years. He got 50 years. We're adjusting that to be more in line. Another one committed a felony murder. That means they were there with somebody when the other person pulled the trigger. We've changed the state law, and I signed a state law that we treat those differently than murder. But years ago, they got the same sentence, even if they didn't pull the trigger and somebody else did. So I'm adjusting that one. Tina Peters is the only nonviolent offender that is on the commutation list. She was sentenced to almost 9 years in prison. And to be clear, she deserved to go to jail. She committed a crime. What's at issue here is how long the sentence is. And I agree with the appeals court that in the sentencing hearing, the judge incorrectly looked at and considered her bizarre viewpoints, her speech, and held her speech against her. She happens to be somebody that's espoused what I believe to be, what anybody objectively would believe to be incorrect opinions, conspiracies, etc. That is not a crime in our country. What is a crime is, along with two other co-conspirators, one got 6 months, one got parole only, accessed after a municipal election, election computers to download software for an independent audit prior to the software being updated. That is the crime. There were 4 felonies. Those felonies will stick with her. She's a convicted felon. And I believe that the 4.5 years that I'm commuting her sentence to, she'll be on parole along with a number of the other 9 next month, is a fair, just, and tough sentence for her crime.
You had previously told me that for any of your clemency cases, that remorse was a requirement. Tina Peters is famously unremorseful for her crimes and her actions. Why was she eligible for clemency?
So, first of all, remorse is not enough. I want to be clear that the clemency process does not start with remorse. 99% of criminals would probably say, I regret it, I'm sorry, if it got them out. It starts with a disparate sentence or a reason that drives the clemency and why it's just. It does, of course, I want to see that there is appropriate remorse and apology. And there's a statement from Tina Peters, which you can display, or I will read to you because you're hearing it for the first time. I made mistakes, and for those, I'm sorry. 5 years ago, I misled the Secretary of State when allowing a person to gain access to county voting equipment. That was wrong. I have learned and grown during my time in prison, and going forward, I will make sure that my actions always follow the law, and I'll avoid the mistakes of the past. But again, an apology is not a reason for a clemency. I want to be very clear about the reason for this. I agree with the appeals court. This was a 3-judge panel, all appointed by Democratic governors. They also found that her speech was cited as a basis for her sentence. And I always thought it was an unusual sentence for the crime that she committed. First-time nonviolent offender. I don't think anybody would have batted an eye if she got a year. She would have been out already. 2 years, she would have been out already. She got 9 years. I'm commuting that to still a tough, but I believe fair sentence, 4.5 years. And yes, there's a statement of contrition, apology, commitment to follow the law going forward.
So, Governor Polis, Tina Peters has repeatedly, hundreds, if not thousands of times since her crimes, talked about how she is not the least bit remorseful. But now she's written on a piece of paper that she's remorseful. Do you believe her?
This is where you have to be very careful. I don't think that she's remorseful for the opinions that she has or her belief in conspiracies. There might be 1 or 2%, even more of the population that believes things that are like that. The answer to that is not to put them in prison for what they say or for their beliefs. I believe in free speech. She committed a crime, whether she was conspiratorial or not, whether she believes the earth is flat or round, whether she's liberal or conservative. She deserves a sentence that reflects the crime. And these kinds of crimes are unusual. I cited another public official in Colorado, had 1 identical felony, 3 other felonies that were different, but also same level of felony, and got probation only. I don't think Tina Peters should have gotten probation only. I'm glad she went to prison, but an appropriate sentence of a year or 2, nobody would have batted an eye. Very unusual 9 years. And I agree with the appeals court that the judge considered her bizarre, incorrect, and speech that we strongly disagree with. I disagree with. Rational Coloradans on both sides of the aisle disagree with, but it should not have been a factor in her sentencing.
Will you be extending the mercy of your clemency to other inmates in Colorado who, like Tina Peters, are not really remorseful and do not take accountability for their crimes?
Well, I'm not aware of any others for whom the speech, the free speech they engaged in, was the basis for their statement. Each of them is unique. For one of my people that we are commuting today, the victim's family agrees with the commutation, that he's healed with them, he served decades in prison. He got life without parole. We're giving him parole. Another one is 74 years old. committed a crime a long time ago, has been a constructive, earned certificates and bachelor's degrees while he's been behind bars. We are granting him parole. In the case of Tina Peters, she was given a harsh sentence because of her free speech. The appeals court unanimously agreed with that. That's something I felt for a long time. I decided to wait, as you know, for the appeals court. They said it far more eloquently than I could. This process does not start with contrition. As I said, 99% of inmates would say, I'm sorry, I apologize if it somehow got them out. That does not get anybody out. It starts with a reason. It is usually a disparate sentence. That's what it is in this case. That's what it is in most of the 9 people. One of them is a criminal penalty that changed, felony murder. He would have got sentenced to far less today had he done his crime. And that's where it starts. And of course, I want to make sure that she's not punished for what she said. She's punished for what she did.
Governor, President Trump has been very clear that he has unleashed retribution on the people of this state, in part because Tina Peters is still in prison. Do you think that President Trump is likely to ease up on his retaliation against Colorado because you're turning her loose? And was that any part of your calculation?
There is no reasoning. I think the president has been largely incoherent in his comments about this case, got her age wrong, doesn't know what the criminal charges were, somehow believes that she did something in his election. She didn't. It wasn't even an election. He was on the ballot. So thousands of people have weighed in on this, to be clear, Kyle. What I, as having constitutional authority to make this decision, do is go back to the facts of the case. And ultimately, I do agree with the appeals court that speech, unfortunately, was a factor in her sentencing. It should not have been. It's important to send a statement that we support the value of free speech as Coloradans and as Americans. The president attacks me all the time. I wear that as a badge of honor. It's, he attacks us for calling us a sanctuary state. We're not. He hates our mail-in ballot system and attacks us for that. I'm a strong defender of our gold standard ballot system, the integrity of our elections, making it easier for families to vote. I'm always happy to refute the president's attacks, and will continue to, just as in this case, we will continue to aggressively argue that the president's bogus pardon of Tina Peters is invalid. The appeals court also found that in the same decision, that they said that her speech was used for punishment. They also said the pardon is invalid. That will likely be appealed to the state Supreme Court, all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. Obviously, a president cannot pardon somebody for state-level crimes, and we're going to continue to fight that in the courts.
Governor Polis, 2 more quick questions, and I appreciate your time. You keep referring to the disparate sentence in Tina Peters' case. Certainly, there are a lot of inmates in Colorado's prisons who feel that they also received disparate sentences. Why is she more worthy of your mercy than all of those people who don't have President Trump in their corner?
Well, the president has issued illegal pardons that we are fighting in court, and the president has requested that I pardon her, which I responded that we will absolutely not pardon Tina Peters. She committed a crime. She needs to do the time. Of the 9 people that we are granting clemency to today, disparate sentencing is a component of all of those. It's probably the main factor in 7 of those 9. A disparate sentence is the main factor. It has been the main factor in most of my prior commutations, not the only factor, not a factor in every single one, but the most common factor. And likewise, I accepted commutation and pardon applications through April 3rd. I have hundreds more that we are vetting and looking at. I expect I'll do another round in November and December, or December when I've had a chance to look through these. And absolutely, I hope that there are other cases of a disparate sentence that is very different and beyond the pale for the crime that somebody committed that I can adjust through the clemency process.
Last question for you, Governor. You've made clear that you do not want to see Tina Peters punished for her speech. You've also made clear in conversations with me previously that if she is released, as you are now doing, that your only concern is that she doesn't commit crimes in the future. But the fact is, I've read every single one of your commutation letters, and in all of them, you talk specifically about how you believe that the inmate you're releasing is going to lead a productive life that will benefit their community and our state. We both know that Tina Peters is going to go out and help President Trump continue his work to undermine American elections and democracy. Given your previous focus and commutations on how people are going to spend their time after you release them, are you comfortable with enabling that?
Look, Tina Peters needs to follow the law like any other Coloradan like any other American. Her beliefs are her beliefs. I vehemently disagree with much of what she has to say, certainly her conspiratorial beliefs. But the case to prosecute that is in the public. It's going on your show. It's disputing her incorrect information and data. It's not to lock somebody up because they believe something that is not only unpopular and incorrect, but also conspiratorial and potentially dangerous. That's not the country we live in. I believe in free speech. All Americans, regardless of their beliefs, need to follow our laws.
Governor Polis, I appreciate you taking time to speak with us today.
Thank you, Kyle.
So that's what had them in a tizzy.
We got to stick together. FBA, B1.
B1. Shout out to Brandon for coming up. Now, before I bring up the next person. So this is me speaking earlier yesterday on Twitter and Reloaded show on a broadcast about Chud the Bussy getting reparations. I mean, not reparations. I said Chud the Bussy getting reparations. Chud the Bussy begging us for help after calling us the hard ERs and telling us we chimping out in Nashville. So he's where he needs to be. Oh, Chud the Bussy. So I'm just gonna play when I speak, I guess. Or I'll pay up until the time I speak. Person, let me acknowledge Iron Will's super chat. Shout out to you for the 10. He said salutatorian. He's a little son for the collection plate. I appreciate you. The collection plate is making a little bit of noise, and I appreciate it. Okay, hold on. Before I bring up the next person, Denzimus wanted to come right back up and say something. Okay, what's going on?
Oh, yeah. So I just wanted to say real quick, since they like to talk about free will, not free will, free speech all the time, from now on, I don't want to hear any of these white supremacists.
So she played what he said.
Say Chud the Chump, as your awesome picture says. This guy is just like as always, great broadcast and everything. Really appreciate all the information. So yeah, Chud the Builder, or should I say Chud the Chump, as your awesome picture says. This guy is just like the rest of them, man. He's a straight up coward. Notice how if he has to catch a fair one, you know, he's just gonna flat out lose, right? So he had that thing on him, and it still didn't work. How the hell do you shoot yourself?
Right.
Like,
yeah.
yo, that's insane.
That's why they would call him Shutter Bob.
It'd be like you play like Call of Duty or Apex or something like that, and you know, you almost have the guy down, you end up shooting yourself and you lose the match. That's pretty much what he did. And now all of a sudden he's trying to
and like I said earlier, Josh was still putting the paws on him after he got shot. Like this dude could have literally lost his life right there, but he was not about to go down without a fight. You know what it reminds me of, and I don't know if anybody in this chat watches the show Invincible, but their recent season just ended in the character Invincible, but he was fighting this character named Conquest, and literally Invincible said to Conquest, he said, I'm gonna make in so many words, I'm gonna make sure that you never breathe again. He was holding on to this guy by his throat and basically strangling him while they were fighting mid-air and flying all over the place. And Conquest did a move where he used his hand and chopped into Invincible's stomach and was pulling out his intestines while he was still holding on to his neck, choking him out. He managed to choke this man to death even while his guts was like literally being spilled out and being ripped out of him. That's what when I heard about when Joshua was still fighting him after he got shot, I said Joshua was Invincible and Dalton was Conquest.
Damn. Well said, man. Well said. But yeah, family, for anyone that's here live or, you know, you catching the playback, nothing wrong with that. I'm always in the playback gang as always, but don't be scared of these people because they talk a lot of hot garbage, but in reality, they're cowards. I swear to God, if you go 1-to-1 on them, you're probably going to win because they're cowards. This is what they always do. It's the same damn playbook all the damn time. I'm glad the brother is okay, though, because the last time something like this happened, even though it was more than one person, I remember, for me anyway, Ahmaud Arbery, rest in peace. 2020, that was a crazy ass year. But I'm glad this brother's okay. Also, because white supremacists, they are not very smart or cunning or anything. They're just stupid. But he did it at the courthouse where there's cameras.
Exactly. I said, of all places to pull that's where you wanted to do it. I said, you literally did your little so-called shock jock stuff around different places in Nashville, like, on like downtown Nashville or just around various businesses. But you decide to pull your ultimate at the courthouse during business hours in broad daylight where there are people around.
Yeah.
A place, by the way, that you just left out of. You just left out of the courthouse.
Yeah, boggles my mind, man. Like I said, these dudes are, I'm just going to call them bots. I know everyone has their terms for these people. I'm just going to call them bots. That's what we call them in these, I like to play video games and stuff when someone doesn't know what the hell they're doing. These are just straight up bots, man. Like, I don't know how else to explain this. Like, they're so dumb. You just came into court and you pull this stunt. And the craziest part is Nick Fuentes and all his ilk, they're even saying, whoa, I don't support that. Whoa, time out. That's team white supremacy. You can't do that. You gotta take that back.
Listen, when you get dubbed as to a point where they're saying you're doing too much, you are doing entirely too much, because they will go along with just about anything. But if they're not going along with something like that, then you messed up.
Yeah. They probably don't want to catch a stray from his goofy ass, you know what I'm saying? So they're probably like, let me back off this one. The next guy, we're gonna have to talk to him on, Discord or whatever platforms these supremacists like to use nowadays, and their codes.
Telegram.
Yeah, exactly. Telegram, that's a big one for them. But yeah, like I said, I appreciate you taking my call. Family, keep your head on the swivel and do not be scared of these people at all. They are cowards. And like that, I'm out. B1.
Shout out to Mahako for coming up. Next up, we got Jesse. What's going on?
What up, Toria? What up, family? What the hell am I hearing?
What are you hearing and what are you seeing?
What am I hearing and what am I seeing? Chuck Bussy is begging the same people that he called nigga to for help. What?
Yeah. And he got a whole fan club and everything. And I said, they look just as ridiculous. I said, this is hilarious. It is very funny how all of this just kind of culminated the way it did. I mean, literally, again, this dude did all of this, and this is where he's at right now. But again, for me, the funniest part will be when the judge said that the bond is set at 1.25. That long blink that he took, it's like his stomach fell into his ass. Oh, that long blink was like, the fuck? You like, what did you just say? 1.25 million. It's like, did you think he probably, I don't know if he thought that he was going to just walk right out of there after what he did, or he felt he was going to get a way less bond than that. When I saw that had me dying laughing the first time I watched that. I had to make sure before I spoke on it that I said, please let this be real. I do not want this to be AI before I say anything on this. And then I said, I'm glad that it's real. But then what made it even funnier was watching everybody else commentate on it. We all had the same reaction.
Yeah, we did. It was unanimous. The same reaction all across the new black media. Yeah. So what is his GoFundMe at now?
Let me check and see.
That was another thing that cracked me up when it said you can't use that money to bail out.
Yeah. They said no. We're gonna make sure you block that. And the thing is, like, even though the attorney that Emerald had on there was up there talking some nonsense, it was some things he was saying that he said it wouldn't be enough, because he has to pay the bail bonds, and then that's something. Then they're asking for collateral, which means basically coming for his property. So again, like they said, the only way he would have been able to bail his own self out by himself is if he had that 1.25 million, which we know he does not have. But his Give Send Go is currently sitting at $268,200, which is interesting again because Joshua Fox's GoFundMe is at $263,000. Yeah. So again, someone had said whoever put hands on Dalton Etherly, if they had a GoFundMe of some sort, they said they are going to make bank.
Yeah,
they was not lying. They said that, and people are donating in droves, and this man got there in a week. The goal is 300,000.
Okay. Well, salute to the family for making that possible. We got to match these white supremacists dollar for dollar. Do you see how much they donated to Daniel Penny for killing brother Jordan Neely?
Remember last year when what happened with Carmelo Anthony and people was donating to him and how much money he made? Then a couple weeks later, you had the Shiloh Hendricks situation. I said the only reason y'all big up in her is because y'all made it into a legit competition. That's the only reason that woman almost made $1 million, because y'all were trying to compete with what Carmelo Anthony had going on. I said they ain't shit.
Right. That's it. They saying they still salty about that. They using the money to buy a new house.
And they're middle class Americans. Like his parents make 6 figures. Like they didn't even need that money.
Right.
But you know, every little bit helps because attorney fees gonna rack up. And by the way, I believe his trial starts next month.
Next month, yep. You know, we're gonna cover it on the front line. I know you're gonna cover it over here.
I'm gonna talk about it. I may not talk about it like, you know, as far as like go live every day that the trial happens, but you know, I'll go like every week, you know, say something about what happened on that week. Hopefully it's not a long trial. I hope it's not a drawn out trial, like maybe 2 weeks max.
Is it still going to be in the same district?
As far as I know.
Okay. All right. Well, that's all I had, Torian. I'm just as surprised as you. This damn, not even suspected. This white supremacist got the audacity to ask FBA for some
support. Excuse me, like, huh? No, when he literally said up there inside to say that we was going around back in the day during the civil rights movement calling white people that word, I was like, who? I said, what in the revisionist history is going on here? Because if that was happening, that would have been heavily documented.
Exactly.
That would have been heavily documented back then.
He said that we was calling them chimps.
No, that you know what word? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we wasn't calling them that. That would have been documented.
Yeah.
We know what you was calling us.
Yeah.
And our ancestors when they was out there protesting, marching for equal rights. And not only that, but y'all was throwing stuff at them. Y'all was spitting on them. Like that's the ultimate disrespect right there, spitting on somebody.
Right. That is. All right, Torian.
But I appreciate you coming up.
Get up here. Appreciate you having me on.
All right, and I'm gonna bring up one last person. Scoop out there on the left coast. What's going on?
What up, Torian? What up? Salute to the chat. Man, oh my God, these people, I swear to God, them and their revisionist history and changing this and changing that. Do they not know we know our history? Because it just seems like they swear we don't know and they need to teach us. That's one thing I can say about dealing with them. When you deal with them, they talk to you like you're dumb.
Yeah, like we're kids. Like it's like, and it's like they're talking down to you, not to you, but at you.
Exactly. That's, I have a problem with that. It's like they always, even in chats or whatever, they speak to you as though you're their child and they have to teach you because you don't know any better.
Like you gotta be spoon fed.
Yeah, I'm like, come on, man, really? What you think we don't know? We know us better than y'all know us, and we know y'all better than y'all want to admit we know y'all. When we see the play, we know where y'all coming from. We already knew with this Chud thing to what it was gonna go. We ain't stupid. We know how this was gonna end. We know it.
Like we said, he put it out there. He put it out there in them tweets. He put it out there in the videos. What he wanted. Basically, what he put out there was nothing more. Up until last week, was nothing more than a fantasy of what he wanted to do, and then it happened. See, the thing is, I think for him, he did all of that, of course, for attention. He did it for clout. He did it for the views, and of course, he did it for the money. But that's how he actually felt. What it is he did not expect it to actually happen and go down the way that it did. That's why when he was in that courtroom and they told him what that bond was, he did that long blink pause because he was like, "Oh damn, I'm cooked."
Oh, he was all right. He didn't expect that white privilege.
And what made it And what made it even funnier is when he had to be brought into that courtroom by 3 black bailiffs. And the one that was standing right there looking dead in his soul, his eyes was piercing into his soul when that judge read that bond and he blinked his eye. I said, I wish I could read minds to know what that brother was thinking in that moment.
His eyes is bigger than a Belgian waffle at that time. He didn't know what to do. Like, I almost like he wanted to say, did you see what color I am, Judge? Did you see I'm a white guy? That's all they all go off of.
And what's even crazier, even prior to what happened that day, if you remember when he got arrested for what he did at that restaurant, one of the arresting officers was a black man. He had locks. Yeah, like, like a younger guy, he had locks. So imagine a couple days prior, one of the people that arrested you was a black man, and then the day that you are in that courthouse for what you did outside of it the day before, 3 black cops are bringing you in.
Yeah, exactly. And I know that hurt his feelings. Oh, I know his feelings.
You know what? I wonder too. Now that I think about it, I wonder if that was intentional. I don't feel like that was on accident. I mean, what are the odds that the people that you antagonize all the time, 3 of them are the ones bringing you into that courtroom? I think that man, I would not be surprised if that was intentional.
Hey, I wish I could have been a news reporter because I sure would have been asking him a bunch of questions. How does that feel? How these black officers feel? Don't you hate these black people? Don't you have a problem with us?
And you know what? Depending on what type of, because I have a strong feeling that this is definitely going to go to a trial. Depending on what type of trial it is, it's going to probably be a flood of black people at that courthouse every day to see what the outcome of that is. And let's hypothetically say this goes the way that it should and he gets found guilty of whatever he's going to be charged with. Man, you probably gonna have people out there partying like they brought Mardi Gras from New Orleans to Nashville.
Oh man, he got it coming. See, this what happens when you mess with our people. You know what I'm saying? So don't ever say this for you folks. Don't ever say there ain't no unity. Oh, them blacks, y'all know how to come together. We know how to come together when we need to.
Exactly.
I tell you that. So don't spread that narrative. One thing I'm gonna tell them, because I know them folks are probably lurking in your chat trying to see what's going, because they come everywhere we go. They gotta see and hear. And let me tell y'all something. Learn some history. Learn some history of what we built, where we came from, and how we get down, because you don't know. Listen to Fox News and Newsmax and all that. Got y'all just, that high IQ, bro, you can't run with that, because y'all have proven time and time again that IQ ain't there. You don't got it. So we know the country that we built, and we know how y'all gonna act and the things y'all pull. We way ahead of the game.
And I'm glad you also mentioned them too. To all the people that might be lurking, that might be on Dalton's side, if they go after him with state charges, which I'm sure they will, that means Trump cannot pardon him.
Yep. Nah, he got to do his time.
He will have to do his time.
And I'm all for it. Popcorn and everything with extra butter. Hey, B1, Torian.
Shout out to you. Shout out to Scoop for coming up and rounding out all the calls. This was a good live. I kind of figured it was going to be a lot of people that was going to come up and speak for this live. But this is where we are going to go ahead and shut it down, y'all. But shout out to everyone who came through. I had a very good time. The next live will be the weekly recap on Saturday. And, of course, like I said, his bond hearing is tomorrow. But I'm just going to wait until I do the weekly recap on Saturday to talk about what the update is with that. We are literally on Chud watch right now. It's gotten to that point. Since he want to be all up in our business, we about to be all up in his.
All right.
But shout out to everyone that came through, all the people that spoke, everybody that's in the Discord, everybody on Patreon, or the other various social media sites that y'all are following me on. I greatly appreciate it. We are about to get up out of here. Video coming tomorrow. I'm gonna put the premiere window up after I get off of the live, and y'all will see. Man, listen. That video tomorrow is going to be an eye-opener. That's all I'm going to say. With that being said, we are about to get up out of here. Y'all enjoy the rest of your evening. Be safe. Stay. Join the Discord, and you will be notified in there. I hope everybody is having a great day so far. I know I am. I told y'all we was going to be coming back again today with another live, and here we are talking about the internet's probably most not so favorite individual, Dalton Etherly, aka Chud the Builder. Coming to give y'all a little update with him, but we're also going to go over, I got quite a few videos we're going to go over today. Thank God most of them are all over on Twitter, so I don't have to shuffle anything around. Of how ridiculous a lot of his supporters sound. Not a lot of them, but just a few of them that stuck out to me. But before we get into all of that, let me acknowledge those who are here so far in the chat. We got Hurricane Nisi, SD Johnson, Till Dog, Black Panther Strike, Andrea, Dimpleface, Eric H, Wallow J, Firebat, Tawana, Snaju Phantom. Let's see. Sabion, Chris, Dimpleface, I already said what's up, Dimpleface, Retro Gemini, Brian, Kels, Stacy, and Cosma Fury. And shout out to anyone else that'll be coming through. 50 Cal just came in, and if for any reason you are unable to make the live this evening, shout out to the replay gang in the chat. So there has been a lot of, well, I will say a lot of videos that have come out where people are now rallying behind or beside Dalton Etherly for whatever reason. It's mostly, ridiculous reasons. And we're going to go over that today. But the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go over this article from People that came out 2 days ago. And it's an update talking about how much time Dalton Etherly can spend in jail if he is found guilty of his crimes. It says controversial streamer Chud the Builder faces up to 60 years in prison after courthouse shooting, judge says. So let's hypothetically say, because I always say don't get excited when they say up to, because up to what's the lowest he can get is the question, and we know the highest is possibly 60. At his age of 28, if they was to throw the book at him and
Sorry, y'all. Disconnect. I'm back. Start the video over.
came out 2 days ago, and it's an update talking about how much time Dalton Etherly can spend in jail if he is found guilty of his crimes. It says controversial streamer Chud the Builder faces up to 60 years in prison after courthouse shooting, judge says. So let's hypothetically say, because I always say don't get excited when they say up to, because up to what's the lowest he can get is the question, and we know the highest is possibly 60. At his age of 28, if they was to throw the book at him and he got 60 years, he wouldn't be out of jail until he's near 90. So if he was to get the maximum sentence. So let's see what they're talking about. Dalton Etherly, the controversial live streamer known as Chud the Builder, faces up to 60 years in prison after a courthouse shooting incident. On May 15th, Etherly, aged 28, appeared in Tennessee court for his arraignment and bond hearing after he was detained for allegedly shooting a man outside of a courthouse 2 days earlier. The internet personality, who was known online for live streaming his racist confrontations with Black pedestrians, was detained on May 13th by criminal investigators and charged with attempted murder, employing a firearm during a dangerous felony, aggravated assault, and reckless engagement with a deadly weapon, according to the sheriff's office. According to an arrest warrant obtained by CNN, the Associated Press, Etherly got into a verbal argument with another man. He turned his body toward the man in a bladed stance. He reached into his jacket pocket for a firearm, and a physically altercation ensued. The AP reported that Etherly fired his weapon, striking the man multiple times. The man was transported to a hospital in Nashville via helicopter, where he underwent emergency surgery and is now in stable condition. He was identified as Joshua Fox, a Black disabled veteran. During his court appearance on May 16th, General Session Court Judge Reed Poland III set a $1.25 million bond for Etherly, citing how many people were in the courtyard over here at the courthouse and the seriousness of all these felonies. One thing that gets left out of the discussion with this is that when those shots were firing off, a couple went into Joshua Fox. Of course, you know, Dalton, he ended up shooting himself, but there were other bullets that flew into areas where people were at that luckily they did not get hit, but they were in their direction. Remember, this was in front of a courthouse, but there were also surrounding buildings where people were in the offices, and there were people outside. So that right there, if any of those bullets would have hit them, or even if it was a fragment that hit a person from the bullet, it would have looked even worse. So they're taking all of that into consideration. Like I said, this dude he's pretty much done. They're gonna pack him up. Let's see. It says the judge also said that attempted criminal homicide carries a sentence of 15. So now we know the minimum. The minimum he can do is 15 years, and the max he can do is 60 in a Tennessee State Penitentiary, according to the outlets. In a statement to People, Etherly's attorney, Jacob Finley, said that he couldn't share much about a pending case, but said that his office had received hateful phone calls and emails after agreeing to take the streamer on as a client. No surprise there. Finley said in his statement that his role is to represent people regardless of their race, religion, ideology, or allegations against them. This entire case is disturbing. Racism is a terrible thing, and if it's a flawed method of thinking, let me tell you something. The prosecution, they gonna have a field day with this. Because like I said, and I've been saying every time I talk about this dude, he has left a long digital footprint where the prosecution doesn't have to really do much. This should be a cakewalk for them. It's the defense, his attorney, that's going to have to do all the legwork. He's going to have to work overtime to try to prove that Dalton Etherly isn't who he is or what he claims to be. And that's going to be extremely hard, considering all the stuff that this man has done over the last couple of months, especially in the last couple of weeks. All they got to do is like Skink Punk Lefty just said, just play the videos. And the thing about it is, he's gone viral so many times that many people have already seen what this man is about. He's not low-key whatsoever. He's not discreet. He's very overt. And yes, of course, the tweets that he's been putting out. We're gonna go over some. We're gonna go over some stuff today. It says Ethan Lee made headlines in the days before his attempted murder charges when he was arrested and charged with theft of services, disorderly conduct, and resisting arrest after he allegedly refused to pay a nearly $400 bill at a Nashville steakhouse per the AP, which we talked about last week. And ironically, literally a couple days later, this happens. Is that he was released on a $5,000 bond and is next scheduled to appear in court for the case in July. So he's going to court in July for the restaurant situation. Like, this dude's going to be tied up in so many court appearances. Like, he might as well put a sleeping bag there. It says Ethan Lee is being held in the Montgomery County Jail as of May 18th, which was 2 days ago, per inmate records. And it says that he has a full bond hearing scheduled for tomorrow. And I'll just, like, when I get the update about the bond hearing, I won't do a live about that. I'll just save that for the weekly recap on Saturday. So that was what we went over right there, as far as the article. So now everything else that I'm going to go over is pretty much video based. Now, this is something that I actually meant to show in the last live that I did about him, but I completely forgot about it. And thankfully, somebody reminded me about this. You know how they say a broke clock is right twice a day? Now, mind you, the two people that's on this screen, I care less about either one of them, especially that one on the right. But DJ Academics, of all people I know, a piece of hell froze over, actually had to put Sneeko in check, which is not hard to do considering how much of a grifting, hypocritical person he is, and someone who doesn't know history at all, about Dalton using that word. So we're going to go ahead and play this. The video is about 5.5 minutes long. Some of you in the chat probably may have seen it, but if you have not, we're going to go over it now.
Sneeko, you got to stick to like some Islam stuff and overseas, brother. Like when it comes to, you know, we're in a very interesting, while most of your streams is about what the hell Trump is doing and what the fuck is going on over Iran and them bullshit ass countries like Israel. We don't give a damn about none of them. They all could go to hell. What we care about is what's going on over here. And right now, race relations within this country is at a point that is much better than years previous. And when we see an antagonist, I think that every race should come together and say, let's get this piece of shit out of the paint quickly, that we don't go down a spiraling downward path like what happened when the BLM movement had to, you know, quote unquote, just jump out the blue. And we all seen some of the errors with that. But right now, we don't need some nigga named Chud the Builder popping up doing all the dumb shit. Let's get this nigga out the paint.
That's why I don't understand why I don't understand why, in the words of Chud the Builder, they're saying you're chipping out. I'm joking, but what did I say that you're upset about? I told them to stop doing the IRL streams like that, and it's a bad idea. So what's the problem?
I want him to continue.
And let me just say this. Sneeko likes to do the willfully obtuse thing as if it's a new shtick, even for him. Because I saw he had a debate with Abbott and Preach. Someone did a reaction video to it. And the amount of times that he deflected around all of that was insane. I mean, the amount of goalpost moving he was doing was crazy. And he's going to most likely do the same thing here.
So you want something violent to happen? I don't want violence. No. I'm love speech. I don't want to see people antagonizing one another. I don't want to see hate. I don't want to see something bad happen. So I said you should probably go inside. It's going to end up bad. You can antagonize someone. Someone's going to act in a way. It's just a bad idea.
I'm not saying I want him to stop because of violence happening. I want it based on what he's saying. He's saying he's down to stand on whatever he's down to. He's been saying. I actually believe if something was going to happen to him, it would probably be a Caucasian that would probably hurt him. You know, usually when guys are spitting all of that political stuff,
and basically that's like a kind of a nod to what happened with Charlie Kirk.
I don't see a lot of black people. You know what I mean? Look at Charlie Kirk. Who
Look, there you go. Like literally, I just said it. Like literally, that's pretty much what he was referencing.
Clapped him. Mm-hmm. Look at all these Israel who keep trying to shoot at Trump.
Oh my God. See what I mean? Why did Sneeko say that? I swear they will never ever. And Sneeko, by the way, is not even PC at all. but he is aligned, you know, I guess he feels adjacent to them. Why did he just blurt that out? That made no sense.
It's the white dude. So when he's talking about First Amendment right, and he's basically also saying, hey, he got his Second Amendment right. To me, that's political. He says he's a free speech advocate. Black people usually mind their business. Okay. If they have issues, they have issues with people that are in their vicinity over actual things that, you know, would make sense for interpersonal issues. This guy is talking politics, and just look at the people who've been smoking the politicians.
Okay, that's very true. That white people don't get blamed.
I think the person
that's 100%
who
true.
handle him would be white, but I'm not saying that he should continue that, because I'm like, hey, listen.
Do you think something violent? Do you think he should be handled violently?
I think he encourages it.
But you're not answering the question.
What?
Do you think that somebody should do something violent to him?
No, but okay. I think they should meet him with the energy that he has.
That's why I'm saying that's why I told him, I don't know why you're upset. I told him you should stop doing these IRL streams.
And Sneeko, since we're on the question of what you just asked, because we know, I think it was a bait question that he asked. Let's hypothetically say something like that did happen to Dalton. He would have brought it on himself. That's the point. It wouldn't be unwarranted. I don't know what. See, people like Sneeko and the people that you're going to hear from or in the rest of this live, they're literally trying to paint Dalton Etherly as a victim. That's all they're doing. They keep trying to paint this man as a victim, and they're trying to make black people that he antagonized over the last couple of months out as the perpetrators or the people that's antagonizing him. I mean, you saw the video that I did on Lauren Chin, which, by the way, again, shout out to y'all for running the numbers up. In that video that she said, it's y'all fault that I'm coming to his defense. And by y'all, she's talking about us. How is it black people's fault for what you said about defending this man? What? Hey, what's going on, Monique? I mean, the delusion is real. And like I said, Sneeko is like, this is only a piece of it, y'all. Y'all are probably going to be damn near ripping your hair out by the time we get through this. And by through this, I'm talking about the last video I show, which is going to be a couple videos from now.
They should tell them to stop the rhetoric.
We should disarm the meanings of these words. We can't let words like that control us.
And there's the tone policing. Y'all, black people are some of the most tone police people. Gonna sit up there and tell us what we should be or should not be offended by, or what we should or should not be upset by. Have y'all noticed that, especially now with this whole Chud the Builder thing? They're up there trying to tell us how we should feel, how we should react or not react. And what's sad is that it bleeds over into our community, and then others who are within our orbit starts to say the same thing. We're the only ones that they love to tell us to. They don't tell us to any other group but us. We're supposed to just roll over and take it. We're supposed to just deal with it. Just like take it on the chin, as they say.
Why is that the only word where people feel justified in America to act violently over? There's no other word in the English language.
Literal wars have gotten started. I've said this before. Literal wars have gotten started over words. What is he talking about? What it is they want the freedom to say that word without any consequence. That's what it is. That's what it all boils down to.
That elicits the same reaction that word does.
So I'm not going to defend.
And Academics is going to do something in here where he literally corners Sneeko. It's I don't know if it's about to come up or not, but it's in this clip.
Acting violent over a word.
Okay.
We can't repurpose history, right? And that word is.
But we do all the time. We do all the time. The word retard doesn't mean the same thing. The word dumb doesn't mean the same thing. Even the word nigga doesn't mean the same thing. Black people have used it colloquially, and now that's a perfect that actually the word you're talking about has been repurposed to be a term of endearment, to mean anything.
But the thing is, first of all, Sneeko, Dalton was not saying it like that. He was saying it with the ER, and they see again that stuff that they like to do. They keep trying to say, well, black people say it. I don't know any black person that goes around saying that word with the ER attached to it, because we know the history of that word.
Sneeko, What I'm saying is that you can't repurpose history.
But black people did. Nigga has been repurposed. It was a word to mean slave, and now it means anything.
Steve, you're being obtuse.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
No, the way he's saying what he's saying is a direct callback to slavery.
He
brother.
definitely was,
if,
Monique.
If you think it's not like he's saying it meaning something else. We know what he means. So you're trying to make this point like, oh, nigga has been repurposed. Is that what he's saying? Is he like, oh, what up, my nigga? Is that what he's saying? Or is he actually saying that, hey, you're a lesser human being, and I'm using this word to remind you of that? You tell me what he's saying.
He is saying that, but it only has that meaning
So why do we need to repurpose what he's saying?
Because we shouldn't let words control us.
It's not about words controlling us, right? So you're now talking about actions. I'm talking about the word first of all. So you're basically admitting that he's antagonizing, right, race relations by trying to bring up a time or a he's trying to treat black people as subhuman by how he's speaking to them, right? And then you're saying, okay, even if he's doing that, we should just not be violent.
No. What I'm saying is,
you got to
the violent part. We agree on the violent thing, but you could only get rage baited if you get rage baited. You could only allow this word to have that power if you agree to that frame. We should repurpose this word so that we can't be controlled by them anymore.
Oh my God. I swear, talking to him is like talking to a brick wall. That's why when people be leaving comments, people saying, Torian, you should debate this and this person, this is why I would not do it. This is why. 5.5 minutes of this dude literally deflecting and goalposts moving and pretending like he doesn't know the response. Now, what I was looking for as far as in this video is not here, unfortunately, but DJ Academics had asked him a question about a particular word. And he cornered Sneeko in that moment, and literally he ended up making him like look like he was a hypocrite. I wish I had that clip. If I find it, I'll add it in. But let's go ahead and move on to the next part. Now, this one right here. Oh my God. Now, if you want to talk about some delusional stuff, look at this right here. This right here, who goes by the name of Archetype Theory, has created a whole fan account to freeing Dalton, aka Chud the Builder. Like literally, the name of their name says Operation Free Dalton Chud the Builder. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read the text, then we're going to play the video. It says, at the end of this video, you hear directly from Dalton from the Montgomery County Jail this morning. White or black, there is something we need to remember about these politicians when they give low bonds to the people terror. You know what? I'm not going to read that. Let's just go straight into the video. I ain't got time.
Hey guys, thank you so much for sharing all the information we're putting out at Operation Free Dalton. It's crucial we get this out as soon as possible, as far and wide as we can, because
and first off, I also noticed in the logo, it says Take America Back. Man, talk about a calling card.
we have to hold these officials accountable for the weird shit they do. And the discrepancy between bond amounts given to people with multiple priors, murders, rape, it's unspeakable, some of the things these people have done, versus Dalton's unprecedented $1.25 million bond. And the DA, Robert Nash, wanted to give him no bond. But this
Wallo, can you I didn't mean to pause it. Wallo, can you send it to me in the Discord? Because I can't click it on here. I can't click a link on StreamYard. Can you send it in the Discord? And when this video is over, I'll go and get it. I'll appreciate it. And for those of y'all asking who this guy is, this is like I said, he created a whole fan account to quote unquote freeing Dalton Etherly for what he's doing, but I want y'all to listen to what he's saying and what he's going to say. Like it's a load of crap.
Same DA
and false arguments too.
Gave individuals who committed multiple murders, priors, bonds less than $100,000. A lot of people think this is attacking white people, freedom of speech, and then, you know, kid gloves for the crimes Black people commit.
So now they're trying to say that, I know what direction he's going with this. He's trying to say that, and it's something I've been seeing on Twitter a lot lately. You have people like him that are trying to say that white people are under attack. That I even saw something where they said, I forgot who it was, that said Black people benefited from, it was something that they said Black people benefited from. And it's like, how did you even come to this as an argument or as a conclusion? They're just talking out of their ass at this point, which is no hard thing for people like this to do.
But what we have to understand is, in Black community, listen when I say this.
Now listen, I want y'all to listen to what he's about to say right here, because this is the part that anybody who has seen this video was pissed off at.
When they give these low bonds to the people terrorizing your communities, they're doing that to hurt you. That's a weapon. As much as this high bond is a weapon against Dalton and free speech.
Speaking of free speech, and I did a whole deep dive talking about that free speech, and apparently people like him didn't see it. They abuse that free speech so badly. Why is it that for them, free speech is them being able to say the N-word? That's like the extension of their free speech of wanting. No, that's every time they bring up free speech, they is always going back to wanting to say that word without any pushback. They wanted to say that word. And the thing is, again, free speech protects you from the government interference. It does not protect you from any consequence a regular citizen might do to you if you get out of line. And the thing is, Dalton has free speech because he's been saying that word. He's practically made himself known off the streaming and saying that word to Black people consistently for months without hands being put on him. So what lack of free speech does he not have? Goes back to the deep dive that I did today. And shout out to y'all for all the feedback. A lot of y'all said out of all of the deep dives you've done so far, Torian, people have said that's my favorite one so far. Like, it gave me a lot to think about. The one I'm talking about where they have this long-standing obsession with us. What's the irony? I posted that video today and we're looking at this right here.
Letting these criminals go for next to nothing, knowing they're gonna.
What happened about what about January 6th? Didn't all of them for the most part, get a pardon last year? Oh, but they didn't see them as criminals. They were exercising their free speech.
Kill people you know, your friends and family at some point. These people are the problem. Dalton was exposing that.
What was he exposing? Oh my God. The people they choose to defend is crazy.
He found himself in the middle. And before I play the audio of Dalton, I just want to let you know that Dalton's not, like, he's just a dude. He's a contractor who
was a contractor. And the crazy part about it is this dude had a good career. Think about this, y'all. This man had a good, solid career where I'm sure he was making a decent amount of money, especially for where he was living in Tennessee. You gave all of that up to be anti-Black because you saw that was a lane for you to make money, and then everything got shut down. And now look at the situation you're in. Was it worth it is the question. I mean, talk about hustling backwards.
cancel over this word. You know, he took the word that ruined his life and found himself not being able to have a job.
Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that he doesn't have a job? Whose fault is it that he ruined his life? See, again, they keep trying to say it's our fault that he ruined his life. Just like Lauren Chin said, it's your fault that I'm defending this man.
I mean, the cancel efforts to get him fired and to not get him work when he started his own business, a lot of people put a lot of effort into that. And Black people, let's just be honest. The blackest thing you could do if you had your life ruined over talking shit to a white guy, call him cracker, blackest thing you could do is just fucking walk around and call everyone a cracker if you're gonna get paid for it.
Boy, if you don't get the fuck out of my face.
Listen, 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 listen. Fuck up, fuck up, fuck up, fuck up. Get out! What did you say, nigga?
I want to say something, but y'all are actually saying what I want to say. Y'all writing it in the chat. Who's doing that? We don't got the time to go around to random white people and calling them that word. I know I don't. I know y'all in the chat don't. We got our own lives to live and lead. We got better things to do with our time. Clearly, Dalton did not, which is why he was doing what he was doing. And like someone else said in the chat, he got a dopamine high off of it. That's why he kept going. And he had that gifts and go set up since November. He saw the money rolling in. And the thing is, he can't do nothing with it. He can't do a thing with it. The nerve of this dude to sit up there and say what he believes what we would do if we were going to get paid for it. You don't know Black people at all. I mean, the absolute caucasity of this dude.
That was the spirits of the civil rights movement.
Oh, God.
Right?
It was not. What? In what time in the civil rights movement was Black people going around while they was protesting and marching, calling PC individuals that word? Can someone please let me know? We know what word was being said to Black people during that time.
And he was just starting to earn respect and build bridges between the Black community who understood.
Build what bridge? What bridge? If this is the so-called support that Dalton Etherly has, he would be, he's in a very bad spot. I mean, he already is.
That he wasn't doing it out of hostility, or that he didn't, or that he hated Black people.
What?
That wasn't the issue. You saw how he lit up when he would ask people, "You believe in free speech?" and then, drop the N-bomb. And, if they were cool about it, he matched that energy.
Hold up. What did he say?
When he would ask people, "You believe in free speech?" and then, drop the N-bomb. And
if you believe in free speech like you say, and everything is just a word like many of them are claiming, why did he say N-bomb? Notice he did that. He didn't say the actual word. He said N-bomb. This is like with Matt Walsh be complaining every other week about why white people can't say that word. I mean, be writing a whole diatribe about it. That's because they know what that word means. They know what it means to us. And they know what it means for us to hear it, especially when they say it.
If they were cool about it, he matched that energy. And he loved it. And he lit up. And I saw that he was on that arc. He was dramatizing a lot of pent-up things in the culture. And I think that's why they wanted him out.
Who is they?
Before I play the audio, I just want to say, stop using Dalton as a symbol to escalate conflict or to lynch him.
You created a whole fan account called the fan account Operation Free Dalton. What are you're doing? You're using his name for clout right now. That's exactly what you're doing.
He's a person. And we all have something in common with Dalton, whether you're white.
I know I don't. Do y'all? Do y'all have something in common with Dalton? Because I know I don't.
Or black. Except Indians, you know, nothing in common. But maybe we can all come together and support Dalton. Because enemy.
I need to know what narcotic he did before he got on this camera and made this stupid video.
Of all of us are the people going after Dalton. They are the social engineers who crippled our communities by putting speech laws on one demographic, having no standards for another demographic.
You know, if this is an attempt to do code speech, he's failing because I can read through every code. I can read through all his code speak. All of it.
Creating this perpetual conflict while they sit back and profit off it and obscure their own crimes. I hope this week we can do what Dalton really wanted, which is talk to each other and figure this out, self-reflect, clean up our own communities. He didn't have hate in his heart, and he didn't want whatever chaos they're trying to.
Wait till y'all see the subsequent videos I'm going to show after this. It literally completely destroys this man's whole video.
Pull out of this scenario. Let's hear from Dalton.
Okay, finally, his whole thing is over. Now he about to play his little clip.
Hey everybody, it's Chud. I'm doing all right in here. They got me locked up by myself. I just wanted to tell everybody that it brings me to tears to see all the support that I'm getting, to hear everybody that's trying to help me out. And man, I love all of you guys. And I'm sorry that this bullshit is going on. But truth always comes to light. The Lord is with me in here. They can never take him from me.
Of course, they got to bring religion into it.
Thank you guys for all your support. It genuinely means the world. I don't even know what to think. I just want to get out of here so that I can see the light of day, hold my son, hold my girl.
You wasn't thinking about your son when you was doing all of this. Otherwise, you would have been at home with him. You would have had custody. Because the last we heard is that your baby mama was getting his name changed. You wasn't caring about your child then. You was worried about clout chasing, getting engagement, getting views and clicks, being anti-black, and getting money. You was not thinking about your child. Don't use your child as a pawn in whatever it is that you got going on.
See my family again. Thank you, everybody who sent any money.
Yeah, Queen.
So I got to get out of here so that we can do something.
Yeah, you want to get out of here so you can go back to the same routine. That's exactly why you're not getting out now, because they don't believe, they don't trust you on the outside. You did all of that in front of a courthouse. What was you? Never mind. You know what? So there's that. We're moving on, y'all. We're moving on. So remember how I was saying that everything that clown said will contradict itself? Watch this. Look at this conversation he had with this Tyler. I think his name is Tyler Hockley. I think I did a video about him too, when he was talking to that Hermes guy who was going out doing them street interviews, talking to black people about black other black people or other people about black people. Listen to what he says here.
We're in America, bro. They want to threaten your life. You take theirs. You put them on the ground. Then you go live on Kick. You say, look at this dumb nigger laying dead on the ground.
Holy shit, bro. Dude,
That's how you
I'm
go.
not gonna lie,
That's how
bro.
you, already, listen to look at it already. Now, I don't know when this video was made. I don't know. It could have been a couple months ago, whatever, but it was definitely before last week. Digital footprint, y'all. Digital footprint.
Go viral. You'll get double the followers
Yeah,
you
there's
got.
no
I
way
guess.
to go viral. Like, I don't think that's spreading a great message.
Yeah, I don't want to have to kill them, but if they threaten your life, dude, you do it. You gotta stand up for your own. What do you?
And see, here's the thing. Listen to this. It's like this all played out almost perfectly. And I'm gonna say almost because it didn't go all the way. He just said if they threaten your life, and he said the N-word, so we know who he was talking about, then you have to take them out. What happened at that courthouse? He up there claiming self-defense, even though there's no self-defense claim there. He shot an unarmed man who was a disabled veteran. Luckily for him, he's in stable condition. Almost perfectly because the man didn't lose his life. He literally put this out here on this video of what he would do. Then don't forget about that series finale tweet that he made prior to this as well. Or maybe it was after. I don't know when, but it was before the shooting actually happened. He literally left a digital trail, and then the incident actually happened. They're going to look at that as premeditated. I don't have to play anymore. Y'all pretty much get the point. Now let's move on to this next one. Do your breathing exercises, y'all, because we're gonna talk about a person I haven't talked about in probably over a month, and that's Emerald Fuddle. I know. Y'all probably, oh God, I can hear your eyes rolling right now. But this is a video where Emerald Fuddle was sitting down, having a discussion with this self-defense attorney about old Dalton. So let's see what they talking about.
So he got a $1.25 million bail. I know he has a GoFundMe. I think he has enough to.
Not bail, you buffoon. Bond. Bail and bond are two different things. See, he don't even know what's going on. He called it a bail. It's a bond. But leave it to someone like him. He probably will say it's the same thing when it's clearly not.
Probably post the bail because I think he's got to post 10% or whatever.
Hi, Dad.
Well, sorry.
No, it's going to be it'll be more than so a normal bail. You're right, it's 10%. But when the exposure for the bail bondsman is this high, they want 10% as their fee.
Yeah, and
then they want collateral for the rest.
Gotcha.
So
put up a house.
They won't take your house, but they'll ask you to put up your house. Right?
Gotcha. So we went.
Wait, this is not an insane.
And see, he heard what he just said. He said it's most likely going to be more because they're looking for collateral, something that I had mentioned last week. They're going to be looking for collateral, so they're going to be looking for more than just money. He's going to have to give some stuff up, some tangible stuff up that's not money to pay for this. And remember, the judge is putting something in place where he cannot use his Gibson Go money in order to go towards that. He's going to need that for them lawyer fees, honestly. That's where he's going to have to put that money towards. Think about this for a second. This man was basically getting money on a Gibson Go for something completely different. And now, first of all, the money wasn't moving like that in the Gibson Go. It was stuck at like $50,000 for a while. But the second it goes past the goal, which was $100,000, and has more than surpassed it, and it's at like $200-something thousand, it now has to go to legal fees and not what you initially wanted it for, which was, I don't know, whatever. And now you cannot use that money towards your bond. But like I said, they're doing the bond hearing tomorrow. Like I said, on Saturday when I do my weekly recap, we're going to talk about that. Top says, I hope all that gifts and money go straight to Joshua's because, well, Joshua, his sister, I believe that's his sister, already set up a GoFundMe for him, and it's doing very well, might I add. As a matter of fact, his GoFundMe almost matched Dalton Etherly's Gifts and Go in a less amount of time than it took his to get there. So he's good. He's good.
Gotcha. So we went.
Wait, this is not an insane. I mean, it's a very high bond. I've seen it before in murder cases, attempted murder cases. I know one of the gripe that's in the community is that they see black suspects commit worse crimes, not attempted murder, but literally murder, literally assassination, and get like a $200,000 bail. That's one of the legitimate grievances I talked about at the start of our show today. This is a real concern. This should not be happening.
The slip is showing, y'all. This should not be happening because that's not supposed to happen with black folks. That's only supposed to be reserved for us. That's what I got out of what he just said. How dare the system actually be somewhat leveled out? How dare the scales of justice tips in the direction of them inwards? Oh, Admiral Fuddle put the right person on it on to have this discussion with him. Someone who aligns with his thinking. That's really what it all boils down to. Because notice they started to pull up Joshua Fox's criminal record. They went in so far to pull up one about him allegedly doing questionable things with children. Turns out that was a different Joshua Fox. A very pale one at that. Just loud and very wrong.
But
he said the lawyer's a moron. Well, look at who invited him on the platform, another moron.
But it does happen. I mean, George Zimmerman had a multi-million-dollar bond. Kyle Rittenhouse had a multi-million-dollar bond. And is it because they're white guys? Yeah, maybe.
It's funny he says that because the two things both of those clowns had in common is that they both got off. Even with those huge bonds. See, the thing is with Dalton, it's going to be very hard to get him off. It's going to be very hard to find him not guilty. Exactly. Talking about some maybe. Is it because they're white? Maybe. And Rittenhouse he killed two people and severely injured another one. So bad that they had to get their arm amputated. And what did they do? Go into the criminal records of one of them and say, well, this dude did some things back in his past and he got this. And I'm like, okay, so if this dude has all this stuff going on in his background, you know, he's a scumbag. But what did that have to do with what happened on that night? Just like they trying to pull up the whole thing with Joshua Fox. Okay, he has some domestic issues with his wife. What does that have to do with the shooting that happened in front of the courthouse last week? Nothing.
Because it's a politically charged event. In Zimmerman's case, a racially charged event. Yeah. Is that right? No, it's not right. But they're allowed to do this. I mean, frankly, I would expect, I think, maybe. So this is a two-stage process right now for
this guy's a so-called defense attorney and he's talking like that. We need to look into his cases.
God. So right now what he's got is bond. There's bond and there's bail. So bail is often a kind of technical process where like reports are filed. Like, is this guy a flight risk? Does he have bonds to the community? There's an examination of facts that goes into bail.
I mean, this could not have happened at a worse time for him because, like I said, he already had the incident that happened at the restaurant, and then a couple of days, like I think that's why he was at the courthouse because of the incident at the restaurant. And now here you are. No, he was there for something else. I think they said something about a debt, like he owed some money or something like that. Like debt collectors was on. It has something to do with money. Imagine you're in a courthouse for some other thing after you just got arrested for acting an ass at a restaurant, and then you're in front of that courthouse again. You're in front of that courthouse and you shoot somebody and yourself. But these are the so-called high IQ individuals that they keep bragging to us about.
But before you get to bail, because bail takes an arraignment, which is normally a few days later, post-arrest. Bond is something you might get right away. So it's possible they gave him a $1.25 million bond, and then when they get to bail and they have more facts in the record, they'll reduce the bail. I don't think
okay, over or under, y'all. Over or under. Put over or under in the chat when I ask this question. Over if you think that the judge is going to either keep the bond or increase the bond, or under you think that the judge is going to lower the bond. Over under.
He's getting out on a $1.25 million. I don't think he has the resources to do it.
Well, there you go. He said, I don't think he has the resources to do it. We saw how the man lives. We know he doesn't have the resources. We know that.
GoFundMe has like his GoFundMe has like 130, 140K in there. He has
of course, this is before the gifts and go went and surpassed it because it's way more than 140,000 now.
GoFundMe.
It's not enough. I mean, that's enough for the 10% for the bail bondsman, but it's not enough.
How much?
A bail bondsman is not
like total
half the remainder.
Okay,
so $500,000 in collateral. He doesn't have to lose it.
Yeah.
So again, when you pay a bail bondsman, you put up the 10%. The bail bondsman keeps that 10%. You never get it back. That's his fee.
Yeah.
If he had 1.25 million himself, he could put it all up, cover his own bond, and then as long as he shows up to court, he ends up getting it back.
Yeah.
100%. So what I expect would happen here is he'd have to put up 10%, 125 grand that he loses to the bail bondsman, and then the bailsman is going to say, "But I want collateral for half the million that's left over."
Yeah, gotcha.
So do you have a $500,000?
No, he does not, because again, we've seen how he lives. So he's screwed either way. He's screwed either way.
House, or do you have a house with $500,000 in equity? I mean, do you have a $500,000 in resources that can be collateral that I can seize if you run?
Gotcha. Okay.
And not many people have that.
Yeah.
So
no,
I don't know.
Well, we know he definitely don't got it. We know he don't got it. But shout out to Wallow because he sent me the clip over that I was looking for between Academics and Sneeko. So listen to this, and this is how Academics is going to get Sneeko with this one question.
But to this individual word.
Okay, if you say word has no meaning, say fuck Allah right now.
Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm asking you to say because it should have no meaning, right? There's a fucking meaning to it, right?
Okay.
Clearly. But you wouldn't say that, right?
Because do you not see the point that you're making? How are you equating God?
Words have meaning, brother.
How are you equating God?
No. See, he got him. He got him right there. So easy. And speaking of words not having meaning, I heard that the person we was just talking about, Emerald, that you turned your comment section off under your the comments was turned off of one of your videos talking about Dalton, and not from what I gathered, not even just one video, but several.
Disrespecting God,
and then now he's moving the goalposts again.
God, the Almighty, something that we have faith in, to something that only has meaning if we attribute meaning to it. God has meaning without us. This hard R word, listen, this word only has the meaning that you give to it. Allah exists without us.
What you just told me, you can't disrespect God. Okay, get it, and I agree. But you can disrespect an entire group of people, and your solution to that is that entire group of people should just not be offended.
That word,
they're doing only.
See, he can't even get his word. This man about to choke. This man is literally about to choke over there. Straight up clownery, y'all. So we're gonna move on to the next one. Now, this one, I think Lisa Cabrera had talked about this. You know what? Let me start with this video first because this one actually makes more sense. Apparently, there's this audio of Dalton trying to reach out to Aiden Ross of all people. I swear, the people that the company that some of them keep says a lot. It says Aiden Ross and his lawyers are allegedly working, even though it's been denied that he's not giving him any money. Like, that's false. But listen to what old Dalton sent out as a message to Aiden Ross.
Listen, Aiden, it's Dalton. Judge, you can give me me out, help with the bond. I cannot access my funds until I get out of here because no one has access to any of my gifts and go or my crypto wallets, etc. I have to get out of here so that I can get verification processes to get into all of these funds. I will fight for free. If you can help me out post bail, I will fight for free. We'll do whatever it is you want to do, bro. I need somebody with big money who can throw down, who can support me.
All right, so that's the audio right there. It was kind of low. I hope y'all was able to hear it. Y'all, if y'all couldn't hear, you probably needed some earbuds or something like, or some headphones. But he was basically reaching out to Aiden Ross, talking about, you know, he can't access his crypto wallet. He can't access his gifts and go, even though he probably wouldn't be able to use it anyway because, you know, they have his stuff. So, yeah, they're doing everything they can to make sure this man stays locked up, which I do commend them for. I think the streets of Nashville have been doing very well ever since this man got locked up. Because notice, you don't hear anything coming out of Nashville like that since this happened. They're probably glad this is going on. They're glad that this man is locked up. And he needs to stay locked up. So that's why I'm curious about what that bond hearing is going to look like. I got one more video that I'm going to show y'all, and then I'm going to drop the link. And this is basically a continuation with the Aiden Ross thing, basically saying, no, in so many words, we're not helping this man. So let's see what they're talking about. And it's only 17 seconds, y'all.
Can you bet on Chud, the Chud guy? What's his name again? Yo. Holy shit. So he is on here. Can you pay his bail? Imagine the clips. Dude, fuck no. Absolutely fucking not. What the hell?
So there it is right there. He said, F no, absolutely not. Because they know this man is a stain. And like Craig just said in the chat, other Dub S don't mess with this dude. They don't. They do not mess with him. They realize that this man can hurt their brand. So if they're not messing with him, well, there it is. But let me go ahead now and do my due diligence and drop the link in the chat for anyone who would like to come up. And let me acknowledge you super chats. Shout out to Janesta for the 2. She said, B1 Torian Rain and chat. Great job. I appreciate you. Shout out to Savion for the 5. He said, if I was that guy that got shot and I saw this, I smell lawsuit money. Well, I'm almost certain that a lawsuit is on the horizon. And of course, Joshua Fox is getting dividends from the gifts from the GoFundMe that people have been contributing to. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and before I bring anybody up, let me look up where his GoFundMe is right now. Okay, so let me share my screen right quick. I gotta bring it back over so y'all can see this. So this is where Joshua Fox's current GoFundMe is at right now. It is at $261,048 after 7 days. And their goal is $300,000. I think it's safe to say that they will be able to reach that goal. So let me go ahead now and bring myself back over to the main screen and let's get this discussion on and popping.
All right, thank you, Torian. I'm going to move to the last topic of the show, and that is situation with Lewis Johnson, who got shot by the police out here in Denver. He's an auditor. He audits the police. He has a YouTube channel called The Constitutional Upkeepers or Right Keepers or something like that. Let me see if I can find it. But he has a partner in crime by the name of Regan Benson, who I know. And she got a YouTube channel too. She's like one of the biggest out of Colorado. Where's this damn shoe at? the downtown Denver partnership decided they was gonna have a town hall meeting yesterday. So Regan Benson showed up, and this is what she's seen.
On the street who looks like they might be in need of some help, some assistance, and maybe they're unhoused, maybe they're you don't know if they're okay.
So you see, she's clearly a white woman, but she do a lot of stuff to help the unhoused out here. So we give her some grace. But she's at this damn Klan meeting. What they plan to do in regards to shooting our brother Lewis Johnson 7 times, 2 and 3 times in the back, 4 times in the back, just for him filming them armed. They said they were threatened. They always threaten. So that's what you're gonna watch now.
Interesting. And where they're headed.
Right there, we're just where these are where the cops are going to sit. So I'll just get let them see it all together.
Am I back far enough?
What's that?
Am I back
We're
far
fine,
enough?
yeah,
Okay, great.
This is before the pig showed up. I've been in that same room when I was running for mayor. They had a boot camp in there. They dubbed it the boot camp, and they basically tried to wine and dine us to do their bidding. Like literally, y'all, wine and dine us to do their bidding while we were candidates running for office. Like I'm running for office now. Well, back then I was running for mayor. And the downtown Denver partnership was trying to wine and dine us at that boot camp. All the candidates that were running citywide or district-wide or just locally, they're trying to wine and dine us. It was crazy. In the same room, in this identical room. I remember this room like it was yesterday.
For some reason, it appears to me that DPD is not really prepared to be here. And they're getting prepared now.
And he's still there, but he looks like he was. Shielding me from Billy. That's why I like these tempers. That's some good ones.
John, what's up?
Hi, John. How are you?
You get some bids?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Hard to come by.
Yeah, that's right. We didn't really like it. Like I liked
That's just good, isn't it? Yeah, we just that's right.
Commander Bowser of District 6 has given me no reason to not have some faith in how she's leading District 3. I mean, she can't control idiot cops that open fire on people, but to me, she was the right person for that position at the time.
That's okay.
Commander Matt Clark is here from the press conference, where he refers to Luis as the subject.
So we got one there, and then Matt, and then four over there.
Yes.
Going back.
Sorry. All right. Hi, everybody. For those of you who know me, my name is Alicia Niluki. Who knows me really as Lish in the building. I've been a tenant for 17 years. And in the last year or so, I've sort of been kind of like a PR liaison for the building with the construction that was happening with the 60th Street Mall. And with the events that happened on May 3rd, speaking with Diana and John and some of the residents, asked for a meeting to kind of talk about what happened on May 3rd, what the Denver police can share, but also to get an update from the Denver Downtown Partnership and also Updowna, which is, if you don't know, the Uptown Downtown Neighborhood Association, as well as RTD, as to what is happening with the continued project of, security on the 16th Street Mall. I know a lot of you get the Updowna newsletters. We've had a lot of incidents, not just in our building, but in the surrounding neighborhood of 5 to 10 blocks. So with that, I'm first going to introduce Ryan Furhman, who is with Denver Downtown Partnership, and he's going to tell you where you can find everything.
Thank you so much. I appreciate this. So glad to have you guys here. Welcome. My name is Ryan Furhman. I'm the Director of Security and Outreach at the Downtown Denver Partnership. And we're just glad to have you here. This is one of the great things about this city that I never expected, is that we can all come together in one room with the police and ask some questions, and everybody is better for it in the end. So real happy you're here. Please help yourself to some drinks in the back. They are all for you. And also,
Who the hell is everybody?
I have a hard time explaining this.
What's the first thing you notice about that room?
If you stick to kind of the left side and go past the pillar, past the
There's no black people in that room.
and then to the glass doors, you take a right, and the bathrooms are right there. So you should be able to get to them.
They talking about a black man that they shot, that DPD shot, and damn near killed. And it's nothing but Nabiscos in the room.
I don't know if you've ever been to one of the Updowna neighborhood meetings. They're kind of chaotic.
I would know about this. I would have been here.
In our building, we just wanted to be able to update the residents. So without further ado, I'm going to just kind of introduce people generally. We're going to do this in order of Denver Police giving their update first, then Denver Downtown Partnership, then Updowna, and then RTD. And for those who don't know, Chris Nicholson actually is a resident of our building. He's my next door neighbor, much to his chagrin. So without further ado, I am going to let, did we lose Ryan? Oh, there you are.
Yeah, just checking to make sure nobody's out there.
Okay, so I'm going to let the DPD start. If you could introduce yourselves and then give a little bit of an update on like what happened on the 3rd and super. Oh, also we have Matt James, sorry, from the DA's office. I forgot about that. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. Great addition.
Hi everyone, my name is Kimberly Bowser. I'm the commander of District 6. Thank you all for having us here. We really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about May 3rd and what we're doing as far as safety in downtown. With me today is Lieutenant Scott Armstrong. He oversees the overnight shift, the graveyard shift. Also to my left is Technician Nabi. She is the community resource officer for District 6. And seated next to her is Commander Matt Clark, who's the commander of major crimes. And I'm going to have Commander Clark start out and provide the update about May 3rd.
Certainly. Thanks for the opportunity. As Commander Bowser said, my name is Matt Clark. I oversee the Major Crimes Division for the Denver Police Department. One of the responsibilities of that team is to investigate aggravated assaults and police officer critical incidents involving police officers. And so this incident that occurred on May 3rd falls in my division. So just to give you some context, I'll provide an overview of how we got to where we were that night, what the outcome was, and give you an idea of where we're at in the investigation and where it will be going. So on May 3rd, it was a Sunday around 1:55, there was a shot spotter alert. So the city uses a shot spotter to ballistic.
Looks like a pig, right? Like if you used to see this mug out in his street clothes, you just know he's a damn pig. Like this dude, he done assaulted people I know. Arresting them and shit. Over the past 10 years, 10, 15 years.
Acoustic detection system that recognizes when gunfire has occurred. There's arrays in certain areas, and part of the downtown area is covered with those antennas and arrays. So there was a notification of a gunshot being fired in the area of 16th in California. So the unique thing in the the important thing about the ShotSpotter system is it provides immediate notification to our communication center and to the officers in their patrol cars. They get an alert, it comes on their phones, they get an exact location within a certain radius, and it tells them how many gunshots were fired. So that particular alert that came through was 1 gunshot fired. Commander Bowser and her teams had several people that were providing visible presence on the mall, and they were relatively close to that, so they immediately started upon notification of that gunfire. Almost immediately after that, we received a 911 call indicating an individual had been shot there. So there's 2 notification methods that occurred where the officers were receiving information that kind of verified the validity of that gunfire detection system, that there was an individual that had been shot and wounded. Ambulances are dispatched. Additional officers are also sent to that location at that time. Officers were on scene within a minute of that ShotSpotter alert. It was very quick response. And with that quick response, the individual responsible for that shooting, meaning the person who pulled the trigger and caused the injury, was briefly followed and pointed out to the arriving officers. Now, the officers didn't have a chance to get additional information. They didn't speak to the victim. They didn't get a chance to talk to any witnesses. They're immediately directed to the person with the firearm who had just caused the injury. They give verbal commands for that individual to stop. And now we've moved from 16th in California to the mid block, 700 block of 16th Street, which ultimately comes to your apartment building. The individual disregards the commands, enters the vestibule there, gets through the first set of doors. The officers are quickly in behind him. There's 2 uniformed Denver police officers that are there. It appears that he's attempting to or gain access to that other area. Again, very limited information. Don't know who this person is, if he has reason to be there or not, but they're acting on that person just shot that person and he's got a gun. So they enter that vestibule, give him additional commands. He turns towards them. The department has released that video and it's available to you to see the body-worn cameras from the officers, and had disregarded the commands. The officers feared he was turning and preparing to shoot at them. The two uniformed officers discharged their duty handguns, firing a total of 9 rounds, combined 9 rounds, striking him multiple times. He drops the gun, he falls to the ground, and is immediately treated. So they transition from threat management, mitigation to life-saving efforts, controlling the injuries, calling for an ambulance, directing that ambulance in. That individual is taken to a local hospital in short order and has since been released from the hospital. I don't have much, and I can't offer anything relative to his injuries for medical privacy. The initial part of the investigation was contained to the vestibule area of the apartment building. It took a while to document and collect that, but we use specific processes to create 3D images of the space. But we use them on homicides and police shootings to create 3D renderings of spaces, and allows us to do trajectory analysis, blood spatter analysis, whatever's relevant in the future, even things we might not know at the time that somebody may want to look at in the future. The firearm that was recovered from the individual was a functional firearm. It was a Glock 21 9mm firearm that was loaded. And there was also, the individual also had a spare magazine with loaded ammunition on it as well. The officers have been interviewed. Everybody that we are aware of has been interviewed. If, in this forum, recognizing you are from that building, if you have information that we don't know already, I'd love to connect you with our investigative team and get an interview or get evidence or photos or whatever you may have captured relevant to this so we can include it for review. The investigation of critical incidents in Denver is a cooperative investigation. It's a multi-agency investigation. It's required by the statute. So the CBI, the Colorado Bureau of Investigations, the Colorado State Patrol, the homicide unit in the Denver Police Department, the Denver District Attorney's Office, and the Office of the Independent Monitor all have responsibilities within this investigation. The evidence is processed by the Denver Crime Lab. And so all that gets put together with the combined work of the investigative team and gets taken over to the district attorney's office. So where we are right now, we're still gathering evidence. We're still executing search warrants that were appropriate for digital evidence and other things that we're looking into. And once that's done, it'll be sent to the district attorney's office for review, and they have a specific team that does reviews of those cases, and they are responsible for rendering a decision on determining whether the officer's actions were justified in that incident, and also determining if charges will be filed against the individual involved for anything in this. So that's a brief overview of kind of where we're at and where we expect to be going from a timeline standpoint. It usually takes us about 4 to 6 weeks to get the case over to the DA's office, and they're pretty prompt with the turnaround. And John Walsh and his office are committed to being transparent and turning those around. Mr. Walsh releases a letter, a pretty comprehensive letter. It's available on the district attorney's website. You can go and get examined.
About our punk ass DA. To hell with his punk ass. Me and Lady Chase sit on a board. Or in regards to public safety and the police, and what we wanted to see in regards to police reform and better reentry for newly released inmates. And this new DA, when he took office, he said he was going to keep the board, the community meeting going. We used to have a monthly and quarterly meeting, and it's been almost 3 years, still no damn meeting, still no board. So every time we see this bastard in public, we ask him about it. He always says he'll get back to us, so we need to reach out to him. And then most recently, when I seen him was by the library by my house, and he was just laughing. Like, ain't nothing funny, dude. Like you said that you was going to renew this down. We start this board up, and you just pussyfooting at this point. And you're joking. You're taking us for a joke. Like, we need this down, because we was doing a lot to help our friends and family that's out there on the streets. And they wasn't digging that, so they had to put a stop to that meeting. But him mentioning that bastard just reminded me of that. But just in case y'all missed it the first time, body cam footage of the shooting of my brother Lewis Johnson.
Five with the latest, Nicole.
Yeah, this shooting was 2 Sundays ago when officers were responding to a shooting at around 2 a.m. And then they shot and injured that suspect. Now, this new body camera video that we had questions about today might be hard to watch. We did stop it before they shoot that suspect.
Denver police, stop right there! Stop right there!
Video from 2 Denver police officers' body cameras shows what happened when they responded to a shot spotter notification and a report of a shooting on 16th and California Street on Sunday, May 3rd, shortly before 2 a.m. We see officers following someone they identified as a suspect into this apartment complex entrance. We pause the video, but you hear multiple shots before a suspect is down on the ground, their gun also on the ground.
The guy looks like he might be dropping his gun as he's being shot at. So I guess what would you want people to take away from it?
I would want them to understand that this was a rapidly evolving incident. It literally unfolded in a matter of seconds from when they engaged him, made commands, and then ultimately discharged their weapons. And both of those officers have indicated in their statements that they felt in imminent danger of being shot.
Chief Ron Thomas answering our questions after he and Major Crimes Division Commander Matt Clark provide some more context to the shooting.
The handgun is pointed towards the ground in his right hand, and he's reaching his left hand out. This is the still shot from a frame 1 second later. The handgun still remains in his right hand as he's turning towards the officer and looking at them. And this is right within the frame or so when the officers discharge their weapon.
They tell us the 2 officers were assigned to a proactive downtown deployment near 16th Street, so they arrived to the area within 1 minute of the shot spotter notification.
They were immediately flagged down by an individual who pointed out the subject who had shot the victim. The officers observed the identified subject near the entrance of an apartment building.
They say the two Denver police officers discharged a combined total of 9 rounds. One officer joined the department in 2022, the other in 2023, and neither had been involved in a prior police shooting before this.
9 rounds. 9 rounds, y'all. 9 rounds. That's overkill. That's definitely excessive force. Accelerated force. That's not part of their discipline matrix. They have guidelines too they're supposed to guide by. They don't follow none of that. DPD is like right behind the lapdogs in regards to their abuse of citizens, especially black ones. So this brother got shot just for having a gun.
Investigators recovered this gun from the scene.
There was 1 round in the chamber and 11 in the magazine. Investigators also recovered a belt holster from the subject, which had an additional magazine loaded with 17 rounds of ammunition.
They tell us the suspect lived at this apartment complex where the shooting happened. He's been released from the hospital and is currently on an investigative hold for the initial shooting police were responding to. The DA's office is now reviewing the case. The officer-involved shooting also being reviewed per protocol.
I'm comfortable with those officers displaying that action in that particular situation for sure.
We're told these officers are not out on the street right now. They are going through DPD's reintegration process. Any updates on this investigation, we'll bring them to you right here and online. Reporting live here in Denver.
All right, so getting back
to that, and also track this specific case when that letter is released, announcing his decision. It'll give a complete factual overview of the case of all the combined investigation. And lay out his reasoning for his decision, whatever that is in the end. Anything else I can offer?
Who turned on the fire? Was it police?
The police didn't, I'm not aware of the police activating the fire alarm. And certainly if it was,
Yeah.
We determined it was from the smoke from the gunfire.
Oh, interesting. Okay, in the vestibule.
Actually.
Interesting. Cool. Yes, sir.
You said that the officers were on scene within 1 minute. Were they alerted by by a message from ShotSpotter, or were they alerted by, within 1 minute? Presumably they were pretty close and probably heard it themselves.
So I don't recall in their interviews if they during the gunfire. I do recall them specifically recognizing the ShotSpotter alert. I do recall that the dispatcher advised them of a shooting victim, so they knew that information going in. And then they're pointed an individual on scene pointed out the subject in the shooting to them immediately upon their arrival.
Got it. So they were already on 16th Street Mall, just up the block.
Yes, sir.
Or something like that.
Sorry, sir. Go.
Who was the victim? Were they from our building, or was it a random? What was the circumstance around the street?
Just a citizen on the mall. He was not associated with your building in the 700 block of 16th. Are you talking about the one who was shot at 16th in California?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that person was not connected to your building. He's just somebody who was downtown.
What was their motivation?
For the initial shooting?
Yeah.
There was a conflict that occurred nearby. And what we've come to learn through the conversations we've had, that there was a conflict that occurred, and a firearm was displayed by the individual who was ultimately encountered by police officers. And then I don't know the basis for that confrontation though.
Okay. How's that victim?
He's going to survive. He's been released from the hospital.
Okay.
When you said contact by police, that was the altercation was broken up at some point by the police, or they.
No, my understanding is the shooting subject has fled. The victim was on 16th in California and remained there, being attended to by the ambulance and restoring officers, other officers. The two that were directed to the subject, that subject was already in the front doors of the building on 16th.
I thought you were prior to the shooting, like maybe the altercation started somewhere else and was broke up.
No, I mean, the altercation was kind of continuing. The conflict between those two was ongoing and continuing, and it wasn't very far. It wasn't blocks down the mall. It was a short distance.
And we don't know what's confrontation.
I don't know that. No.
They knew each other before.
I don't believe they were known to each other before.
Just, you know, John is our building manager.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Just curiosity. I saw the video that was shown on television and YouTube and all that. It appeared from the angle that it was somebody in our building that, because that looked like they were maybe third or fourth floor. That was what was shown on Channel 9 and the YouTube. And I was just wondering, did the police have their own video, or how in the world did somebody inside our building upstairs manage to continuously pan the area during the activity?
It was all post-shooting, man.
I'm sorry?
All that video was post-shooting. It was after the incident occurred. One of our residents just was filming out of the window, just kind of the scene after everything had taken place.
Okay.
Unfortunately, no. She actually filmed him being loaded away. She posted that online, everywhere. Even in the England.
Yes,
Yeah.
but it was post-shooting.
No, we didn't have time to go to anybody. We need to put it out there, but we have to be held by first. Minutes.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Who's responsible for the damage to our vestibule?
So what specific damage are you referring to?
The gunfire. So we have a couple bullet holes
Sure.
in our pillar, a couple in the door.
So, I mean, clearly those, if there was damage from gunfire, the only people that fired were the officers. And so the claim could be made through the city for that.
Okay.
It's in the store level, so.
Okay.
So the suspect since been released from the hospital, but I assume he's still in custody. Pending.
I'm not there. The decision and charges are all with the district attorney's office. So I'm not certain of his custody status. He would the crimes he was held on that night were bondable offenses, so it would not have been an offense where he could not bond out.
Do you know what the bond was and if there was conditions to that bond?
I do not.
Do you know?
I don't know what the bond was ultimately set at. I do know that our office reviewed the facts of the case and ultimately did file charges. There were 3 charges, all misdemeanors. Those were carrying a concealed weapon, prohibited use of a weapon for possession of a firearm under the influence, and possession of a large capacity magazine prohibited. Those are all misdemeanor offenses. So the maximum penalty for the most serious of those, the carrying a concealed weapon and the prohibited use of a weapon, maximum penalty for those is a year in jail, basically, 364 days. He did have a bond set. He was able to post that bond. He is on bond currently. I believe there is at this time electronic monitoring that he's under to monitor his whereabouts. He's not allowed to have contact with any of the people that were involved with the shooting. He is also restricted from going to the scene or anything like that. So those are all in place. I know there is a pending motion before the court to address the status of his bond. I don't believe that's been addressed at this time.
So when you say the scene, he's restricted from our building?
Yes.
The condition of bond?
Yes.
And he's being supervised by the Denver pretrial department?
Yep, that's correct.
So none of his charges included firing a weapon at a person?
No, not at this time.
that happened, believe in self-defense or?
So I can't comment on the facts behind the case. I'm in a different position, practically speaking, than the officers are. We at the DA's office have certain ethical limitations because we're lawyers and because the rules for lawyers state that we have those. So I can't comment on the facts or what's going on with the investigation. I'm just ethically not allowed to do so. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't. But what I can say is that we evaluated the case based on the investigation by the police, which was very thoroughly done. It's always very thoroughly done in these kinds of situations. And ultimately, we determined these charges that were filed were the ones that we could prove beyond a reasonable doubt. If the case did proceed to trial, they were the ones that we had probable cause for initially as well. We do not believe at this time that we have probable cause for additional charges or can prove any additional charges beyond a reasonable doubt. So those are the charges that have been filed at this time. It's always possible that new information comes up with additional investigation that could change the charges. But at this time, those are the charges that we were able to file and we believe we can prove.
Was the bullet recovered from the victim?
Like I said, I can't comment on the facts in the case, that being one of them. The officers might be able to comment on that.
Yeah, due to his medical privacy, I can't comment on that.
Question, were any charges filed against the individual who was initially shot on the mall?
No. No.
Okay.
Was there any video footage available of all the scenes that happened before the building?
Yeah.
Like
We covered, as you can imagine, there's a bunch of cameras available, and whether it's business or city cameras or private business partnerships. So there's a number of videos that are included in the investigative file for this case.
Okay.
So I looked at the Fox 31 body camera film, and it looks like the gun is already on the ground when the officer shoots. Did he drop the gun before they shot him, or as they started shooting him, he dropped the gun?
You know, you can make your determination based on that part release video, but it appears that as he's turning with the gun, he had disregarded the officer's commands. They felt they were going to be shot. That's when they decided to discharge their firearms. And so, depending on which frame of that specific sequence you have, you can see the gun is falling to the ground. Our body cameras have 24 frames per second. So in one frame, it's in it at amen, and the officers are discharging their weapon, and then in the next frame or two, that gun's falling to the ground.
If you guys don't have any more questions on this side, then we'll move on to Denver Downtown Partnership.
No, I just played the video for y'all. What do y'all think? Do you think that he dropped the gun when they started shooting him? Or you think the gun was already on the ground before they even arrived?
Thank you so much. Any more questions? Okay, Ryan, if you would like to give an update on what is being done for the project of, safety and security on the mall. We know that we've had, and maybe DPD can also answer this, we know that we've had quite a few crimes, shooting specifically within the last month, is it? I think 4 in total, 5 with ours. If you could just kind of talk about the initiatives that you guys are doing and how we are building, getting broken into. And I mean, Joan has done a really good job of working with police and getting the homeless out from the vestibules, but
I apologize for the volume being.
And I don't want to step on DPD because DPD has been obviously the reason that we have achieved so much success since I got here in 2022. So I'm going to try and stay away from them and what they're doing so they can speak to that. But I will say that the partnership that we have with Denver Police is like none I've ever seen before. And they have committed resources as well as the mayor's office and the city of Denver has committed resources to downtown Denver that are helping us recover from what we experienced in 2020 and the subsequent years after that. So as you probably all have noticed, there's been significant improvement. We are not trying to say that we are done, nor trying to say that we have succeeded and accomplished making downtown the safest downtown in the nation. However, that is what we continue to strive for at the Downtown Denver Partnership. Something to understand is that we have a clean and safe team, and our safe team is our security, public safety ambassadors that you see in yellow shirts walking around in the business improvement district. They are private security. They are our team with the Downtown Denver Partnership. So they're employees of the partnership, and their job is to patrol the public spaces.
At their own.
And with that, they have very limited authority and control of what they can do and what they can't do. They are not police. They cannot detain. They cannot write citations. They are unarmed. So these are observe and report, and they're going to be the ones that respond to the clean and safe tickets that I hope you guys all put in, and then they patrol and look for things on their own proactively. So we have that team. We also have a clean team, and those are the people you see.
So they have a snitching app called Clean and Safe. And they had introduced it when I was running for mayor in 2023. And basically it's an app where they can let you know where there's a crime being committed or taking place. You take a snapshot, a picture of what's going on, and it goes directly into their database or their dispatch, and they'll respond to it via this app called Clean and Safe.
Purple, obviously more eyes on the street, and they're out there all the time, just making sure that they're reporting things and helping out in every way that they can. Again, they are a private contractor, so they are not in any way, shape, or form a security team. We have, I think, 13 now of those security officers that I mentioned, and so one of them is a supervisor. We have a security manager, and then of course we have the public safety ambassadors. So they are out and about from 6 a.m. until midnight, Monday through Friday, 365 days a year. We do have many other initiatives that we have done in to try and help safety, because again, we have to do this as a team. We have to do this as a community, and we can't rely on only DPD to handle all the problems. We try to be supplemental to that. If we see somebody trespassing on a place that we know they can't be trespassing, obviously a well-signed area or a place that we know there's a trespass notice or a trespass agreement with the police, then we'll say, hey, you're trespassing, you're not allowed to be here. And they can, if they leave, great. And most of the time they do. They're usually very cooperative, and we get that voluntary compliance. However, if they tell us to pound sand, there's nothing we can do about it. We can't even call police on a trespasser on your property, because we are not the victims. You and your property are the victims. So that requires somebody as a representative from your building to call and say that they're trespassing, and then that's when the police can handle that issue. But again, as we try to get everybody in the community working together for the safety of this area, we offer things like a public shared radio network where buildings can talk to each other on a radio channel. This is not a channel with the police, but just a radio channel with security. And if somebody has a problem in their lobby, they can get on the radio and notify other buildings in the area that there's an issue. We have a block captain program where if people are having somebody that is committing crimes on their property and they have some good photos, we can send that out and get some good information and follow up with them. Obviously, we have our great partnership with Denver Police and the units that they have in 16th and the Business Improvement District. So we are doing everything and anything that we can. In addition to that, we also have 2 full-time outreach caseworkers. And these are not part of our security team. They are strictly outreach. And so if you see somebody on the street who looks like they might be in need of some help, some assistance, and maybe they're unhoused, maybe you don't know if they're okay. You don't know if there's experienced an overdose or anything even worse than that. our team can go out there and address that. And these outreach caseworkers try to get them into housing, try to get them into some services and some treatment. That's their goal. That's their primary goal. They're also not going to ask anybody to leave. So if somebody is trespassing and you do a outreach ticket on the Clean and Safe app, then our outreach team will go to them and they will talk to them, ask them if they need anything. And if they tell them they don't want anything, then our outreach team leaves. The rest of that is up to security. So I can see sometimes people get frustrated when they're saying, well, I did an outreach ticket because I thought maybe this person needed some help and then he's still here. Well, that's because we can't move them and we can't force them to move. We want to help them, and we will try to build rapport and trust and get them into a place where they can actually accept services and treatment. So again, without going into belaboring the point, we are truly doing anything and everything that we can to make downtown safer and to make everybody feel, and including the residents and the businesses, to feel safer. And I think I speak for, I guess, myself when I say that I feel like it has gotten so much better down here. We are not done, but it is 100% better than when I got here in 2022. Great point. Thank you. Yeah, if you don't have the Clean and Safe app, you can download it through Google or Apple. It's Clean and Safe Denver, and you can interact and engage with your community and basically use this app to report trash on the sidewalk, or if you have a security concern that has not reached the level of Denver police yet, but it's something you would like to have checked on, then we can respond to that. And it's very, very easy. It geolocates wherever you're at, and you can take a photo if you want, or you can just offer a description, and then you hit submit. I mean, it's that simple and it's done. You can check on that same app if there's what's been done and what the result of your complaint was, and then it's usually.
Me and Lady Chase said it's a snitching app. That's what it is. They asked us to download it that day. I did that boot camp. It's definitely a snitching app, like Nextdoor, or any of them other ones. It's a bunch of snitching apps.
Go about your business. So we really want people to take ownership of the city and take some responsibility for what it looks like. And if you have something that you don't like, then we probably wouldn't like it either, and we want it addressed. And so we use that app so that you can engage with us in our community.
I think that's cool. Sorry. How do you use the data that you collect on clinics that you have?
We use it all the time, and mainly it's because we need to know what our hotspots are. We need to know what our areas that require the most attention. Obviously, you can imagine we get a lot of reports in the area of Stout up to Welton. And so we do have what would we consider a hotspot there. We've moved our security office to that area so that we can have additional presence in some areas that maybe just don't have a lot of storefronts or residents or people to walk by. The more people you have, the safer you are, the safer the area is, the more eyes on the street. And so we want to increase that however we need to. But we use it for a litany of reasons. Obviously, our clean team, they have the ability to know how full a trash can is so that they can efficiently make their rounds and collect trash. I mean, it's something that simple all the way up to how we deploy our resources and how we move our security office.
I think I ask in part because I know we're also encouraged to call DPD if there's an incident, right? If only to kind of track incidents that happen downtown. And so I do wonder how you share that information with DPD and vice versa.
Yeah, we will share it if they need it. We share it. There's nothing. Our outreach data we don't share because that's all private and protected. But if it's something that's occurring in the public venue and we're able to have that on our app, we will absolutely share it with DPD.
I think it's probably a good segue to introduce Lisa Cope, who's the president of DONA, to sort of talk about how DONA is working with Denver Downtown Partnership, DPD, and what they're doing to sort of help this situation.
Yeah, there's so much I want to tell you, but I'm not going to tell you all that because we've got other people that need to speak. But I will read from Ryan. Yes, the Clean and Safe app. If you don't have that downloaded, you need to do that right now. And you need to use it every day. You can report anything from trash on the sidewalk.
They telling you to download it.
Person who needs assistance.
You don't have it. You need to download it right now.
And I think you guys know when I'm walking around because But it's extremely important. All that information is captured. You also need to use 311. That one is not as easy to use. And we're talking to Director Gardner about that. The great thing about the Clean and Safe app is that it captures where you are. You don't have to put in the address or the intersection. But you need to use Clean and Safe, you need to use 311, you need to use 911 when it's appropriate. DONA members have been asked by the mayor's office to report all of the unhoused that we're seeing, even if they're just sitting there, so that they can go out and try to get them resources, get them help. I think you've been very successful with 2 people, longtime residents of 16th Street, get them into one into treatment, one into housing. But that reporting all gets gathered. There's a weekly meeting, right? That all of you are in.
It's daily.
Daily meeting with the mayor and a bunch of city leaders. And that we do, all the information gets dumped and they monitor, they have heat maps in their offices and they monitor where all these calls are coming in, especially for the unhoused. But as far as DONA, we're the registered neighborhood organization for this area. We've been an RNO for 4 years. We have 10 committees working on many aspects of downtown. Safety is number 1. We do hold town halls, and yes, sometimes they can get chaotic, but it's due to the emotional level. One of the most emotional was after the stabbings occurred. We probably had 100 people in here. Most of you were there on a Monday afternoon, and it was a little chaotic because emotions were so high. But I think from that, we got the Downtown Safety Action Plan, which was excellent. Our role, your role in that is be involved in your community. We do email campaigns to the DDA board when the funding came up for the extension for the Downtown Denver or Downtown Safety Action Plan that was approved. All of our members emailed the board. We do that on legislative issues. We've got some legislative issues out there right now that are being proposed by city council that are not particularly helpful to downtown safety. You can be part of that. We hold town halls like this. And so with the 4 shootings that we've had, there are 4, and yours was the 4th. I know when the one occurred at 18th and Stout, it was Sunday afternoon, and I emailed Commander Bowser and she responded, which I was not expecting on a Sunday afternoon. But we are very concerned about that. And when those shootings occurred, each one of them, we've contacted Commander Bowser, Chief Thomas, Officer Koningsfeld is who it was at the time. Ryan, we meet regularly with the police department, the Department of Safety, and Ryan, and we discuss all the safety issues downtown. So I hope that you guys use those apps and you report crimes, and that you also become part of FDONA so that we can better represent what is happening in your building. There are 21 residential buildings downtown. We have members in a lot of them. We have a few in your building. We'd love to have more. But we all have common issues, but we also have unique issues. Your building is right on 16th, so you're seeing a lot more than what some of us are seeing in some of our other buildings. So we really need your input. The relationships that we've made with the police department, the DA's office, they're phenomenal. And so we're here to help you and represent you, and we want you to be involved. So let me know if you have any questions. I'm always available.
Can one of you guys address the sideshow issue that's happening nonstop on Stout Street? Because people seem to think that it's the, Formula One raceway at 2 o'clock in the morning and 3 o'clock in the morning and 9 o'clock at night. And we had a recent situation where I think it was a stolen car and it went flying to the 16th Street Mall. Thank God it was at 2 o'clock in the morning. But I'm on the 5th floor right over the mall, and I hear all of it like that happens. I usually work late. But I mean, the sideshows between the motorcycles and the cars, because it's both. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's every single day. I think it was like 4 years ago during COVID where there was some sideshowing where the guy went into the spaghetti warehouse, but it's just a matter of time before they go into CVS or Walgreens. It's just really bad. I mean, can we put speed bumps or, can we I don't know, like monitor it, like, is there something that can be done? Cause something's gonna happen.
I'm not sure what you mean by sideshow.
Street races?
Street racing.
Yeah,
So
they, like, the side showing is they street race, but then they do donuts in the middle of the 16th Street Mall intersection. And there was a situation the same week, I think, of our shooting where the guy went flying into a car, you know, he jumped. the
Look at
curb
them
and
just
flying
snitching
into
away.
the sidewalk.
Snitch,
Other
snitch,
cars
snitch,
around the
snitch,
city.
snitch.
I mean, it's, you know, they're not just racing, they're literally doing sideshow stuff in the middle of the intersection.
Oh, yeah, no, it's absolutely, it's extremely frustrating. It's very dangerous. It's upsetting to you. It's loud. It's dangerous. We do try to stop them when they do that. The problem with that particular thing is that when we try to stop them, generally they don't stop. They generally don't have license plates. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. We can't chase for things like that. That's a violation of our chase policy. So we can't chase for those types of things. We can't use any forced stop methods. We do have a street racing team that it operates citywide. So when they advertise that there are gatherings or that we're going to meet here or we're going to do this thing, we have a team of officers that will go there and try to create that enforcement and deter that activity before it starts. They don't always post their location. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. So it is very challenging. It's a challenging thing to combat. And I understand that it's frustrating, it's dangerous, and we find the same thing. We're equally frustrated with the noise and the danger and all of the things that they're doing on motorcycles and street racing. But it is a priority. It's just unfortunately they don't stop for us. When we try to initiate traffic stop, they don't stop for us. So we do use other tools if they're on video and they have a license plate. That's an investigative tool that we can do. A lot of times they'll have the full face helmets, which obscures their face, and they're impossible to identify visually because of the facial obstruction. And so we are equally as frustrated, but know that we do have a dedicated street racing team. Unfortunately, it is citywide, so we don't get to keep them off ourselves in this district. They believe their next meetup will be, which unfortunately does occur across the city. So.
Just out of curiosity, is it okay? Because I've had the same frustration for 7 years living downtown. I used to be on 17th Street over at the Boston building. It was worse, honestly. Part of the reason I moved was to get away from it. If these people had just committed like a violent assault that your officers witnessed, what actions would you be able to take to stop them that you can't do? Right.
Well, the chase policy dictates when we can and can't. So somebody has to have serious bodily injury by the use of a deadly weapon, and then we can initiate those kind of forced stop methods. We can't chase for low-level crimes, and we cannot chase for any kind of traffic violation, regardless of how flagrant it is. We cannot chase for that. It's a violation of policy.
And just to follow up on that, is chasing the only option for detaining people in that circumstance? I assume this is an issue all over the country. Are there other methods? Like I know for cars, you can shoot one of those things out and I forget what it's called.
The spikes, the red carpet.
Yeah, exactly. Like I guess I look at this and I see a flagrant, repeated disregard for the law at a level that makes me think that, you know, we have lost any set. Like the idea that these guys can get away with this for years at a time just makes me wonder, like, how long
Only gonna get worse with the e-bikes.
Right.
That we see go down the mall all the time in front of the buses.
I just have a hard time believing that there's not a way to address this. And maybe it's not under our policies right now, but as a policymaker myself, who goes about every month trying to change our TV's policies to fix all of the things that we see as being wrong, and as someone who's friends with like most of the city council, I can't constance the idea that there's nothing we can do. That this is good enough and we just have to live.
I'm not saying there's nothing that we can do. We've done actually a lot of there's been a few times where we've been able to witness them doing it. We have officers kind of around the corner, and then when they stop, we've been able to pull them off the motorcycle and take enforcement action that way. We don't always have somebody that's available to do that. But know that we've been successful at doing some of that stuff. Sometimes our street racing team, they've got the undercover cars, and so they'll follow them or they'll monitor them until they land at the gas station or home or something, and then they will take action. And when they're out of the car, when they're off of the motorcycle, and then that's when we can pick them up and take action.
It's not, this is happening every weekend. It's not working.
It's not even very, it's every day almost. I agree.
I'll just say, I think there needs to be a real conversation in the city at the city council level, at the police level, about what needs to change in a major way. I don't know what that is, but there's gotta be cities around the country that are doing it
We'll
better
have
than
any
us.
support from council or from the city to help us to alleviate that issue. We are just as frustrated.
So,
I mean, if that incident from the other day had happened during the daytime, there would be people who were dead.
Yeah.
There'd be dead people.
Well, I would love to sit down with you and talk about this one-on-one, to address that. Thank you.
Just an observation, I live in Newsteaders and I have windows on the Stout Street side. And I noticed that a lot of the motorcycles, and as the nicer weather is coming, the bikers seem to hang out at the Tarantula Bar, which is at 15th and Stout. And periodically, a bunch of them will do their racing up towards 17th from 15th, which is what you're talking about. Maybe more police presence, let's say from 9 o'clock to closing time. And I don't mean full-time policemen standing there, but if the people in the bar that are sitting there with the bikes and all that stuff see that there's officers cruising by occasionally, maybe they could temper somewhat some of the racing. I mean, I don't know if you guys are already doing that. If you are, thank you very much. It's just a thought that maybe, people don't want to get caught doing something if they know there's police around.
That's a great segue. Thank you for asking that question. I have Lieutenant Scott Armstrong here. He oversees all of our night shift outcrowd operations. So I'm going to pass to him to talk about, his deployment of resources for that kind of thing overnight.
So thank you for bringing that question up. So I want to speak broadly in terms of outcrowd operations and when that's typically ran. So outcrowd operations historically has been Friday night and Saturday night. We do a light deployment package on Thursday nights. With that being said, during outcrowd operations on the weekends, we have a mix of on-duty and off-duty resources through some grant streams for funding sources that allow us to put anywhere from 50 to 60 officers in the Lodo area during the hours of 9 p.m. to 3 a.m. So we do have historically what I would consider to be a tremendous amount of resources here. And it's really truly only because of those grant funding sources that we're able to do that. Historically, it was just only on-duty resources left to really try and manage this big thing by itself. So how we approach that is we have to look at where our biggest problem spots are, where we can have the biggest impact on public safety at a time. So the way I employ that is I deploy a mix of static and mobile resources. And of those mobile resources, we may have 2 to 3 2-officer cars. I have an impact team that is very proactive and they're very mobile in checking out. What they'll do is go through the night and they'll check on different hotspot locations around, say, the mall or in Lodo, and then they'll determine which one is likely to be the bigger issue that's going to require them to be static at the 2 o'clock hour. So in that time frame, they're being proactive, they're making traffic stops, but pedestrian contacts, looking for opportunities to disrupt violence before it starts. The other thing that drives what we do and where we do it is information from the community. So it's information from the community and incidents when and where they occur. So I'm constantly taking in information in my weekly planning. So my weekly planning for this weekend started today. So I'm looking at last weekend's events, where they occurred, what happened, what are the driving forces behind that, the why behind what occurred. So say like this shooting that occurred on the mall. It's important that we try to figure out the why, because if it happened at a location here, if that's where the genesis of the argument started, I can put cops there, right? It's hard when things just they're kind of gray or obscure. We don't really know the why behind it. It's hard for us to react to that. I can say that we're having great outcomes in we're having really, really good outcomes in the violent crime, meaning that we're making arrests very, very quickly. However, I think everyone in the room would agree, that we prefer that these things didn't happen, right? So that's where the data comes in. We need to hear from you in the community for things that we're not seeing. I had no idea that there was, routinely bikers congregating around the Tarantula Bar. That's great information. So I'm going to use that this weekend in my deployment package to make sure that we're checking that off. The other thing that we're doing is we're reaching across to other department and city resources. When we don't have the resources, or maybe we're not best suited to handle an issue, maybe there's a problematic business, then we bring in our community resource team, we bring in other entities within department and city government to help us resolve those issues and get those those businesses in line, so they're not being any kind of corrupting location or issues where violence is emanating from, if that makes sense. Aside from that, as part of our normal outcrop procedure, I have the command post at my location where we're accessing all of the downtown cameras, and I'm constantly scanning. I have a detective with me in the command post that is constantly scanning for crowds that look like they might be unruly, fights that are starting to occur, or anything that we might need to move some of those mobile resources and get them there to prevent any kind of violence. So we constantly use that. And then aside from those traditional outcrowd resources, we obviously have access to 2 DMU teams, 2 e-bike teams that can be deployed and their schedules flexed back and forth to address some of these issues as they pop up. That's kind of a bird's eye view of our crowd. It is something that I think it's not meant to be stagnant and inflexible. It's meant to be flexible. It needs to be flexible. So I do have a few business cards. I'll leave one on the table if anyone wants to just come and take a photo of it. If you see these things, email me, and it's very helpful to have that information in my plan. Thank you.
Thanks to that. So if you guys remember, I'm sure heard it, at Bank of Boston, probably, what was it, a couple summers ago, there were probably 30 or 40 kids, I'll call them, on mini bikes and ATVs that would just go right down Stout through it was awful. And single pane windows at Bank of Boston was awful. We would so I had someone in my building, I would contact someone in your building, and there was another building, and we were 3 members of that donut, and we would videotape it and send it to Commander Bowser to try to develop a pattern so that they would know where to have their resources. So I would encourage you guys to do that, because that's going to be very helpful. Though that number of bikes and ATVs are not heading through downtown right now. It's smaller, whatever you're experiencing now. But you were able to eventually catch a couple. There happened to be a helicopter and you trapped someone in the alley. So our reporting does really help. And I think we should do that again and give you the information on the timing and who it is and what they're riding. Some of their vehicles were permanently impounded, and then we curb that. So you do make a difference. With regard to your shooting at Newsteaders, and those 3 ones, I don't want to keep pointing at you, those were 2 outcrowd officers that, the focus of outcrowd is Ladona. That's where all the problems have been. But we've got them now in upper downtown. They're occurring. Officer Nabi brought it to our attention at Line, at the corner of 15th and Champa, and at XSO, which is in the pavilions. You guys are right in the middle of that. And so there were 2 officers that were sent up to upper downtown to kind of monitor the situation. And that's why they were able to respond so quickly to the shooting, which was fantastic. So, I think our request would be if we could continue to get those officers, not just focused on Ladona, although I know that's where the huge problem is, but we need help too in upper downtown, because we don't want a Ladona in upper downtown. We just don't. So anyway, but just so you're aware of that.
And on the last note, I want to introduce Chris Nicholson, as you all know, he lives in our building. He's on the board of RTD. I don't know if a lot of you know, there's going to be a year-long project. They're bringing out the tracks right by our building. So even though the mall project is over, the RTD project has just started. So
Well, they just did that. That's intersection. So, I'll address this before I get into safety, issues. We did take care of the intersections, last year. The purpose of the work over the next 9 months is to handle the, mid-block sections. So everything between the intersections. The idea is we shouldn't have to disrupt, traffic on 15th, 17th, and 16th. But obviously, and we won't be disrupting more than one lane of traffic on Stoughton, California. So there still will be access around the loop for vehicles in that time, but it's going to go from 2 to 1 lane when we're working on the tracks there. This is 30 years of wear that is more than overdue for maintenance. It should have been handled 10, 15 years ago, and it wasn't. And then staff was like, all right, we got to take care of it all at once. So that's why we're seeing it one after another. So yes, the downtown loop will be shut down till end of Q1. Staff is working very hard to bring back service to the loop once that construction is finished. And then there's also going to be work done in 2027 on the Welton corridor. So that's going to be shut down likely through most of 2027, but that's just past. I think it's important. So first thing I'll say is security is absolutely fundamental at RTD, and the current RTD board has made a recurring vocal commitment to making the system safe. Over the last 2 years, we've seen a drop in over 50% in calls to Transit Watch about drug use, and we've seen a significant, I forget the exact number, drop in overall Transit Watch calls. That's been at the same time as we've significantly increased to nearly 100 post-certified officers with the RTD police, and seen our new chief of police, Mark Lugano, who's been a longtime officer, take over. We know that no matter how good the service is, people won't use it if they don't feel safe. Young women will not ride the system if they think they're going to get assaulted. And so the first thing I'll say is you can call us, you can text us, you can use the Transit Watch app. This information, all of these numbers are available on the RTD Transit Watch website, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And so if there is someone hanging out at the 16th and Stout stop or the 16th and California stop, we will respond directly to that, or we will get in touch with DPD if they are going to be the ones who are going to be able to respond most effectively. We take it very, very seriously, and we want to ensure that, folks we're responding to incidents as it happens, as well as if you're on a light rail vehicle and see somebody who is harassing people, or they're harassing you, or they're doing drugs, anything that's against the code of conduct. The second thing that I'll say, we just, like a month ago, launched our bus and rail impact team to put officers specifically at the hotspots around the system, of which downtown is one of them. We always have officers at Union Station perennially, and the goal is to be deploying in real time transit police to match those needs where we know people are causing issues. As a result of the downtown loop being shut down, we're increasing service on the mall. So the mall ride currently runs every 4.5 minutes. Starting in like 3 weeks, it's going to be running once every 3 minutes. We've also moved to get rid of advertising wraps on the windows. And the reason that that's important for security is that you can see into the vehicle to make sure it looks and feels safe to you, and you can see out of the vehicle rather than feeling isolated and trapped. So we're really trying to prioritize both the actual safety and the sense of safety when you're on the vehicles. We're working very actively with DPD to get ready for the BRT launch, which is going to run on 17th and 15th before it goes to Colfax, to have active responses to folks that are, misusing the stations, committing fare evasion, and violating code of conduct on the vehicles. We know how important it is that that service is excellent and feels safe. And I will tell you, one of the things that I am personally working on with our chief of police, we're going to have an agenda item at the June meeting to start the discussion, I'm saying this very specifically, of the process to eliminate warnings for fare evasion. Most of the people who cause problems on our system don't pay for it. They get on, they ride for free, they get a warning, and then they go and they do what they're going to do. And we don't take significant enough action.
Yeah, the officers just tell them to get off and stop.
Yep.
There's no
It's
penalty.
absolutely, and that is what we've been doing. That was a policy of the previous board and boards before it, because they felt like, well, it's an open system. People don't know how to ride the light rail. They don't know that they have to pay for it. By now they know. By now they know they have to pay for it. And, and they were afraid of blowback, quite honestly, from ACLU, from any number of other organizations that are going to get mad at us if we start issuing citations. To give you a stat, we issued 1,000 warnings in the most recent month for which we have data in our packet, which was like February, and only 30 citations. Imagine if we did that for speeding tickets, how many people would speed. So, we're trying to take, you have my commitment, certainly, that we will take as aggressive actions as we are able to address, as we're able to fund. I will do everything I can, and I know, having spoken to most of my colleagues, they feel exactly the same way. It is time to end the, I'm saying this colloquially, and I hate to put it this way, but there's been a perception for a very long time that when it came to RTD safety, and this goes back decades, that there was a lot of effing around, but not a lot of finding out. And it's time for us to meaningfully change that in the perception of people who would make RTD unsafe. And the board is incredibly committed to working with RTDPD, with staff, with DPD, to do whatever's necessary to make people feel safe.
We're going to the mall, right? I mean, it's, people, we jokingly call it the homeless ride. It's, like the zoo ride.
Totally. And this is one of the things that gets to a difficult tension that comes out, although the PVP and the DPD face when it comes to having individuals who are unhoused walking on the mall. They have a legal right to do that. They don't have a legal right to camp there. But there are certain things, but my perspective on this, and I think the perspective of the majority of the board, is basically, if you're using our system to get from point A to point B, you're allowed to use it. If you're using our system to camp, if you're using our system as a shelter, you're not allowed to do that. And we've written our code of conduct to try to make that clear. It needs to be updated in my mind. And it is something that I'm going to work on over the next year, especially after the new board comes in, to make it extremely clear that the point of RTD is to get from point A to point B. It is not to use RTD as a homeless shelter. We have homeless shelters for that. You can take RTD, get to a homeless shelter. You cannot use RTD as a homeless shelter.
Excuse me, can I just make a comment? I don't know if you heard today, we don't have a homeless problem. There's only 518 homeless people on the street. Johnston announced that today. So I just want to make that clear, Mr. RTD. Are you director on the board?
Yes.
We don't have a homeless problem.
Chair. No, I don't have a crime problem either. There are, I firmly believe, so we have about 100,000 people who ride the system every day, even now. There is a tiny fraction of those individuals who cause 90% of the problems on the system. It is the epitome of an 80-20 problem. I believe we need to do a much better job. I believe we do a good job already, but we need to identify and work aggressively with those people to ensure that we are get them to the where transportation is. We're not. And I've got to house people who are low income for experiencing homelessness to use our community. I want them to get to doctors. I want them to go to their medical appointments, whatever. You literally do all of it.
I gotta fucking leave. I can't take it. I'm done. That's it. Fuck this shit. Fuck these people. I'm done. I'm not gonna, I just can't do it. And I can't be here by my fucking self. That motherfucker's gonna regret that. I'm gonna tell you right now. And that's not a threat. Oh my God. I fucking hate Denver. I fucking hate this place. I am a native. I grew up here. This is not, you have no idea. Fucking cameras fucking everywhere. And these cops show up and just fucking open fire on the only guy that was qualified to be a fucking cop. It's just been a really bad day. Everything is the fault of the homeless. Everything. Every fucking thing in Denver is because of the homeless. These people can't even fucking get out of their own beds in the morning without blaming the fucking homeless for why they can't land their own 2 fucking feet on the floor. I just can't fucking take it. I just can't take it. I gotta go. I'm gonna use I'm gonna use this restroom because my piss is too good for their fucking restroom. All right, well, you can't wash your hands in there because the sink is out of order. I don't even I fucking hate it down here. That's why I can't come down here.
Yeah,
I can't do it.
I don't blame her. I can't stand it down there either. All right, so that is that downtown Denver partnership meeting about our brother Lewis Johnson getting shot. So I'm gonna play one of his videos he did, just a piece of it. so I can gauge or get a glimpse of what he was or is like. And I'm gonna wrap this thing up. I did 7 hours.
I'm saying, just go check out the video. Kind of promote myself again.
So this is him confronting the officer who was caught recklessly driving, and they convicted him of harassment for reporting it. And his channel is called The Real Constitutional Upkeepers. I'll put the link in the chat.
That was my dogs right there. No, Sacramento money, man.
Oh, the homie's live right now. So this is our brother's channel. It's called The Constitutional Upkeepers.
Right before we get into this, if you haven't seen the previous video, go and watch that first. This one shows the moment I caught a reckless driving officer.
He followed me because he thought I was intoxicated. We have any traffic violations? Probably all the ones that I did.
The Inglewood Police Department's cover-up that followed, the malicious prosecution, the road rage behaviors, and the officers turning off their body cameras only for their voices to still be recorded by another agency's cameras.
Hold on. That's ours. That's ours. I would love to. Fuck this.
Stay tuned for what's to come.
Welcome to the Real Constitutional Upholder.
The Real Constitutional Upholders.
The real constitutional upholder.
The Real Constitutional Upholder.
The Real Constitutional Upholders.
The Real Constitutional Upholders. The Real Constitutional Upholders.
The Real Constitutional Upholders. That would be us right here. That would be us right here.
2021.
Turn into the ER bay.
Look, no blinker again. What you just witnessed was a clear violation of Colorado traffic law. This officer was driving in a non-turning lane, but made a right turn instead of continuing straight, like you're supposed to do, which is an improper turn on his end. On top of that, he failed to come to a complete stop at the stop sign. That's two separate violations of Colorado traffic code, all observed by me, my camera, and an Anschutz officer driving directly behind us.
Directly behind me.
One behind
the one behind me.
Okay.
That's it. Let's hang tight, partner.
Was he following us for?
It followed me all the way from our station.
Okay.
In Inglewood.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then did you guys have a call or anything that you guys were heading down?
I was headed here to pick up a state exam.
Okay, he just straight followed.
And it was parked outside of our station, and it's followed me ever since.
Okay. All right, cool.
So, the greatest is
What the fuck?
Brakes are cooking. Yeah, they are. 901, we're out with him and a lot of Aurora guys. You all right, boss?
Yeah.
Hey there. Good. I'm Sergeant Lister at the University Police. What's going on?
Nothing much. I called in. That officer was driving kind of erratic, and
Okay. So you followed an officer all the way from Inglewood to here? Okay. You have a driver's license, registration, insurance?
May I ask what's the reason for pulling me over?
Well, because they called us that you were following him and he's concerned about what's going on here and we got to figure out what's going on. So I need you to identify yourself to me.
Okay. Did I break the law?
I need your registration, insurance, and driver's license.
You must have reasonable articulable suspicion of a crime.
Sir?
To pull me over.
I'm not going to debate this with you. I have reasonable right now.
If you just give me any single crime that I've committed or you think that I'm about to commit or am committing, then I will give you my driver's license.
You're following a police officer all the way from Inglewood. Okay. It's a suspicious incident. I have probable cause to stop you right now and contact you. I need your driver's license, registration, or insurance.
Can I request your supervisor, sir?
Huh?
Can I request your supervisor, sir? I just called in to report a police officer driving erratic, and now you want my
Sam
ID?
3, Lincoln 1.
Why do you want my ID? I called in the crime for him.
Okay, I need to identify who you are and who I'm talking
Why?
to.
You don't have reasonable articulable suspicion of a crime. I have not committed any crimes.
Okay.
I'm not going to provide any ID. And I'm letting you know right now that you are violating my rights by stopping me, and I will see.
Hang tight.
Really? I think it might be.
Yeah,
It is. Is it?
Yeah. 901 info. Yeah, it's gonna be Luis.
I will confirm. Charles Paul Young, 880. Might be a book. Might be boy 80. Boy? Can't quite tell. Weird. Hey guys, Sergeant. We know who it is. It's a frequent flyer for us, First Amendment. Okay. Yeah, it's Luis Johnson.
Luis Johnson?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So if he's pressing the name, we know exactly who he is.
Okay.
I figured that's who it was going to end up being.
Wait, do you have any traffic violations?
Probably all the ones that I did. So yeah. Yeah.
Wait, do we have any traffic violations?
Probably all the ones that I did. So yeah. Yeah.
Right, because no one's above the law, right?
Right, and that's why I called the police.
Right.
Did you guys stop the Inglewood cop car?
He stopped. He turned on his lights and he just got out, and we're conversing with him. That's why I can't tell you much because I'm here.
So why is the person that I called the police on that was breaking the law not being detained, but I am?
Yeah, and so
how does that make sense?
So Nate, what are they saying? What's he saying to them?
He followed me because he thought I was intoxicated. Yeah.
So lose you. Well, yeah, you're getting followed because you. I was trying to test and see if you were following me,
which he was.
You did. Now I know what car he's in.
That's what I get for trying to be a nice guy coming up and get this thing exam.
And I'll look at you.
I know.
What happens when you volunteer?
I did too.
You did
I did.
Exactly what happened.
I was like, oh, dinner, perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Get me into that.
You know,
Are Fast and Jackson working tonight?
Justin's day shift and Fast has been in the Dick Bureau.
Oh, okay.
He just got promoted to lieutenant.
No kidding.
Yeah.
That looks kind of like, oh, cop buddy, you know? Like,
right, and I see why
that doesn't look good.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna be our lieutenant over patrol now.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's dope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're both good cats. How you know those two?
I work with them at ACC.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
Right on. Right on.
Yeah. Huh?
If you teach that.
Howdy, sir.
How's
it going? I'm good. How are you? Pretty good. Well, I mean, I'm doing all right until this, I guess. Okay. Well, my name is Bob Steen. I'm a lieutenant here. Do you mind if I grab your business card? I'd be happy to give you my business card. I'm just trying to figure out why I was pulled over. You were following a police car. Is that illegal? Stalking. No, it's a public servant. No, it doesn't matter. Okay. There's no exception in the harassment statute. So, do you believe that I stalked this officer? I believe so, yeah. Okay. So, is that the crime that you want to charge me with? Well, that's the crime we're going to investigate. Okay. So, you're detained right now. Okay. Do you have any weapons on you? I don't answer questions. Okay. Do you have any weapons on you? I don't answer questions. That question is not posed to try to incriminate you. It's to make sure that we're both safe. Sir, I don't answer questions. I get pulled over a lot. I deal with police a lot. I understand my rights. I know my rights. And there was no reasonable articulable suspicion of a crime for me to be pulled over. I called the police because an officer was driving erratic, and I called the police to, to investigate that, not me. Okay. I didn't break the law. Which, can I ask you a couple questions? So we're on the same page? No, I don't answer any questions. Oh, okay. Is there anything else you want me to tell you then? Or do you want me to explain to you? No, I mean, do I have to provide my identification? There's no RAS of a crime, so I don't understand why I would have to. That's the Colorado revised statute that you guys should be familiar with. Do you know what the statute is for harassment? Is there a body cam on? Yeah. Okay. I do understand what it is, yes. Okay. All right. Well, I won't explain the elements of harassment. There's no need. You're detained, so okay. Just stay in your car for me. What do you got on this guy? Harmful traffic violation. Okay. That's it. Right. Well, you can take it. We know exactly who it is. Okay. Our protocol has been document everything that happens, and our dicks just file it. Okay. So, hold on. That's ours. That's our. Sorry, that's something else.
Well, he's talking to Vecina.
We're here today to discuss charges that my office has filed against former Englewood Police Officer Ryan Scott Vecina.
Because Vecina used to be a trooper. Yeah. He thinks that there's possibly a law that he violated. I would say it's harassment. So we're stalking. So we're looking. So Bill's gonna call me back. All right. I would love to take this up. Yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah, I'm so tired of this kid. Known to be armed, by the way.
Yeah, I noticed by the rifle plates.
Does he have it on?
Yeah.
He typically walks around our city with a full rifle.
They saw him probably about an hour ago walking around.
But he wasn't armed.
And he won't say if he's armed or not.
He's not supposed to be. Not that fucking matters, but he has a protection order currently going on with a couple cases out of Inglewood that he can't carry. We currently have his rifle, I think, but he still wasn't usually in possession of a handgun. His body armor that he's wearing.
Okay. You have his rifle.
We have the rifle though.
But you don't know.
That's what he's pissed about. Okay. He's by himself, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I told him he's detained. Yeah. It's your investigation. He called you guys, so whatever you guys want to do for us.
So I think
Yeah, he didn't invite him. He's in the hospital.
Are we gonna do anything with him or?
Right now, we're waiting to see what they're going to do.
Okay.
So they've got a bunch of cases that sounds like on him, and that this may be another one. So they'll arrest him for.
Oh, that's what they're charging them with. Or we're charging them with.
So we're hanging out. We're gonna give our division chief a call real quick. Okay. We're gonna see if they're gonna let us.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So.
All right. Sounds good.
I mean, it's weird because it's not in our city, but.
I want to talk with his writer really quick.
You want to talk to him?
No. I'm going to talk to him really quick, just so he knows. So just so you know what we got, he's a First Amendment auditor. Inglewood has a lot of history with him. He may be armed. They're trying to figure out, because they have a bunch of cases with him, whether or not they're going to hook him on another case.
Okay.
So because he's armed, just make sure you're standing back behind the car, and then he comes out and does something stupid. So
You guys are waiting on a sergeant?
So they're calling one of our
detective
chief.
Oh, okay.
Because he's the brass on call right now. They're
Okay.
trying to run something by him to see if we're hooking this guy.
Okay, good enough.
Because their approach has been very hands off on it.
Yeah.
So
This is we're trying to step that we don't like happening.
these are constant problems.
Okay.
We're pretty much waiting for the blessing.
You're good.
And then like two lines of go. See if we can follow. I hit one at whatever this last street is. I hit the fucking, like, it was just turning red. And he went through. He went with me through it. Fuck this. Yeah, it's been yelling for a minute.
It's just easier to call. All right. So Inglewood called for emergency cover because this guy was following them from their PD. So our officers pulled over the car to see what's up. He's wearing a vest, refused to identify himself, identified himself as basically a First Amendment auditor. The Inglewood guys are here and they're waiting to find out if they're going to make an arrest or not.
you guys don't have anybody you were bringing here for medical, right?
No, I'll just pick up the same exam.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll make sure we don't need to get somebody
back
looked at over
still.
there. So.
Just let them know, and then we'll have that discussion and go from there. All right. Appreciate it, Sergeant. Bye. You guys called it.
Told you.
So if you guys have charges independent of us, no.
Yep. We kind of figured that's what.
Yep.
God. Yep.
All right.
Yep. Well. Yep.
They don't want to go up for asking stop or anything like that.
They will.
Yeah.
But they'll fucking do it later.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to make a stink
trying
to right now.
He's done all this civil stuff already. They're trying to. I don't know what they're.
It's because cops are scared of their own shadow.
Oh yeah.
Want to be real.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you guys wouldn't mind pulling a case number,
We are.
and then we'll get that from you.
Yeah.
And then we'll go from there.
Yeah.
We got about 10 minutes. That's about it.
That's me. There's our case number 3499.
Hey, Brian, thank you.
Our case number.
No worries.
You're welcome. 2100.
We kind of figured that was the way it's going to go. Yeah, unfortunately.
We're not hooking them? Okay, let's do that now.
Yeah, you're good to take it.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
Sir, I'm coming up on your left. I didn't want to startle you. Did Officer Dominguez tell you the case number? Okay. You have any other questions for me?
Yes, I want to ask again why I was put over.
Go ahead.
Well, we believe that based on the officers that you were stalking them, so we had to investigate that.
Public servant, how would you do that?
Well, if you read the statute, it doesn't say that public servants can't be stalked.
But we do have a First Amendment right, and it's also in the Colorado Revised Statute that we have the right to report the police.
Absolutely.
So how do you do that without following?
You can't chase one.
I didn't chase, I followed. Because of his erratic behaviors and his speed.
Okay. Well, like I said, we have to investigate it. Do you agree with that part?
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not. I should have never been stopped, and I believe this was a violation of my rights.
Okay.
So am I free to go? Am I being detained still?
No. You want the case report number?
Bottom left number. 25. You can read that, right?
You're free to go.
And can I get your business card?
I gave it to you.
Can I get the other officers on the scenes, their business card as well? And also
which cards do you have?
Just yours and his.
Sure. I'll collect them for you.
And I'm not being detained, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna take my seatbelt off and I'm gonna get out.
Sure.
All right, guys.
All right, I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's all good.
You guys rock.
So,
Yeah.
Thanks for the
help. You guys show up, boys?
Aurora was giving us all the updates, so.
Oh, okay.
that's why
At least you guys showed up for more.
Yeah, we were just trying to sit up here because this is all ours.
Yeah.
So and since they said you were coming here, then.
I gotcha.
So they're slammed as it is right now. So. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Have a good night. Be safe.
All right, okay, if I get the business cards? All right, give me a sec. Can I get business cards from you guys?
I don't have anyone.
You don't have any in your car? Yep. Write your name and your badge number on it. You have your business card?
Yep.
Appreciate that. And who's the officer that was from the Inglewood Police Department?
They are over there.
What is their name?
I didn't catch their name. I'm sorry.
You didn't ask them for their name?
I did not ask them for their name.
So if I FOIA request your body cam, you never heard their name?
I don't think I asked their name, though. But you can definitely get our body cam.
Was that not in the report? Is that not something important?
It'll be in the report. I'm not the department officer. I'm the lieutenant.
So which officer is the one that...
Sure.
So which officer is the one that...
Officer Dominguez would be the person that's going to take the report.
Which one is the one that talked to the officer?
I don't know. I don't know. They just asked me to come talk to you because you asked for a supervisor.
And you're the...
I'm the lieutenant.
So you're the lieutenant, and is there any way you could find that out by maybe asking your officers who that officer was? I want to go file a complaint on them, so
sure.
I want to know their name.
Let me see what I can find out for you. They want the officer's name. He wants the officer's name. Do you have that? Do you want to just give it to him?
Huh? Officer N. Yostin.
N. Yostin?
Yep.
Why don't you just tell the gentleman?
Mr. Johnson, the Inglewood officer here, I'm going to put his business card up here so that you can get that.
Can I?
It's N. Yostin. No, this is mine.
Okay. Do you need a flashlight? No, that's fine.
So that would be the officer you need to talk to.
Okay. Did I get your business card as well?
Yep.
Yeah, I gave
Yep.
it to
You got all of them.
What is your rank?
So sergeant.
Sergeant. And what is yours?
He's an officer. He's an officer.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
All right. Thank you. Better night.
When you look at everything that happened here, it's bigger than just one moment on the road. It started with seeing an officer driving recklessly, something any concerned citizen would pay attention to. And in a city where the police run encrypted radios, where nothing is shared to the public in real time, sometimes the only way to understand what's really happening is to follow the situation yourself. Not because you're trying to interfere, not because you're trying to obstruct, but because there's no transparency, no public channels, no information until long after the smoke settles. And even then, the truth isn't always easy to find. From that moment came the warrant issues, the charges that followed, and everything that spiraled out of it. And now here I am, on appeal after being given 6 months of probation, 32 hours of useful community service, 7 days in county jail, and a $500 fine. All of this for trying to understand what my own police department was doing, because the public has no other way to know, and we have a right to know. So here's a real question for the court of public opinion. What does it mean when a community has to rely on citizens with cameras because the system that's supposed to keep us informed are silent? How are we supposed to trust the process we're not allowed to see? Are we comfortable with someone being punished for asking the questions that the public should already have the answers to? This isn't just my story. It's a look at what happens when a department operates behind closed doors while the people they serve are kept in the dark. And whether you agree with everything or not, I hope this makes you think about the kind of transparency, accountability, and community we all deserve. Stay aware, stay informed, and stay tuned, because this conversation is far, and I mean very far, from over.
So that was our brother, Lewis Johnson, the one that got shot downtown. I showed y'all earlier that was one of his videos on the real constitutional upholders. So make sure y'all check him out. Make sure y'all check him out. We'll keep y'all updated on this situation. I appreciate everybody that tapped in. I'm going to sleep now. It's like I've been on way too damn long. We got FBA Queen in the building. Appreciate you coming through. Shout out to Cow Dog for coming through. Shout out to Fresh Always. Shout out to coming through Time. We got the Time. Appreciate you coming through. Wild Williams. Appreciate you tapping in, subscribing, coming through. Shout out to one of the sisters came in. Who is that? Oh, Jelena Clyburn, Tabone. Appreciate you tapping in and subscribing. Sister Val Hawkins, appreciate you coming through. Twin, it's always a pleasure to have you. Michael, thank you for coming through. And anybody that was peeking and not speaking. So peace, love, light, reparations and separations and delineations and Black empowerment. Chan Kuma signing out. Join us tomorrow for Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase. And I think Lady Tay be doing an RBA sometime today. So stay tuned for that. So, Chan Kuma, Jesse Paris, candidate for House District 8 on the ballot, signing out from the Mile High Income and illegal migrant flooded city. It's going to be arrested and deported to the city. Arrest all of these mugs, Trump and Tom Homan, get them the hell up out of here. Peace.